T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
All you want is what you can't have, and if you just look around. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. Top of the day to you. Oh man, I know you guys are gonna be stirred up over that Adam Aaron tweet. I just know it. I know it. I know it. I know it. I know it. So how do I combat this, right? Like, there's only really two ways for me to combat this to show you guys what it is exactly that's going on here. Number one is that there's a group of people out there who really strongly and firmly believe that a share count is going to change everything. And we know, historically speaking, that that's not the case. That's not what a share count does. So number one, you have to beat the FUD down and just tell them that they're wrong. A share count does nothing. It's a share recall. A share recall forces lenders to call back the lent shares, which exposes synthetics. That's what we really want to have happen is a share recall, but we'll never get our lenders to agree to that. And they're the ones who, our lenders, I say our lenders because it's our brokers, we'll never get them to agree to that. And they're the ones who have to agree to a share recall. So Adam Aaron doesn't do that. And Adam Aaron's probably really, really, really frustrated with the fact that there is a very large portion of this community who believes that a share count seems to be the answer. And he has clearly stated on many occasions that the correct amount of shares are out there. But that's because that's what a share count does. It counts the correct amount of shares. That's all it does. It just confirms that the right amount of shares are correct. It doesn't count for synthetics. That's something our brokers own. Now I want you to think about it like this. That's the first way for me to combat this tweet. The second way is for me to put up a poll here that says I own 80 shares or more. Now, you got to realize, don't forget that people who are watching this show or any other show, or maybe they're on Twitter or they're on Reddit or wherever it may be, more than likely are probably people who own more shares than less. So this is going to be a little bit skewed on this data here. But what I want you to understand is that there's 4.1 million owners of AMC. We've confirmed that. We know that to be a fact. We know it's true. And that's countable. There's actually more. But that's all that's been counted is 4.1 million share owners. So if you take 4.1 million people, well, actually, let me go back a little bit further. If you take 516 million shares, which is the float, and you subtract out the 190 million shares that institutions own, it leaves you with a value. Let me break out my calculator. Yeah, if the value is 516 minus 190 is 329 million shares. If you divide 329 million shares by 4.1 million people, the answer is 80.24. If we own more than 80 shares or more, we own the float. That's all it takes. So in regards to whether or not there's synthetics or not, I know. I know the average shareholder owns on average more than 80 shares. I know it. I can see the numbers. I can see OBV. I know what is supposed to exist, and I know what a stock would look like if it was only 80 shares per person in volume per day. So trust me, there's way more than 80 shares owned on average per person. But I'm just going to go ahead and put the graphic up here so that you guys can see. We've already have 64 people voting, with 95% of you saying that you have over 80 shares, 80 or more. So that's the answer. It's not about a share count. It really isn't. And people are going to have to just get past that. I don't want you guys to put in how many shares you have. I really don't. I'm not looking for that. But I'm just saying, you only need to average 80. That's it. That's all we have to average over 4.1 million people is 80. 80. Let it sink in. You know there's synthetics, guys. We know it. It's not a hard number to beat, especially at these prices. That's like under $1,000. Or actually, it's like right about $1,000, right? 1233. We're at 1233 right now. $986 is all it takes for the average person to have invested in this at this price. At this price. Just saying, guys. We got this thing. I know we do. Don't let a tweet. Uh, don't let Adam Aaron's frustration on a group of people who are consistently trying to push for a share count uh, turn into FUD for you. It's very easily um, proven that there are synthetic shares in this play. So, what else is going on? Because I still got 6 minutes to burn before we can start checking our numbers here. Good morning to you guys. I guess I'll just start reading off what it is you guys are saying here. Hold on, let's see what we got going on. So good morning. Congrats to Tim for being first this morning. PC3, congrats on being third. Good morning, Micah. Yo, what's up? Donald, good morning to you, guy. That ACE test sounds like it's a piece of crap. Just saying. Jay, good morning. Richard, LFG man. Dana, good morning. Kim, good morning. Brian, good morning. Jeff, good morning. I'm gonna skip over people here. Low boy, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Let's see. I think the crazy part though is when you start to realize that we're holding the best hand here, and the longer we hold, the better we're going to see in price, and we get to decide, we get to dictate that. I think that's the more exciting part than anything. It's really cool. We're in a very unique position. No, Savvy, a share count will not be done when there will be a rebalancing of the amount of shares that are being held in those ETFs because when AMC moves from the Russell 2000 to the 1000, it's going to be ranked on its market cap compared to other market caps of stocks that are in the Russell 1000. Securities that are in there, and basically what's going to happen is we're going to get put on a list somewhere with the market cap, and we're going to be on the lower 1/3, which means that the amount of shares that are needing to be held inside that ETF is going to be less, which means that some of those shares from the ETFs of the Russell 2000 rather are going to be sold back. I think are going to be sold back into back to the market, and that usually generates selling pressure. Selling pressure from institutions is likely going to drive volume, and we could see some activity from that. When volume does enter into the market, we usually see price discovery. I don't know for sure that they're going to sell those shares to the market. They may just hold on to those and lend them. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I'm not sure the procedure of that, but I do know that they're gonna have to lower the amount of shares that are held in the ETFs. But any kind of share count savvy that is ever done will always generate 500. It'll always generate the same number. It'll generate how many shares are in existence for real. It will never generate a number that's higher. Silver Surfer says, according to the rules set forth by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, only shareholders who own more than 2,000 in stock or 1% of the company are permitted to initiate a shareholder proposal. I know there's synthetics because Casey Shaw did the math for us. Would you direct people to that video? Question mark. I mean, it's just like I don't know, man. Like it boggles my mind. It boggles my mind that people are so stuck on this whole share count thing because I go like, guys, it takes 80 shares, 80 shares per person. It's not hard to beat. We know, we know. Look at the daily volume. We're trading 10%, over 10% of our total float on a daily basis, and it's not people selling. It's because the price isn't like dropping like a rock. So, that volume really tells you. It tells you a very big story. And the big story that it's telling you is how many synthetics are actually being traded. That's the story. That's the exciting part because it tells you how big of a thing this really is. It's pretty amazing. And by the way, speaking of which, did you see the volume this morning? Not looking too shabby. It's not looking too shabby right now. I kind of like how it's looking. Macro and ADG Capital, huh? It was just Quant Macro ADG Cap. Okay, one word, I guess. Did you look? Did you happen to look, Jeff, to see if they held the position in AMC at all? Brian, I did see your squash. I don't know if you saw my comment. I was like, I think we just have a bunch of meat eaters here because nobody said anything. I was just like, yeah, if you like vegetables, it looks good, I guess. I just like, I don't ever eat squash. So I tell you what, man, my diet is not what it used to be. I used to eat squash, not anymore. I squash the squash. Easterby says, any word on adding more shares to kill the squeeze? Oh man, no, but I have heard that GME is going to split, and that would certainly cause something major to happen, I think. So if they end up splitting their shares, that would be a definite catalyst. Tim says I PM'd a tweet someone shared last night, Casey. I thought that makes more sense. Let me see here. I just noticed that I'm starting to buffer, and I forgot to do my usual shutting down of peripherals. So let me do that real quick before I start getting into our numbers, so I don't lose you guys. Give me just 1 second while I go through that, because I know here in my neighborhood, people are going to start waking up, and then as soon as they do, my ring is going to start trying to hog all the data here, and that won't be a good thing. Give me just 1 second. Shares. Don't say how many shares. You don't have to say how many shares you have. It's a true or false question, guys. It's not. I'm not asking you how many you have. I'm asking you if you have 80 or more. Because if you do, if our average, if we show an average that's exceedingly higher than, 90% would probably be a great number. We really only need to have 60%, or I guess maybe, yeah, probably around 60% of you say yes or true to that to make it a true statement, because it's more than likely those of you who have more than are making up for the people who have less than, and so it makes it a very valid statement that there are synthetic shares in existence or some kind of evidence to prove it. Good morning, Roadster. Guys, again, this is not an opportunity for you guys to tell how many shares you have. That's not the purpose of this. It's just to simply prove the point that it only needs to be 80 shares per shareholder on average. I'm going to clean off the glasses, guys, and we'll take a look at our numbers for the day today. And we'll see what's going on here. Do you think Adam Aaron's preparing for dilution, which I thought he was able to do without shareholders' vote, something like 50 million? He could without a vote. Sorry for the question. So I think there was somebody had found at one point in time a clause that says that there's a certain proportion of shares that could be created without shareholders' approval. I don't know if that's specifically true or not. I think there might be some truth to it. Um, and whether or not Adam Aaron would do that or not, he said he wouldn't in last year. He also mentioned this year that he sees that we're very adamant about not creating more shares, and has mentioned that they haven't created more shares. I Even if he did create an additional 50 million shares, it could be damaging if they sold all those shares into the market. It would cost us probably some time, but it would also probably bring the price up. And he probably wouldn't do it as well if the company uh, share price wasn't much higher. And if you go back and you look at last time when they sold shares into the market, it was, we were at almost our peak. So um, it could happen. We don't know. We'll have to see what happens. No, it's actually well, not quite David Stevens. It's more voting wasn't the thing that was said. It was proposal, right? And it would take far less than that. You would have to own um, um, actually, you'd have to work out the numbers. I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head. You'd have to work out what 1% is. 126 votes and 94% of you have more than. Very interesting. All right, time to log into Fidelity. I have two-factor authentication, so it's going to take me a little longer to log in here. Two-factor authentication could help you in the future if you were to, say by chance, have somebody who wanted to try and get a hold of your information or do something with your account other than you. Could help protect you. Might want to consider that. And one of these days, I'm going to accidentally read off my two-factor authentication as I'm talking, because I'm a simpleton. And if I read it, I say it. Let's see here. So I'm logged in. Let's go to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing here. Um, yeah, I don't know if it was debunked or not, Savvy. I know that that was brought up a while back, but I don't recall if it was debunked or not. I don't recall. Let's take a look at these numbers. All right, I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are writing now. Starting in the top left-hand corner, we had price. I had $11.14 to $11 to $14 for closing. Eric had $10.50 to $13.50. Keto had $10.78 to $13.78. And Monty had $10.66 to $13.66. We have a four-way tie once again on price predictions. So let me go ahead and give everybody their point. Everybody's doing a great job this week, except I mean I've been kind of changing up my numbers quite a bit compared to everybody else. I want extra low one day, extra high the next. I'm all over the place, but I'm still getting it right. That's all that matters. Uh, let's see here. So off exchange, we'll move on down to that. Actually, no, True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume yesterday. SSR was not on yesterday. Let's take a look at that and see what we had for a final number, 95.3 thousand shares. Utilization, This is the one people love seeing. Actually, I don't even think people like seeing the utilization. They just want to know what the current short share interest of the free float is. Taking a look at the utilization, it's saying 100%. Let me just verify the date that it is indeed updated. And it says June 15th, so it is updated. 100% utilization now for 90 straight trading days. 90 days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase was an increase of 7.13. If you add these 3.83% that we had the previous day to that, that puts us over 10%. So I'm actually going to do something here because I say that you can add the numbers together. 2 of 3. I'm going to color the box yellow because in my opinion, we've had over 10% over a 2-day period of time. If we are over 5% today, then I would say that we are 3 of 3. So let me change this, format this cell color. Two of 3. Looking at off exchange. The final numbers for off exchange yesterday were 50.4% in the off exchange, and the EDGX was 11.81. Very low numbers, hence the reason why we probably saw price improvement yesterday, because it was only 62.21% of the total volume going through the off exchange. So you want to know what 2% looks like. It looks like 7% up in price. 2% less of an average day of volume going through the off exchange, and you end up getting a 7% upwards movement in price. So that off exchange is really hiding a lot of price discovery. You can only imagine what it would look like if it was much, much lower. Taking a look at some of the other Ortex data, shares on loan is 195.04. I think that's a little bit down from day over day, but we'll take a look at other numbers here in a few minutes. Cost to borrow showing 12.58. It's a little bit lower than what we're used to seeing. Short share interest of the free float is at 22.78. That dipped a little bit. We'll take a look at some of those numbers here in a few. Looking at the top right hand side of the screen, institutional ownership, let's see what that's at now. 190.052 is what it was yesterday. It is now reporting 190.052. We're kind of in that dead zone right now where nobody's reporting. We'll probably see reporting starting to show up probably like mid. Let me count months here. I think 45 days would put us like in the middle of July. So we'll probably start seeing that institutional share ownership changing more frequently come the first 15 days or so of July. Taking a look at Max Payne. We started out the week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was 15. I'm sorry, Monday, Tuesday was 16, 15 on Wednesday, and today I'm going to say that it's probably still 15. Let's see. Yep, 15 it is. And taking a look at options. Our lottery ticket losers down at a $85 strike price. Yesterday there was 46.2 thousand contracts. Still the same today. So no change. Highest amount of open interest. On the calls is at a $20 strike price. Yesterday there was 40.5 thousand contracts. Today there's 40.9. At a $20 strike price, the highest amount of open interest for puts It went from 23.2 to 23,000 contracts. A little bit of a dip there. Give me 1 second while I move a couple of pages around, and we'll take a look at some of that Ortex data a little more in depth. This is what utilization looks like on 90 straight trading days of utilization, being at 100%, and there's our on loan amount dipping just ever so slightly from 195.18 to 195.04 million shares. That should have a increasing effect on loan average per day. It did, which went from 84.29 to 85.05. Now that's 2 straight days of that number increasing day over day after a pretty massive dip. I'm gonna go ahead and say 15-day timer from the 13th. 13th of June puts us at the 4th of July, which we don't trade on, which is going to be the 5th. The 5th of July is the 15th trading day afterwards. Oh, actually, we have off this next Monday, so it's actually we have until the 6th. We have until the 6th of July before we'll see that price increase, somewhere between now and the 6th. Estimated short share interest of the free float is day over day went from 22.79 to 22.78, so just a small, tiny dip. AMC yesterday came in 17th on most heavily traded stock on Fidelity with a 58% buy to 42% sell ratio, which is smaller than what I like to see by 2%. So not good. That's not a good thing. I don't like seeing that. This just means that we didn't have nearly as much buying pressure yesterday as we normally have, or as much as I would like to see. GME is barely holding on here, 28th, with a 58% buy to 42% sell ratio just as well. So low volume for both, keeping us out of the top 10. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $11.49. Shares available to borrow. There was 0 overnight, and there's at least at 4 a.m. this morning, and I think that means that they borrowed some shares, but I'm not sure how many because I didn't take a screenshot last night. But as of right now, they've borrowed about 3,000 shares since the 10,000 that they returned. There's 840,000 shares in the ETFs that they've borrowed, all but 265. So let me do a little quick math here and see how many shares that is. We're at 575,000 shares plus the 3. Yeah, I'm going to call it a 600,000 shares so far. I'll have to try and see what the data was for the available yesterday to get more accurate information. But yesterday we did have 1.4 million shares that we saw borrow, which was pretty high considering what we've had lately. On the calls, we have 367.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money. We have 27,000 contracts that are in the money on the calls. 93,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 119,000 contracts that are in the money. This is a quad witching week. Just throwing that out there. How did the market do on the eastern side of the world? Red. Some of them down pretty decently. Like 2% or more. I think we're going to have a red day today. Some of these are pretty bad. The only ones, Shanghai and FTSE China were some of the least impacted. Shenzhen was actually positive by 0.11, but everybody else was down basically 2% or more. So red day on the market today, more than likely. In the pre-market, IWM is down 2.26, Tesla is down 4.02, Amazon is down 2.8, Cinemark is up 3.12, Doge is down 10.28, Bitcoin is down 6.15 and at 21.1. Still not breaking that secondary line that I've got there. When it does break past 19.5, actually, I really kind of think 19 is the number, but I put it at 19.5 just because I think that at 20K, there's going to be a lot of stop loss orders that go through just because of human nature. So if it does break 19.5, though, that thing could drop as far as 10,000 to 12.5 thousand a coin. GME is down 3.04%, HYMC is down 5.07, Hood is down 2.41, NCMI is breaking even, and AMC is down 4.07%. The blue line that I have here is that 1275, 15% up from our last low, which was $14.10. No, I'm sorry. Last low was not $14.10. Last low was $11.09. And I don't think we broke past that hard enough. This is flirting with it right here. And so I think there is a chance that we could still see newer lows in that 1109 based off of what I'm seeing here. But if we do manage to break up above 1275 decently, then you could see up to a 20% drop from there. So we'll take a look at those if that happens. These are our old numbers right back here. I need to move SSR real quickly to, what do I need to move it to? 1149. Let's see here. So on our time intervals, on the weekly, just looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.62, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.38, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.89, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.05, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.2. In the early portion of the morning, it was signaling oversold, but it is just below average on RSI right now. So it's cooled off a little bit. Taking a look at the Ichimoto, because I know that's a favorite. Let's take a look at that and see what we look like. We are trading currently in the cloud on the 1 hour. Conversion line is still above the baseline. Lagging line is still above price line, which is a good indicator. It's just we're in the cloud. And we touched the conversion line, which is one of the first points at which institutionally, well, I shouldn't even say institutionally, but swing/day trading, this would be one of your first indicators that you should exit the position. But the cloud does kind of move down here in the back portion of the day down to a 1213 price. And at the start of the day is at 1241. We're just underneath that 1241 at 1221 right now. But this is one of the first signs that you would see for less support from day/swing traders. If this does increase above the cloud here on market open or near market open, you could see a reversal on this to the top side. On the 4 hour, still underneath the cloud. Conversion line is still below base. Lagging is still below price line. None of these are great looking indicators yet for a buy signal. The cloud is starting to thicken up here a little bit, and price does usually like to move through the thinner portions of the cloud. So if it doesn't break through today, I don't necessarily think that it's going to break through tomorrow, but I could be wrong. I mean, it's not the thickest portion of the cloud. It's probably over here. But if it didn't break through today or tomorrow, then I would suggest that the breakout or break through the cloud could potentially be 622 or later. And let's see, we got about 17 minutes left before we see our pokey stick of volume. We're currently at 45,000 shares. Lately, we've been having a doubling and a tripling of that number. So if we end up getting 50,000 shares and it triples that number, we could see somewhere upwards of 150 to 200,000 shares traded by our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. So we'll see what ends up happening. I would love to see 200,000 shares would be nice. Ideally, I want to see 1 million. That's pretty far off, though. Let's see here. By the way, just mentioning 186 votes so far, with 95% of the people voting true to the statement of owning 80 or more shares. And that's all it would take to lock the float. Yeah. Who said that? I just was reading it. Arthur says Adam Aaron said nothing about adding shares. There's no mention of it in the voting. This is FUD. I tend to agree. BioLife Hemp says, I just want to shout out to Tupac. Happy birthday. He would have been 51 today and a living legend. Tam is that's she said that's my anniversary. I don't think she's saying today is her anniversary. Well, happy anniversary, whenever that it may be. Pack said it's his birth. When did Pack? Okay, hold on a second. I gotta scroll up here because I want to make sure I get birthdays written down here. Let's see, let me scroll up a little bit and find where Pack said something about a birthday. Hold on. Somebody help me out and find it for me. I'm not gonna find it. It seems to be buried. Oh, Tupac. You wrote Pack, and I was thinking like a pack in a name. Tupac, yeah. Happy birthday to Tupac. I totally read it as Pack. Sharma, good morning, Casey. I am truck driving and I'm not able to chat, but I do listen and follow you, brother. Sharma, thank you. You don't have to. Commenting is not a requirement. 32. 32 years, that's awesome. Brian says, I've stopped watching YouTube and I feel a lot better. You know, there was a time where I got involved on Twitter neck deep in a lot of stuff. Like if you go back and you look at my tweets and replies from last night, there's some toxic people, man, on Twitter. Very, very toxic people, and I'm with you, man. I understand. Sometimes you just gotta take a break from certain social media, set it down, walk away, and spend some. I think I did three. I had told myself I would do 3 weeks worth of no Twitter. I ended up getting away with like maybe 2.5, and before going back, and I felt so much better. I felt so much better. So yeah, take a break, man. You gotta get that brain in the right frame of mind. No pun intended. Samuel says, "What do you think about Bank of America's increase in shorts?" Man, I'm telling you, I've been saying this for a while now, Samuel. I really think Bank of America is going to be one of the first ones to go. I mean, I would keep my eyes on Bank of America, and the only reason I say that is that some of the most egregious uh, market things that I have seen happen has had Bank of America's name written all over it. So if there's anybody who's going to be in trouble first, I think it's going to be them. I don't know. I'm okay with being wrong. It could end up being J.P. Morgan or I don't know somebody else, but I really, really believe that Bank of America is looking really, really nasty. Nice one, Arthur. That's a pretty funny joke. I like that. It's a pretty good joke, man. Uh, Monty, 11:36 to 14:36, sir. I got you down. Thank you, sir. You're actually going the opposite of what I would have expected. I'm legitimately surprised the market's head faking down. Uh, I think that's what it seems like you're saying. Let's see here. That still laughing about that joke. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, Monty. I get where you're going with that. I get where you're going with that. Almost like the market's doing this head fake and it's actually going to go the other way. We'll see. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards a down day perhaps today, but I don't know. Miss Tahiti's been kicked off Twitter again. What are you doing? Jules says, "Hey Casey, hope you and your wife are well. Bro, we ripped after the dip yesterday. The morning we dropped a lot. What do you think will happen throughout the day today?" Um, Look, I mean, first off, Jules, knowing what's going to happen in the future is really, really, really difficult to predict. It's you can use a little bit of technical analysis to kind of look at the trends and say like, okay, here's what we're doing. Here's where I think we're going to be moving to. I can say this. We have the ability to be able to hit today the synthetic price, I mean, a SSR tripping of what is it, 1149 today? 1149. And the reason I say that is if you pull back out to an hourly and you take a look at the hourly, I've got a pretty long wedge, a triangle rather, a bullish triangle that I've drawn out here that we've touched the bottom side on. One, two, three, four. I need to make these lines darker. Give me a second. They're just way too light. Let's make them thicker. Because thicker's better. Am I right, girls? No, I'm just kidding. My mom listens to this show. I can't do things like that. Let's see here. All right, those should be a little bit easier to see now. Let's see. So we've touched down on this bottom side of this triangle one, two, three, four times, five times, six times. It looks like we tried to go for a seventh time right here. So we are trending up the bottom side of this ascending channel here. But do note that today that channel is right where the SSR trips at 1149. Could we drop down to that and then hit a reversal off of there, and then triggering SSR, allowing them to create liquidity, legally printing synthetics? Absolutely, I think that could definitely happen today. It's in the cards, but in a long-term outlook, though, I think we're kind of trending upwards until we get the final breakout of this wedge, which I think is going to be further down the road. Um, But yeah, that's where we're at. But this wedge right here is inside of a much larger, smaller descending wedge. I said wedge, but it's actually a triangle. This triangle pattern is actually on a path to lead us to break out of the descending wedge that we have. So bullish triangle leading to a breakout. Actually, I should put this box a little bit further. Because the breakout happens there. I need to put this back a little bit further. I got to leave out just the tip of this other box here. And I didn't realize that when I did this, so I got to move this back just a tad bit. There we go. So potential breakout somewhere in this range right in here. The dates on this right now I've got set from 7/1 to anywhere from 7/1 to 7/21. So somewhere in that range, I think that this bullish triangle is going to lead to a breakout of this descending wedge. And I know you're asking about today, and it's really difficult to try and dictate what's gonna or try to decipher what's going to happen on a daily basis. Most of our daily movement happens or is manipulated to get the most amount of derivatives to be out of the money. As it stands right now, things are really well balanced. So ultimately, I think by the end of this week, we'll probably close somewhere very close to where it is that we are now. In terms of how could a institution try to affect price in order to have better balancing of the options? And if you come down here and you look at the options, you can see that there's a lot of in the money puts. If they drive the price down too far, there's going to be a lot of puts that are going to be in the money added to this side over here, which is going to create imbalance. And there could be a lot of movement from that because if those puts decide to collect on shares when they exercise, then that could be a major imbalance for next week. But I guess we'll just have to see. As you can imagine, if the price starts moving down pretty rapidly and new put positions are opened that are out of the money, that's going to create an even better balance as price moves down. So there's always that. More put positions created out of the money that never actually become in the money would create more of an imbalance of a balanced book. Let's see here. What are you guys writing? That took me too long to answer. Way too long. Tammy says Wells Fargo as well, and you're right. I'm not trying to disclude any of the other banks. Tammy, you're right. The Wells Fargo is actually in a lot of deep doo doo too. You're not kidding. And I also agree, Jeff. I do believe the banks will be bailed out. Ace 23. Let me ask you a better question. Let me ask you a better question. Who do you want to be the new CEO? Because what I think this community is guilty of is coming up with ideas without understanding the ramifications of the change. For example, DRSing your shares. Nobody talks about this. What does DRSing your shares do? It locks up your shares so they can't be traded in the marketplace. When you lock up your shares in the marketplace, what does that do? It lowers volume. What does lowering volume do? Lowering volume causes less price discovery. Well, why is that? Because shares can't be lent. Lending shares is actually part of the recipe of price movement or price discovery. not our shares, but the loaning of shares by institutions. So you got to ask yourself, when you say a question, when you ask a question, how can we kick the CEO out? Who do you want in? What are the ramifications of that new person coming in? What are they going to do? Are they better? Are they worse? What is that going to do to the confidence of this stock, of this play? You got to ask yourself a lot of serious questions when you make statements like that, and understand the ramifications of what it is that you're suggesting, because just the mere suggestion of it is enough to create uncertainty and doubt in the futures. So be careful. If you're not thinking about 10 steps ahead when you're playing a chess game, you're probably losing, especially if you're playing against grandmasters. And that's who we're playing against. Casey, what was that you meant by 2 weeks? It takes us to the fourth. What are you measuring there? Um, I think I know what you're talking about. I think, and it's on loan average age per day. Out of all of the indicators that I've poured my time, my blood, my sweat, my tears over, there's only been one indicator that I have found that religiously signals for price increases over and over and over and over. There's only been like one or two times where it hasn't, and it's only because of the fact that there was dilution that occurred during those times. Um, and it makes sense too. Why would your average on loan age decrease when new shares turn into the market? It's because they use those shares to pay off older loans. So it makes total sense. We have our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume here. 100. We're at 186. I said somewhere between 150 and 100 and 200,000 shares. We're getting 186, almost right down the middle. Almost just a little higher than the middle. Man, that's kind of cool. All right, so volume's a little bit higher than normal right now. I'm gonna have to probably predict somewhere between. This is gonna be a tough one for me. Hold on a second. 138, 14. Subtract that. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with 40 to 60 million. I feel like I'm kind of guessing on the high side here, because I kind of want to go 30, 30, 30, 50. I feel like Family Guy again. I don't know what to go with here. Maybe I split the difference. Let's go 35, 55 million, and let's split the difference. Sounds fair. 35 to 55 million shares traded for the day today. But back to what Ross was saying, on loan average age per day has been one of the most beneficial indicator that I have seen for predicting price movement in our in our play, and usually the average amount of time that it takes when you see that trigger a bottom, it typically turns into somewhere between 0 and 15 business days. You end up seeing the big price increase. It's not. Some days it's 3 days, sometimes it's 7 days, sometimes it's 12 days, sometimes it's right on the dot on the 15th day. I never know how long it's going to be, but it's typically within that 15 business days. And so it's actually 3 weeks, because 15 business days is 3 weeks, not two. Arthur Martin, the joke, I think you hear that. The Bank of America increase in shorts. Someone in the Discord posted the story at 10:30 last night, 2 hours before the 16th, that it was dated as. I'm lost on what you said there because I've been on so many different tangents. Yes, Miss Tahiti, they've been struggling. Part of the reason why I'm saying what it is I'm saying is because of those. There's so much history here. In the last year, so much has happened, and if you've been around the block and you know what's happened, and you're right. Bank of America's closed down branches all over the place. There's been lots and lots of Bank of America news, and I look for patterns. I look for repeating patterns, and whenever you see Bank of America in trouble, um, it happens way more frequently to see Bank of America in trouble than any other bank. I'm just saying that. Where do I go on the Fidelity account site to make sure my shares can't be loaned? If you are in a cash account, David, then you should be good. If you're not in a cash account and you're in a margin account, if you have margin out, then there's nothing you can do unless you transferred your shares to a non-margin account. But if you're in a cash account, you're fine. And if you don't know if you're in a cash account, you can contact Fidelity and just ask them. Brandon says, I saw the reverse repo was 1.55% to borrow. Will that give them the liquidity to avoid margin calls until a huge catalyst happens? I don't know. I think you got it backwards. I think. Wait. They get money. They get money for their securities and then returned. I think that's. I think that's backwards, Brandon. I'm not sure, man. I think that's backwards. Holy moly. I'm way behind here. Scrolling, 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 scrolling. Good morning, everybody who said good morning. That's how I take care of it. I can't get to all of you. Salty Dog said new CEO Elon Musk. David Stevens says Casey Shaw, where do I go on Fidelity account? Okay, I already read that one. Got the pokey stick out of the way. Speedy Mitch says AMC census. Can you please give your opinion on the idea of donating $1 to AMC in exchange of collecting data on the shareholders in order to help us to squeeze efficiently? Speedy Mitch, it's not going to help you. It's really not going to help you. We've got to get past this as a community. The idea of knowing how many shares are in existence or how many shareholders there are, none of that is consequential whatsoever. I mean, it is nice to know how many shareholders we have, but the truth of the matter is, Speedy Mitch, is that we have more than 4.1 million. They're only counting. They're not counting everybody in that that count. There's additional people who are overseas in other brokerages who are not being accounted for. So we have got to get past that point of needing to know how many shares there are or some kind of data like that. Just look at volume. Look at your volume and look at your synthetics that are being traded in volume. All you got to do is divide your average 3-month volume by your free float, and it tells you a percentage of your daily volume that's being traded, and it gives you a very good idea on how many synthetics are out there. Because all you have to do is compare it to a company that's not being heavily shorted like Amazon, and look for the ratio. Look for the golden ratio of on what we should be. Right? We should be trading less than 1% of our average. Our average 3-month volume should be under 1% if there was no synthetic shares involved. Under 1%. And if you do that math, if you figure out what the percentage is, we're trading over 10% right now. So there's your answer. That's the only thing you need to know. You don't have to look at anything else. You don't have to get any kind of collection of numbers anywhere. You got everything you need already. Sub has the boss says my trading account is cash, but I don't trust the crooks. I hear you. I know it. But guess what, guys? Loaned shares actually helps squeeze play. I hate to break it to you. It really does help a squeeze play. It cost to borrow goes up when there's less when less real shares are available to borrow. Um, uh, when there's a total amount that can be borrowed, it drives up cost to borrow. When volume goes lower, though, and they don't have to borrow as many, and people go like, yeah, but you're saying that DRSing shares takes them out of the play. Well, that just creates less volume, so they don't have to trade more shares. So more shares in volume is good, and loaning shares causes things like when it gets hard to borrow, things like cost to borrow go way up. You know that's happening when utilization's at 100%. These are all good things. I know it doesn't sound like it, but there comes a price for dealing with the devil, and that's your broker. So, and the price that we pay is that they want to make money too. But the only way we can do this is with our brokers. Okay, the increase of Bank of America. Got it. We can check it out. We can look and see what Bank of America's changes. I mean, it's real easy. You just go to Fintel and look it up real quick. Playlist for the day today, Need for Speed. The song is called Better Than by John Butler Trio. Caitlin says, Hood almost in the sixes. They're falling apart. Transfer your shares out. Um, they're so here's the deal. I don't want to tell people what to do, Caitlin, because I think that's not really fair. I don't think it's fair to tell people what to do. But let me give you an example of what could happen if say by chance Robinhood were to go belly up. Your shares should be insured. Should be insured. They may give you a option sell to close only, or a option may be given to transfer your shares to another institution. I've never seen a major brokerage go down like this before, so I'm not sure exactly what would happen, but I think you should be given the ability to transfer your shares to another brokerage. But that would probably put a huge strain on the system. People have been warned and warned and warned and warned for over a year now about what occurred with Robinhood last year. You know what happened. You've been warned for so long that you only want to be invested through a good, quote unquote, good broker. You've been warned. The warnings have been everywhere. And if you ignored them, that's on you. It's on you because there's been ample opportunities for you to move your position. Cole, I'm glad. I'm glad. I just want to mention we've had 260. Oh shit, guys. Hey, 240 people are showing up on my number over here on how many people we have synthetic votes. I've had 269 votes. Nice. 94% of the people here are saying 80 or more shares that they own. 80 or more. And the average shareholder only needs to own 80 shares in order for us to have the float locked. That's it. That's all it takes. This is as easy as it gets to destroy the FUD. It doesn't get any easier. I don't have to know how many shares you own. All I need to know is that you own more than 80. And when 94%, what is that? 271 votes. Hold on a second here. Let's check it out. Let's check out what is 6% of 271? 16 people. And it's okay. If you own less than 80 shares, if you are one of those 16 to 17 people that own less than 80 shares, it's okay. Guess what? Those shares are probably going to be worth more than anything you've ever held in your entire life. Don't you worry. It's okay. But the rest of us, out of the 271 people, own more than 80 shares. That's all we have to own to lock the float, guys. The synthetics exist. You can see it in the volume, on the average daily traded volume. It's not hard to disprove the idea that the synthetics don't exist. That's not what Adam Aron was saying. Adam Aron was not saying synthetic shares don't exist. He was very, very simply saying a share count will not help us to realize how many synthetic shares there are. That's all he was saying. He's very, very frustrated with a group of people especially in the Twitter community, and I'm not going to say who they are. You know who they are. But there is a group of people in the Twitter community who are hell-bent on trying to find out how many shares are in existence. Hell-bent. And they seem to think that a share count is going to make the difference, and that Adam Aron is refusing to do a share count, when in actuality, many share counts, 6 to be exact, according to him, have been done. A share count will never, ever, ever tell him there's more shares in existence than are supposed to be in existence. It won't. You want a share recall, and our brokers will never recall those loaned out shares. They won't. The only other thing that could potentially help us is a split. I wouldn't split right now at this price. Or a dividend. And they can't give a dividend just yet, but it's in the works, and I think Adam Aron is definitely trying to get us there. So it is what it is. Huge. I gotta scroll through what you guys are saying. You guys are hitting me up hard here. Um, I got it. Thanks, but I was trying to know the synthetic hidden, not traded, so we won't squeeze too early. I'm trying to understand what you mean by squeezing too early. And I think what you mean to say is sell too early. And Mitch, volume. Volume is what you need to watch, sir. You really, 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 I can't stress to you enough, you need to watch volume. I've got 2 different videos on here in my description box that I think will help you to understand what I'm talking about. They're listed, and I will watch them in the order that they're listed. The very first 2 videos that are listed in the question and answer, one regarding synthetic price failures, and the other one regarding how you'll know when you're on the backside of the squeeze. Watch those videos. It's 26 minutes of your life, and I try to shorten it down as much as possible to not waste your life, because I hate getting my life wasted. My time is valuable, and I know yours is too. And so I try to make it as short as possible, so I know there's going to be questions. I'm here 9 hours a day. Well, almost 9 hours, more like 7.5, 8 hours a day. I don't know. I guess it's 7. I'm here for 7 hours a day, and you can ask Monday through Friday, so you can ask me questions whenever. Tammy says, if Fidelity is loaning mine out, I don't know about it, and I'm not getting paid for it. There was a period of time, Tammy, where you could I'm thinking that's Webull. Never mind. I take that back. I do have like 5 shares that I own through Webull because I just wanted to test their platform. They actually had a spot you could go to click on to say that you didn't want to lend shares, be a part of their lending program. Duke says, Lou noted, you know what? I'll tell you what, Duke. Your brain is a sponge. Your brain is a sponge. If you input bad information, you're going to get bad information spitting out, right? It's going to whatever you squeeze out of your brain is going to be what you put into it. If there are people in this community that you're watching, you're supporting them. If you watch them, and your support causes other people to watch them. If they're not spitting out good information, things that are if they've been known to have said things that are just erroneous, just clickbait type of things, fill your head with better stuff. Stop supporting the people who are not good for the community. I'm trying to skip through some of the comments here just so I can catch up back to the beginning. CPE says, is there a time to switch still for those asking? I can't even tell you, man, how many times people have asked me that question. And I said, like, you should have already done it. What are you waiting for? Why didn't you do it 2 months ago? Why didn't you do it a year ago? We knew what Robinhood was doing to people. Why, like, yesterday? You should have started yesterday. What are you waiting for? You know what the brokers did to people last year. You're in a once in a lifetime play. What kind of position do you want to put yourself in a once in a lifetime kind of play? Whose hands do you want to be in when this all goes down? It's always too late. That's the answer. Nasir DFW says, Nasir, since I know you're in Dallas, hey, Adam Aaron is going to the movie theaters on, I think it's the 20, hold on a second, let me look and see. I'm only telling you just to tell you, but Adam Aaron is going to be showing up in Dallas in a movie theater over there. And Trey said he was going to show up as well to watch the movie. Wouldn't it be kind of fun to be a fly on the wall in that scenario where Adam Aaron and Trey get to be in the same place at the same time? But it says here that he's going to be on the 24th. He's going to be at AMC's North Pack 15 at 7 o'clock p.m. on June 24th, watching Elvis, a screening. That'd be a hell of a movie to get into. That would be one hell of a movie to get into. Because Trey said he's going to be there, and I think that'd be kind of fun to see. Duncan says a 7-hour workday. You slight. Get out of here. You know everybody. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I put in a 9-hour day. I put in a 9-hour stream and I take 3 breaks, and usually it's like 240, 245. Usually it's less than 245. 245s and I don't know what the other one ends up being. Maybe 345s. Screw you, man. Screw you. Cassius says Bigham's gave posted something the other day, taking us down memory lane. It was Pantheon discussing how Adam Aaron could issue millions of shares without approval. Adam Aaron, in my opinion, wouldn't do this because we are flush with. I mean, he's not going to do it right now, guys. I mean, look, $12.77 a share. Come on. If he was going to do it, he'd do it at a higher price, maybe in the 30s, maybe in the 60s. I don't know. But something if you were to do this, something like that, it would happen at a much higher price. Speedy Mitch says, I hope your AC works. I'm here in Paris, 31 Celsius. It's a pleasure watching you, and thank you for your, I can't even say that word. Pedagogy? I don't, I don't even know what that word is, man. Hold on a second. I think I have an idea what it is. It's probably like commentary or something, but the method and practice of teaching, especially as an academic subject or a theoretical concept, the relationship between applied linguistics and language pedagogy. I'm probably saying it wrong. Let me listen to it.
Pedagogy.
Pedagogy. Ooh, big words, man. You're welcome. I didn't, MG2. What's happening with Melvin Capital? James, good morning. Doug, in real life, I've got a list of brokers and what they did last year, and I agree with you. Every single one of our brokers is shady as hell. I'm not going to disagree with what you're saying. So, but you can go back to that list. It's a great list because it tells you what everybody did and shows you proof. It's at the very bottom of my rule number 3, where you can click on the list of brokers. Use that to see what occurred last year, and let that do 2 things for you. Number 1, let it show you what kind of effery went on last year, so you can be ready for this next time around. And number 2, note that any particular broker who's stressed for cash is probably going to do something very similar. So the bigger the broker, the more they'll be able to handle this, weather their way through a squeeze. Jobless claims come in at 8:30, Roadster guy says. That's like 5 minutes. Einstein says share dilution is just about the only thing that can harm us at this point. I mean, I wouldn't even really say that it's a harm. It just adds time. It depends on how much share dilution too. If you go back and you look at the historicals on like Tesla, and you look and you see how many shares were added to their, how many shares in dilution they did at any given time, it was like in the range of like 10 to 30 million shares at a time, or it may have even been less. So they really did their dilution really smart by doing it in small increments and allowing the market to absorb those shares quickly. And I think that's kind of key in regards to a company diluting its inventory. I think that's extremely crucial to allow retail to be able to absorb those shares instead of just dumping a whole big massive gob all at once, like 51.5 million. Yeah, it's got to be done. It's got to be done in small increments, and it creates a much better situation. Brandon says this hot dog water isn't helping. I did commentary on that a while back ago, Brandon. Even titled a day something about hot dog water, but yeah, I don't know about hot dog. This sounds so gross to me, man. All I can think about is like buying that out of a vending machine that's not refrigerated. I can only imagine like what is it? It has to be in the cold section of a store. Like they obviously don't sell it in like the regular, in just an aisle. Can you imagine like a warm, nasty hot dog and some water? Ugh. Ah, ugh. What if somebody left it on a pallet for too long in the back of the grocery store? Ugh. That's gross. Nasir's, I believe what Nasir DFW is saying to be correct. And he said, as far as lending shares on the Fidelity platform, there's no tap to opt out. Um, but if you are on a margin account, there's a disclaimer that states that they will lend them out without notice. That's what I believe to be true as well. Sam, that's why I'm doing the poll that I'm doing, and that's also the reason why I'm saying 4.1 million people say otherwise. Um, I'll just summarize it really quickly. There is a group of people in this community, in the Twitter communities especially, who think that a share count's going to do something and it's not going to do jack shit. Adam Aaron's gone through 6 different share counts, and all share counts do is they just count the total amount of real shares that are in existence. That's all it counts. It may count people as well. But a share recall is really what people are looking for, and our brokers have to be the ones that approve a share recall, because that means they have to call back the lent shares that they have out, and they'll never agree to it. Not in this play, because it doesn't benefit them in any kind of way whatsoever. So the whole idea of a share count, it doesn't count synthetics. It never will, and people need to understand that. So the exercise and the vote that I have up at top here is that we only have to own 80 shares per 4.1. If you take 516 million shares minus 190, you get a value. If you divide that by 4.1 million people, it's basically 80 shares a person. If we own 80 shares a person or more, on average, we own the float. 94% of the people who have voted on here, which is 317, 94% have said true to that 80 or more shares. We don't need to know how many shares are in existence. We don't. It's not a topic. It doesn't need to be a topic. It's pointless. You could do a share dilution to existing shareholders instead of direct to the market. Yep. Which would be the split. In a sense, that would be a split, right? They could. I feel like they could do something like that, Grandpa. But the thing is, I don't think that's necessarily. I don't think that's going to happen. AMC Panda says just woke up, the market going to be crashing today now. It's not looking good, that's for sure, right? It's looking pretty ugly. Einstein says my point on the share dilution was that that dilution was that FUD was being spread. They know it will cause people to panic. Staying calm and holding is what they hate. It is. I mean, we literally hold the royal flush. There's no even share dilution is not going to kill this. We still have a royal flush in our hand. It changes nothing. Absolutely nothing. It just adds time. That's it. We still hold a royal flush, dilution or no dilution. Your hand can't get worse. You have the best hand. You know what, Tano? You say that. You say it would be easy to have faith and hope if the price were to run to 40, but the problem is that wasn't the case when we were at 40. I've been in this place since the beginning, man, and there were still people complaining at 40. So you think that's true, but it's not. Awesome, Cole. You heard it straight from the horse's mouth, and that's the best way to go. Uh, Close to 800. I actually did the math earlier. Money making tone. It's like $986. But yeah, same thing, right? 80 shares at this price, it's like less than $1,000 per person. It's ridiculous how easy it is to lock this float. James says, Casey, these people are extremists and stubborn. You can't reach people who hurt or are locked up with pride. It's unfortunate too. You know what, man? I feel like I hear you talking to me. I hear you talking to me, and I hear what it is you're saying. And the problem is I get in. I have a hard time stopping. I hear frustration. I hear doubt. I hear all kinds of stuff, and it's really hard for me to not say something because I know that there are people who are struggling. So I feel like I have to say something. I feel like it's my responsibility to say, look, this isn't bad. This is not a bad thing. So if you see me fighting hard for something, it's because I believe in it. If you see me fighting hard for something and repeating myself over and over and over, it's because sometimes we just need to hear it. I don't know. I hear what it is you're saying, man. James is good. He's all good. And Cole, he's trying to tell me something, and I know what it is he's trying to tell me. But I just can't help myself. I can't stop. I gotta beat the dead horse. Coffee. Kasia says, I saw a podcast yesterday with Robert did I say it right? Kiyosaki. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Oh, yeah, I know that guy. And they were discussing everything the apes have been tinfoil hatting coming to fruition and possible economic collapse by design. Yeah. There was something he wrote a while back that I had touched on as well. I know he's watching very intently, and he's been calling for a market crash for a while now, and probably well before I have. But in all honesty, Cassius, um, the only way that you truly get a mother of all short squeezes, a MOASS, is to have a failure in the market, an economic failure. It's the only way. You have to have institutions close shop, close their doors, and exiting their positions, which causes a disturbance in the force. It's a disturbance in the force. You have to see a disturbance in the force in order for you to have a win. It's the only way. And that's why I've had a lot of people who've asked in the past, what comes first, MOASS or a market crash? I think it's a really easy answer. The market crash has to come first before MOASS. And the reason for that is the money has to come from someplace. Money doesn't grow on trees. It doesn't just magically appear in pockets. The money comes from the market. And so when Trey did his video on market cap, I laughed because I was like, that's the entire market's where our money is going to come from. When you see money disappearing in the market, it's going into somebody's pocket. It just doesn't just disappear. It moves into somebody's pocket. That's how the market gets moved down. Is money gets taken out and put into somebody's pocket. Those pockets are going to be our pockets. It's not going to be just our pockets though. Yeah, I do realize there's other people that are going to make out on that too. Savvy, that's really cool. He or she will be incredibly grateful. George Soros short of the British pound was called the best trade in history. Now I think AMC may be passing that mark. Um, yeah, it's going to be pretty epic. Oh yes, please do hope for Generation 57. I want to say somebody else. I don't remember who. I always forget names. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Maggie, potentially, or maybe it was. I don't think it was Caitlin. Maybe it was Caitlin. Somebody else was transferring out of public as well and having issues. Forgive me for not remembering who it was, but I know somebody else was mentioning that. Oh, I haven't seen it yet, Reese. Don't ruin it for me. My son said that not this one, but the episode before, he said he'd heard it was terrible and we watched it and I thought it was fun. I loved it. So please don't. If you're saying this one was awesome, I can't wait to see it, but we haven't seen it yet. So, and I may not get to see it for like a week or two because my son's not coming back over until then. But we got to wait for him to see it. Don't ruin it for me. I'm just saying, don't make yourself consciously sick. And Adam Aaron, I'm concerned about too. He's up in age. Pray for him. His plate is full. Uh, my credentials are good. My business is on Facebook. No, you're good, James. You're all good, man. I get it. I know what you're saying. I understand. JG says, Casey, why didn't you wait for a market crash before you quit your job? When the price was moving the way that it was, so let me explain it in two different points. It is possible for the price of AMC to move up to large values before the market crashes, and then seeing the market really kind of crashing afterwards. So in other words, like, and I know I'm going to throw out some numbers here that are going to seem really outrageous to you guys, but you have to understand that that's, if you truly and honestly believe that a market crash is necessary in order to see large numbers in excess of 10, 30, 50,000 shares, or $50,000 a share, then that's what you have to believe in. But is it possible to have the very beginning portions of the squeeze showing up in the ranges of, like, 70, 80, 90, 100, $150, and know what's going to happen in the very near future? I think so. I didn't see the share dilution happening, and that was my oversight that occurred on June 1st and 2nd. So that's your answer. Because if I would have been smart about it, you're right. I would have continued to stay working and realizing that there was still more to come. I think I've heard of two or three now. I think I've heard of three different hedge funds that have tapped out, unless you count Melvin, which is supposedly tapping out as well. That's four, I guess. None of the ones I've looked up so far have been had positions with AMC though. How far out is the market crash officially, in your opinion? 2 weeks, a month, longer? I mean, it's difficult to say exactly. But I mean, if you were to look at the SPY, and kind of, I mean, at what point would you call it a market crash, right? So if you look at the SPY historically, I got to go back out to a weekly on this. I always forget that. Um, in my opinion, there's a potential for us to make it down to 200 on the SPY, and if it breaks 200, it could go down further. Um, you could be looking at potentially maybe 187, 190. and if it breaks that, you'd be looking at 126. The real question is how overinflated is the market, and what is a soft landing going to look like? Because quite frankly, that's what we're really kind of looking at is the Fed trying to continue to drive us downwards, but at a controlled pace. So if you were to look up the SPY, and I'll throw up a couple different indicators here. Strictly OBV is what I kind of want to just look at here. In terms of inflation, I'm just going to roughly kind of size this, and I don't want you to, I'm not, I'm just trying to spend a little bit of time on this. I really need to line this up more accurately to kind of get an idea for um, where we're at and where the corrections are. So give me just a minute as I try to line this up. Man, this is hard. We're going to make a little bit of assumption here. We're going to make an assumption that the last time OBV matched or gave us a good idea of where volume and being overinflated in price. This is actually probably a damn good lineup. Was probably back here in 2016, right? So price became overinflated, corrected back down, overcorrected the other direction, came back down, and then you had a huge amount of overinflated price starting in February of 2016. And some of the biggest portions of price inflation, let me move this down here. Some of the biggest portions of time of inflation that you can see were during the periods of time where they injected money into the market, which would have been right here at COVID in March of 2020. And you can see that there was a correction in the market that brought price all the way back down to exactly where volume was trading. And that was actually a really good correction right there. We had a beautiful correction. And the problem is they injected that money into the market and you saw overinflation occur. Right. So in terms of how far down does this need to come to correct? You know, we could be looking at 233 on the SPY. But you know, you can see the sell-off right here in OBV. This is obviously going to go down as price moves down. It could go farther. The total amount of volume could fall well below that. Could fall even further to where you know, price is going to, in order to have like an actual correction, price is going to have to come back down into these ranges down in here, which is 213. So I really do think SPY could fall as far as to low 200s for a proper recovery or bottom. So where are we at now? 379. How long do I think it's going to take to get there? Well, you'd have to go and look at history, and if you go back to historically, if you go back to let's see here, hopefully I can go really far back here, but let me see. How far they're going to let me go back here. I'm going to get rid of OBV for just a second. What do we got here? 93. Uh, Actually, let's just try all. Okay, yeah, the earliest that I'm going to be able to go back to is 1994. What I really wanted to show you was some data from 1929 to just kind of show you what the pattern looks like when you have a failure in the SPY and what it could look like, how fast it drops, how long it takes. Um, a complete economic crash of the market could take months. It could take like 6 months from where we're at right now. 6 months before. I'm pretty sure. I'm kind of going back off of memory from some of the discussions that I've had in the past with others when we were looking at the data, but it could take up to 6 months before from where we're at right now. And then the recovery. You want to know how long the recovery takes? That's like 9 years. So we could see, we could see this hit a bottom in 6 months from now, and a potential recovery that takes 9 years long. I'm just trying to go off of memory on that one, but I think 6 months is what we kind of agreed on. I mean, if you go back and look at, yeah, just I don't have the data here for you guys to see, unfortunately. But if you go back and you look at the 1929 crash, a comparison to where we're at currently, I think you're going to see some very, very interesting parallels. I'm not the only one to have made that comparison. Um, there are lots and lots of people. I'm trying to remember what the name of. Please still be on here. Oh, son of a gun. Somebody tell me what what is this account? I subbed to it. Hold on a second. Hold on. Um, Give me 1 second. Please tell me I still have it up here. I can't think. I'm having one of those moments where you can't remember shit. I can't think of his name. Oh, this is so frustrating. For some reason I have this specific name that's going through my head and it's not the right one. Doctor, oh shoot, what was his name? From Margin Call. I think it was Margin Call. His sub that actually has all of his old posts, and I can't think of Mike. Yeah, it's Michael Burry, but it's the sub that shows all of his previous tweets. I guess if I just type in Michael Burry, it'll probably show up. Hold on a second. Let me just try Dr. Michael Burry. Hold on a second. I know I've got his Cassandra. It's Cassandra? Okay, so that's at least I got that part. Cassandra. It's the account that has all of his previous tweets in it. and I can't remember the name of it. It's Cassandra something or other. Uh, Gosh darn it. Yeah, Metzler was the only name I could think of in my head, but it was Michael Burry. I knew it started with an M, and I couldn't. All I kept, in my head, sometimes I get one name stuck in there, and I can't get it out, and it's like just that. Is it Michael? Is it Cassandra Archive? Okay, let me try Cassandra Archive, so I can show you guys, because I know he's shown this as well. Uh, Best of Cassandra Archive. No, that's not it, unless I'm spelling it wrong. I'm spelling it right. Michael Burry Archive. I don't know why I couldn't find it before. All right, let me just scroll down just a little bit here, and I'll find the post that he referenced. But it was really crazy because like a month or two prior to him posting that, I had been in talks with Adam. Adam and I were looking at the SPY from or the market. It wasn't. I don't think it was the SPY. We were looking at the market crash of 1929 and comparing it to where we're at currently. And yeah, maybe it was here. Here we go. I just found the tweet. All right, so here we go. This is it right here. So the SPX index 812, and the Dow Industry Index. We were looking at the Dow and comparing it to where we're at now, and seeing if there was like some kind of correlation that we could see, and it's eerily, very, very amazingly how close some of these numbers look to um, some of the things that we're seeing currently in our price movement. And if you look at the time frame, if you go back to 1929 and you look at the time frame, I wish I could zoom in on this part right here, but you can see that we're doing almost exactly what that did in 1929, almost dead nuts exactly. But in order to find the bottom on this thing, it could take up to about like I don't know, 4, 5, 6 maybe months total to reach a bottom. In this particular graphic that he's got right here, uh, you would make an assumption that there's a possibility that this never actually makes it down to. He's actually got 200 listed here. If this were to fall similarly to how he's got it on this graphic, it's got it falling down to maybe a little less than 200 range. And I mean that's kind of what I'm seeing as well. Like I think 200 is probably a good soft landing area if you're gonna have a soft landing. But in all honesty, like I don't think the feds can do anything to stop a catalyst from occurring that's going to just cause this thing to just tank in a very short period of time. I know 6 months doesn't sound like a short period of time, but the big drops I think could occur very, very rapidly. I don't know the answer to that, NYP. I know that they pulled up information and found information before Bigham's found it, I believe, or maybe it was Pantheon that may have found it. I don't know who found it, but there was evidence that there is a percentage that could be um, created without shareholder approval, but I haven't heard anything like that at all. Maggie, yes, I was having a very senior moment there. I don't know why Metzler kept going through my head. It was the M word. I knew it was M. Forgive me, guys. I just I have the moments. It sucks. I hate it. So now I missed out on everything it is that you guys said up top, and it's time for me to go to break. So I apologize, guys. I'm gonna probably skip over it here. I'm trying to skim it real fast. Um, Gary says I don't ever remember somebody saying that the market would have to crash for a stylus 6 months. I think you mean for a squeeze 6 months ago, but I can't even begin to tell you how long it is. Yeah, okay, you did say MOASS. I can't even begin to tell you how long it is that I've been answering that question. It used to be on my description. People said, which comes first all the time. It was almost like a very regular thing for people to ask which comes first, a MOASS or market crash. I can't even. It's been. It just hasn't been recently that people have been asking that question. But it used to be all the time people would ask that question. And good morning, Maggie. I see you. And good morning to everybody who said it. And thank you for the help, guys, with the Michael Burry. I appreciate that. NYP. I think it's really kind of interesting. Please don't take offense to this, but I've never seen your name before, but I am seeing a whole bunch of new names showing up today asking about, like, is it possible for shares to be just spontaneously created and thrown into the market? Watch watch for names you've never seen before today, coming in and asking questions we've never seen before. Uh, NYP, you're probably a really real person. I actually believe you are a real person. I don't think you're some kind of nefarious person, but I am saying that it's very unusual for people to just suddenly pop up and start asking out of the blue questions that may cause fear within the community, and it happens during very specific times, and I think it's very kind of interesting. I'm just going to throw that out there. Anyways, guys, I'm going to head to break. I only get a 15-minute break now since Duncan's complaining I'm a slacker. Let me go ahead and take this break here. And volume expected for the day today. I kind of cut the difference, Yishin. I was kind of thinking more along the lines of 40 to 60, but sometimes I've been predicting a little bit high, and I'd rather be low than high. So I was thinking going 30, 50. So I split the difference and went 35, 55. That's not what I'm saying, Maggie. Our squeeze will happen before the market hits bottom. Our squeeze will hit well before the market hits bottom, but it will definitely be part of what causes this massive drop in price in the market. Yeah, I did have coffee this morning, Maggie. Less sleep. I am definitely on less sleep. I was up until like 12, almost 1 o'clock in the morning last night, so that's probably part of the problem. And I meant to go to bed I actually got in bed by 11, and then I got into this like Twitter war with some GME holders, and which I don't even, I support GME fully, and they're, they're hate, there's so much hate. There's the hate is so thick. It's not even funny. GME holders, not all of them, but very old GME holders who only held GME, and that's it. That's all they ever held, and never sold. Um, who I like to refer to as the original bag holders are pissed. They're pissed off at people who left GME and went to go to AMC. They're very, 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 very pissed because their opinion. I think their feeling is that if we hadn't have left GME would have done a much bigger squeeze and gone to something different instead. And they may be right, but that was our choice. We made the choice that we made, and they can't get past that, and it makes them very, very angry, and it makes me sad that they can't be content with their position because they still hold a very good position, and but the hate is strong. Yeah, I agree, BC. We will likely very, very much squeeze together. So, um, to be honest with you, Yishin, I'm not pissed at Redbox. I'm not pissed at any. So this is the difference, Yishin. I'm not pissed off at anybody that goes off and buys anything it is. I want retail to win. one way or the other, I want retail to win. But I think it's, people need, I do think that there are shiny things on the side of the road that they're trying to use to distract people to other positions. And when you look at the numbers, there's very obvious things that are wrong with those plays. And all I can say is to retail is be careful, because I want you to be a winner. Be careful. So, and I'm not mad. You'll never see me get mad at somebody for wanting to, it's their money, it's their choice. That's the difference between AMC holders and GME holders who are left holding bags, because AMC holders know that we're not done yet. GME holders are kind of pissed because they felt like there could have been more and they didn't get it. But if you go back and you look who started all of this, DFV, he sold. They should have taken a cue from the person who started all of this. So, and they didn't. And he sold on the backside. Very, very late into the backside. So, the idea that he's a paper-handed bitch is false, because he held longer than a lot of people. So, I will see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to take my break, my 10-minute break here, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you guys in just a bit.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
All right, I'm back. I'm back, and I couldn't take any more of that music. Although this van definitely fits the music, that's for sure. Let's see here. I'm a little bit late, but that's because I had to make myself another cup of coffee. I kind of figured, Maggie's right. It doesn't seem like I've had enough coffee because I didn't have enough sleep. Hence, I need more coffee. That's the answer. So, Keto, I see your 1078 to 1378. Got you down. Thank you, sir. I just want to note real quickly, the idea that that DFE sold his shares like right after the buy button got taken away was not the case. Not to, there's that presumption I think in the community that DFE sold like he was paper handed, and that's not the case. In my opinion, DFE was probably one of the uh, longest holding apes that there should have been. So he was in regards to diamond handed. You just can't find another person who was more probably diamond handed than he was, in my opinion. So he held through it. You know what, Brendan? People are sensitive. Yeah, I know, Brendan, and that's why I really strive to make sure that we have free speech here. I don't want people to feel like they're an ape's an ape, in my opinion. There's no difference. An ape is an ape. Hold on one second, guys. I'm getting no. Oh no. Okay, never mind. But yeah, DFE is a legend. 100% totally a legend. And anybody who would say otherwise doesn't know. They don't know the history. So, um, man, I'm kind of expecting the market to go down. And as I've said before, and you can see it in the VIX, the VIX is showing 6.89% already up. It's up to 31.66. I'm expecting a down market today. I think that there's a very strong chance that we could hit SSR, trigger it today, maybe kind of bounce off that number. But I'm going to price in a little bit lower than that for my price prediction. I'm going to go 1055 to 1355. I really tend to think that we're going to kind of close out the day probably pretty close to where we're at right now, with an initial hard breakdown, but end up finishing really close to where we're starting or where we start from. But I'm pricing in a little bit of a drop just in case we don't recover most of that today and instead recover it tomorrow. So that's what I'm kind of pricing in on my price prediction for today. Yeah, totally, Niall. That is definitely the case. Yeah, BC says not to mention smart enough to see it coming. He knew what was going on. I mean, I don't know if you guys know his history or not, but he was in a way he was kind of an insider to institutions. He knew what the institutions were doing because he worked with them, and they actually got in trouble over that. One of the company he worked for got sued and ended up having to pay millions of dollars for not knowing what it was he was doing. Which not quite yet. Need for Speed. We still got a couple more minutes here before the intro. But yeah, it was kind of funny to see the fact that one of the institutions got hammered for not knowing what it was that their employee was doing. I thought that was pretty hilarious. Gary says I'm looking for a head fake today, and it's going to be up to 1350 and then drop like a tank. It's possible. I'm really kind of seeing an opening that looks kind of bearish to me. If you look at the VIX is down quite hefty, so I'm thinking it might be a little bit of a head fake the other direction. And if you look at the options, that would help with the balancing of the in the money options for the puts by creating more puts as price moves down and then head fakes down and goes up and makes more puts out of the money. So I've been saying this for so long. The derivatives really kind of tell the tale about what institutions are doing to people who are buying into the options. It's playing them like a fiddle. And options on AMC it's just not needed any longer. We're not at that point anymore. Casey, is that why DFE had to speak in front of Congress? No, I don't believe so. I think he was kind of seen as a figurehead for the movement, and because he was, and I think that's more why he had to speak in front of Congress. Um, I think that's my opinion. Patel, good morning. Yeah, Sammy, I'll talk about it right after market open because that's I kind of tend to use the that time to the 30 minutes there to kind of cover that kind of stuff. I already did kind of talk about it too. If you want to scroll back to the beginning, right after I started the show earlier this morning, I talked about it. But I just want to note that 407 people have voted so far that they have 80 more shares. Do some math on that and calculate what 95% of 4.1 million people holding over 80 million share or 80 shares apiece would come out to if that were the case. And of course, I know those aren't accurate numbers because majority of the people that are watching this tend to hold more shares, but the point still stands, and you'll see where I'm going with that. I did, Keto. Thank you very much. I got it down. I'm only trying to prove one point here, Superfan, and one point only. And it's the point that a lot of people don't want to believe, but it's true. Lisa, my understanding is he sold off his entire position and stopped posting when he sold. I think that was the understanding that he had with the community. When he stopped posting, it was to be when he would sell. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I'm going to see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
All you want is what you can't have, and if you just look around, man, you see you
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. I just want to note here that there was an additional correction made, and he's not wrong. Let me go back up here to who said it. Give me 1 second here. Yes, New Front. I like the name New Front. Newfront is saying DFE's last post was that he purchased 100,000 additional shares of GME. Price was around 150 at the time. If you go back and you look at that post and you compare it to some of the other posts, he's not wrong. Newfront is actually correct. And the idea that there could have been a gag order in order for DFE to continue to hold his shares and not get in some kind of trouble could have been the case. He was probably under a lot of pressure. I know lawyers were telling him to shut up. Rule number 1, shut up. Rule number 2, shut up. And rule number 3, shut up. so there's a very good chance that you know, the understanding I think was is that he was going to continue to post until he sold. But if you look at his position between those two periods of time on his posts, which is April 1st and April 16th, he did increase by 100,000 shares. He had originally had just prior to the squeeze, 50,000 shares. Shortly thereafter, like it rate started at the beginning of February, he moved up to 100,000 shares. Then I think it might have been up to 150, and then or no, he was at 100,000 shares, and then that very last post that he posted, he had exercised some options and bought 100,000 more shares. So in that final post, you can see he had 200,000 shares on April 16th of GME, making him an absolute legend. So thank you for the correction on that, New Front. I appreciate that. It's important to make sure you get your story correct, and I agree that I can't say for a definitive fact that he sold his shares. Let's see what you guys are writing here. Yes, DFE was reprimanded by his own institution and probably vanished for fear of legal ramifications, but I have heard he hasn't sold his GME position. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I think he may have sold some of it. The chances of him having enough recognition or what he may have gotten from other, maybe YouTube content or whatever like that, being enough money for him to live off of. I'm almost positive that he had. I mean, I know he made a lot of money in options, so he may have made enough money in just the option plays that he'd made that could have been enough to keep him well off until he decided to sell at a later date. So it's a mystery. It's a mystery. Did he sell? Did he not sell? We don't know. Let's see here. Roadhouse is saying, I wonder why 5,500 though, and not 5,000 or 6,000 thoughts. Are you talking on the order book? Was there orders in the at a 5? Those are usually like I see 5,555 at 12:51, 5,500 11:86, 5,600. That's ping ponging, man. Those are kind of like buy sell walls that are probably more or less when they actually move up to those values, watch and see if they don't disappear pretty quickly. Bill, you did not miss the 6 share counts. I think I recall at least 3, maybe 4 of them. If I remember correctly, at least 3. There might have been a 4th one I remember, but if that's the case, and this is I've been saying this for a long time. Share counts aren't going to do anything for us. It only counts the legitimate amount of shares. So why the title today? When 4.1 million people say otherwise. Let me just show you guys. Do the math. Here's the simple, quick math, right? To show you guys that synthetics exist. Take our float, 516 million shares, subtract out the 190 million shares owned by institutions. That leaves 326,000 shares. We're not going to talk about anything else. That's it. We're just going to talk about what institutions own and what we own. 326 million shares divided by 4.1 million shareholders comes out to a number of 79.51. I got a different number earlier. I don't know why I'm getting this number now, but 79.5 million shares, right? So if you have 80 shares per person on average, then we own the float with the institutional amount. That's all you need to have. So when you look up here to the right hand side or wherever it is, you see it in the chat box, and it says that 437 people have voted and say that they own more than 80 shares. And 95% of the people, of 437 people who voted so far, say that they own more than 80 shares. We own the float, guys. The synthetics are real. You can see it in the volume. You don't need a share count. And a share count will do nothing other than prove that there are just as many shares as there's supposed to be. It will not prove anything beyond that. It'll tell you how many shareholders there are with voting rights, and it will also show you how many shareholders there are, or it'll show you how many shares there are in existence. Not synthetics, real shares. That's all it's going to show you. So let it go. Let it go. Let it go. You got to let it go, guys. Because it's just gonna create FUD, division, and a divide in the community. It's not going to help. What you want is a share recall, because that will expose synthetic shares. Because in order to get a share recall, our brokers would have to recall the shares that they've lent, and that would expose synthetics. That's not going to happen. They're not going to do that. They're making money on it. There's no way that they would agree to that. So we're not going to get a share recall. We're not going to get a share count. A share split would be nice. It could do something for us, but we're only at $12.31. Not a good thing. A dividend would help, but we're not going to get that either. Not until next year at the very earliest. And I think Adam Aaron's just a little frustrated with the fact that there is a very large group of people in the community who are trying to push for a share count. We've had 6. It doesn't prove anything. Stop with the share counts. They don't prove anything at all. We know institutions can own near 300% just by looking at Redbox and seeing that they own 290 or 280 some percent of the free float. It does nothing to know how many shares are in existence. That's not what he's saying, Gary. He's saying that a share count will not prove that. That's all he's saying. He's trying to get people to understand that a share count does nothing and that the people are wasting their time asking for it when we've already had 6. That's what he's saying. He said we have 6 share counts. It shows nothing. It does nothing. That's all he's saying. I'm proving to you right now that 4.1 million people hold more than 80 shares on average. And I'm proving to you that there's more shares in existence with synthetics. You have to understand what it is he can say and what he can't say. He cannot say what it is I'm saying. He can say that a share count will not show you anything in synthetics. He can say that. Ray says, all I know is we should all be thankful for Casey. Casey keeps me grounded in this play, and I'm grateful. You know, you guys keep me grounded too. Trust me, I've had my moments. I've had my moments. You know, I just don't show it. I don't show it like you guys do. Some people get to see it. Space Ape, he knows. He knows. Bad Back knows. He's seen me get snippy. But you know what though? It's okay. We're all in this together. Dr. Zeno says, Shaw, show everyone my tweet. The message has been decoded 6 times. The float confirmed. I've seen that tweet where they crossed out a bunch of the words. I've seen that one. You know, that's. Uh, I'm not going to show it. I think what I'm doing right here is proving enough. But I'll tell you what, though, guys. I think that the share count that we had last year with Say Technologies, I think it was a really good exercise that told us roughly about how many shares were in existence. Using theoretical math statistics, you could come up with a probability of a very highly likelihood that shares in existence at a very bare minimum were 2.37 billion. At a very, very bare minimum. And it was a great exercise. And our participation was 1%. So, you know, it is what it is. We can't get people to participate in everything, and that's understandable. But it's not hard to see that there's synthetics that are involved here. That's right. Subhas Boss says it's illegal for Adam Aaron to say that there's synthetic shares. He can't say those kind of things, and you just got to realize it. You're welcome, Sammy. Joe says, aren't synthetic shares are out of AMC's control? I don't see how Adam Aaron could come up with that number. He can't. I mean, he really can't. I'll tell you who does know, though, Joe. I think the DTCC knows. or I'm sorry, DTC. I think the DTC knows. Um, I think I fully and honestly believe that DTC knows exactly how many shares are in existence. Casey put me on a timeout, so I know his wrath. I think it was only 2 people that I ever put in a timeout, and it was one time. Maybe twice. Maybe twice. I have my moments. Oh, I see where you guys are going with that whole 6 thing. I can remember at least 3 share counts, maybe a fourth one, but I don't think he may. I mean, he may have said. I don't know. There might be some coding in there. I guess because legally he could be correct if he's saying that there's been a share count 6 times and he's just counting twice per year, and he's going back 3 years, but really trying to send out the message that there's 6 times the float. Uh, yeah, I mean that's there could be some coding there. There could be. I'll give you some. I see where you're going with that, Caitlin. Uh, I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to tinfoil hat that one though. Thoughts on a bonus share vote? Was that a real thing? I haven't seen anything about that. Cassius says, haven't seen the indexes this low in a while. Maggie says, Adam Aaron is not going to help us. He doesn't want the squeeze because he knows we are going to leave when this does squeeze. Mm, that's such a strong statement, Maggie. I feel like, I mean, I can understand his concern, which, you know, if there was any reason why Adam Aaron would want people to DRS their shares, it would be for that reason, so he knew that they wouldn't be selling them, uh, and causing the company to be at risk after a squeeze. But that's not really why that's happening. But uh, Guys, don't feel like you need to put in how many shares you have. That's not the exercise I'm trying to provide here. And I know some people want to put in a higher number and get of tally on that on a higher number. This is not a pissing contest. Um, I'm not here to make people feel bad about how many shares they have or how many they do have, or feel great about how many shares they do have. You have what you have, and that's what you have, and you don't need to worry about other people. This is simply only an exercise to prove to you that the average shareholder is well above and beyond ownership of the amount of shares that it would take to tie up the float. The number was slightly less than 1,200 shares that I came up with, Salty Dog. It was I'd have to go back and redo the math, but it was slightly less than that on average. I think it was like you're putting me in a position that I'd have to go back and look. I don't want to give a bad number, but it was less than 12. Let me look at my picture. It might be actually be in there. Um, just give me a second here. That's not it. Give me 1 second. There it is. Because I know I drew out this graphic like beforehand. It was less than that. It was less. It was somewhere between. It was somewhere really really close to um, like 600. It was really really close to like 600. I don't remember this. Don't go based off of what you're seeing in this estimated shares per shareholder thing here, because this graphic is not accurate based off of the final data. I don't believe, or maybe it was based off the final data, but it was really close to 600 shares on average. You'd have to take out the upper and the lower portions of this and figure out the average. Let me see here. Hold on 1 second. 191 minus 107 divided by 2 might have been like it might have been like 408 or thereabouts. I'd have to go back through all the math that I did a long time ago on that. But yeah, it was lower. It was a lot lower than 1,200. But still, if you figure even if it was 400, let's just say it was 408 shares on average, and you multiply that out by 4.1 million shares, that gives you a lot of shares on average, right? If you figure the average is 408, it gives you a lot of shares. So 1.6 billion to be exact. But people are going to end up wanting me to go into it, and that's really old information. And I think that we need to get past the idea that there's whether or not there's synthetic shares or not. We don't need to know a number. There are. It's not an endless loop, new front. It seems like it's an endless loop, but it's not. And you can tell by watching the cost of borrow rising. Casey, what's up with the data from user intellect, and where have lower Lowers and the stock? I can reach out to you, Yo, but I'm pretty sure user intellect has a website that you can go to for that information. If you kind of do a little bit of searching on Twitter through his posts, you'll find his website listed. I can send him a message and find out. But as far as Lauer's stop the dark pools, I don't actually know what's going on with that one. I know I signed it, but Sammy Boy, when they do share count, there's actually more than 4 million Sammy Boy, but when they do the share counts, they actually get the eligible amount of shareholders that are allowed to vote. And we know that there's more than that in existence, but that's where Adam Aaron gets his 4 million from, 4.1 million. Usually, Glock, the reason that any stock is halted is due to price, but I would have to take a look at it. I'm not really particularly that curious. Dr. Zeno, thanks for the compliment. You guys are blowing me up quick today. Has Rem Taco has not been in here? Maggie. Um, I watch what you say, Maggie, and it's not just here. I watch what you say other places. What are you attempting to accomplish with your statements? Just realize that I see what you say other places too. What are you truly and honestly trying? Why don't you just say what it is that you really are thinking instead of just throwing out comments like, when we started to run up in June, what did Adam Aaron do? He diluted the share count by selling 50,000 shares. It was more than that, but there was a lot of share dilution during that period of time. But why don't you just say what it is that you want to say instead of throwing out comments like that? Because they're kind of suspicious, to be honest. VIX is BS. If I had to call on the VIX, I'd be pretty mad. If I had to call on the VIX, I'd be pretty mad. Me too, man. Kasia says we will hit SSR today by design, price pinning, spoofing, and routing orders of exchange to affect price action. I'm kind of betting on it a little bit. I'm counting on a touch off of that, and then potentially a bounce off. I think is definitely in the works. You know what? We already voted. The voting ended last night, Mike, and I really that was one of the sections that I kind of avoided and basically said, you know what, you guys are going to have to make your own decision on and look at that section of it and really decide whether you think that the compensation is appropriate or not. I don't. We should hear the results. My understanding, based on the proxy and what the proxy said, the results for the vote should be in at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time today. So an hour before closing, we should get those results. Yes, Glock, you did. Darth Walt and I were on for quite a while on Mediocre's Discord talking, and people were allowed to. He said he'd be willing to come on to this show. Dang, I gotta keep calling it a show. This live stream and talk to everybody. And I said, you know what? I would love to have that happen, and I really wanted to get the Discord kind of as a first step. I can bring him back on. We did a presentation that you can look at from the past if you go to my, I think, what is my folder called? It's called Helpful Presentations or something like that. Hold on a second. and I will tell you what it's called. You can see the interview that I did with him. My under my interviews and presentations playlist. What you'll find is you'll find an interview that I did with Dart called Deep Dive into DRS with Computer Share, and that's where you can go and watch the original interview that I did with him. But if he had anything new to come on and say, most of that I think everything that we covered in that interview is everything that he would cover uh, when we came to talk if he came to talk here. So, oh, by the way, Space Ape, I apologized to you when I was talking on Tony's and Mass's live stream the other night. Just so you know, there's a general apology that I went out to a moderator, and it was you. So, but anyways, um, I'm not saying Maggie's a shill. It's just that I think Maggie drops a lot of comments that I think are very, very interesting. But they're the kind of comments that are the kind of comments that somebody would say if they wanted you to think about something specifically. And instead of just outright coming out and saying that she thinks something's happening, she drops these comments that are they're always worrisome comments, like I'm afraid of this or I'm afraid of that. Instead of trying to understand what's going on, Maggie. And yes, I'm singling you out. And I've seen it not just here. I've actually watched you on other channels as well. Some of the things that you say and the way that you go about saying things are not very constructive. And I really think you ought to think about how it is well, actually, you're free to say whatever the heck you want to say. But I'll tell you what though, I've seen your comments here and I've seen your comments other places, and I don't think you're brand new at this. I don't think at all. I think you're very, very specific in what it is that you say and why you say things, the way that you say them. You're not looking for answers. Let me just put it that way. And I get around, guys. I get around quite a bit. I do watch other people's videos and I see what other people are saying. But you don't give your opinion, Maggie. You pass out comments that are um, insightful in ways that cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt, instead of just saying what it is you want to say. You can comment all you want, Maggie, but just think about what it is you're saying and how you're saying it. Instead of coming, it'd be different if you came in and said, "I think Adam Aaron is not helping this situation," and can you prove otherwise? And I would say to you, what do you want? Do you want a new CEO? If you want a new CEO, who do you recommend? And what are the ramifications of having a new CEO? Have you thought about those things? What are the benefits of removal of CEO, and not knowing who your new CEO is going to be? Just think about how you're saying things. CP, I feel like kind of this morning, and I priced it into my price prediction, that an attempt to hit SSR for the day today was likely, and that's $11.49. But the entire market was signaling for a pullback based off of what occurred in the eastern side of the world just last night. So the entire market's pulling back, and by the way, Bitcoin's just about getting ready here to drop under 20K. It's down to 27. It's flirting with disaster. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a look at our numbers. It is the first time through. And Maggie, I'm not angry at you. Please don't think that I'm angry at you. And I think you should be free to say whatever the heck it is you want to say. You're not going to hear me silence you. I'm challenging you to think about what it is you're saying and how you're saying it. Because I really look into what it is people say and why they say it. And when you just make a generalized statement that doesn't really help anything, without making some kind of comment, supporting comment with it, and you're just kind of throwing out like random bits and pieces of things that cause people to feel a certain way, then it kind of makes me question, what it is. What are you trying to do? What are you attempting to have happen? What are you looking to say with your comments? Because they're not questions, they're just comments. And there's a difference. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. This is our first run through for the day. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing here. This goes, what I just said to Maggie goes to all of you guys. When you throw out your comments, think about what it is you're saying and the ramifications of what it is that you're saying behind it. What is the purpose? What is the purpose behind what you're saying? You own a stock. You own a stock that your money is invested in. Do your comments help to promote your stock, your position, or do they hurt? Are you genuinely looking for improvement? And if you are, what are you doing to help create that improvement? Because just throwing out negative comments doesn't really help to improve anything. Taking an active step to go a little bit further and looking for constructive feedback about how you can make a situation better really is what is beneficial to helping your position and the money that you have invested. So just think about that. Taking a look at our numbers. On the top left-hand side, you'll see, and this is just 4 apes that are trying to guess price on a daily basis. Price prediction tallies are all tied up. Every single one of us have gotten the price predictions correct for the week so far. I have 10.55 to 13.55 today. Eric has 11.15 to 14.15. Keto has 10.78 to 13.78, and Monty has 11.36 to 14.36. A little bit of a spread between some of us today than some of the other days. So there could be there's a potential possibility of some people walking away with a point today and not walking away with a point. True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume was 95.3 thousand shares. Utilization 100%. This is now day number 90. 90 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase was 7.13% up yesterday. If you add the additional 3% plus that we had the day before, that's 10% plus. And in my opinion, that's a good enough to say that we were over 2 days averaging 10%, averaging 5%, which is enough for me to call it 2 out of 3 days. If we were to hit 5% up today, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it were to happen, I'd call it 3 out of 3 and call it a green indicator for True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. In off exchange, I would expect about 44% through the off exchange right now, and somewhere between 10 and 11% in the EDGX. Let's see where we're at. Currently, we're at 52.71% through the off exchange and 14.4% through the EDGX. That total comes out to, and those are high numbers, by the way, 67.11%, which is really, really high number for this time of the morning. Taking a look at Ortex data here. Shares borrowed so far for the day today, we're at 17.5 thousand shares having been borrowed, which is extremely low. Not a whole lot of borrowing or returning going on. It's kind of a no action kind of day. I'm not even going to put that number in. Well, I guess I can. 0.017 0.017 million shares having been borrowed so far. Not going to have a whole lot of effect to the. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at HYMC. You guys are probably going like, what the heck? You're looking at the wrong one. That's why I'm looking at the wrong one. I updated the wrong side here. All right, scratch everything I just said. Ortex is showing 896,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. I was looking at the wrong screen. I was looking at HYMCs. That's going to be an increase on estimated current short share interest, the free float, to 22.85%. Cost to borrow is currently 17.5. For those of you guys who are keeping track, shares on loan is at 195.04, which is fractionally lower than what it was from yesterday. Utilization, again, 90 straight days of 100% utilization. We'll take a look at those numbers more in depth here in just a little bit. Moving to the top right-hand side, 190.052 million shares is how much institutions own. Let's give that a refresh and see if there's any change. I'm not really expecting any kind of 13Fs to be filed until mid next month. So this 190.052 number is probably going to stick around for a little while until we see what institutions report, probably starting the beginning of July to mid-July. Moving on to Max Payne. Monday and Tuesday were $16. Thursday was 50. Wednesday and Thursday are showing 15. And highest amount of volume traded on options so far for the day on the calls is currently at a strike price of $12.50, which is down 50 cents from yesterday. There is currently 7.4 thousand contracts. That's pretty elevated. On the puts, at an $11 strike price, which is down 50 cents from yesterday, there's currently 3,000 contracts. So a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, and market kind of signaling for maybe an 11.75 close for the day today. Let me just verify. I don't have any more. Okay, yep, that's accurate data. Moving to Ortex to take a closer look at that information. There's your utilization for 90 straight trading days. On loan amount is day over day went from 195.18 to 195.04. This is going to have an increasing effect on loan average age per day, driving up from 84.29 to 85.05. And the Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float currently, it was a very fractional change day over day. Went from 22.79 to 22.78. It was just 0.01 lower. Security lending volume, I actually didn't look at that earlier. It was actually down, so not a whole lot of security lending volume yesterday. I like what I'm seeing in these numbers. The cost to borrow, by the way, is 17.5%. That's a little bit lower than what it has been recently. According to Fidelity, AMC is currently listed as 17th. We have a 56% buy to 44% sell ratio, so we're kind of suffering right now on buy orders. GME currently at 28th. Currently with a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio. Yeah, we'll have to see if this improves. I mean, we're still more buys than we have sells, but we're underneath my 60-40 number that I like to see. So we're kind of hurting a little bit on buy orders, which, based off of the amount of fear, uncertainty, and doubt that's been created by that Twitter post, which I think is being taken out of context, I can understand why that might be the case. SSR trigger price is $11.49 for the day today. Shares borrowed in the last hour looks like just returns. There were about a couple thousand shares having been borrowed back here, but I'm not going to count those because those are pretty small. Do note that the fees have gone up from 9.7 to 15.9%, so those are back up. Out of the money calls, 404.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 7.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 132.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. The Nasdaq is down 3.54%. Dow Jones is down 2.27. S&P 500 is down 2.99, 3%. The market's on fire. Hot lava, red hot. Don't touch the floor. 5,753 decliners to 1,094 advancers. The VIX is up 7.33%, which is showing that the market's got some volatility in the future. IWM is down 3.82. Tesla is down 5.73. Amazon is down 4.16. Cinemark is down 3.6. Doge is down 10.68. Bitcoin is down 6.78 at 21K. GME is down 3.91. HYMC is down 1.45. Hood is down 2.41, and NCMI is down 9.27. AMC is down 6.43%. We currently have $4 million roughly more in inflow than outflow, and our volume is at 7.09 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. I probably really should have gone with my 30-50 original prediction because I think that's probably going to be more accurate now, just kind of based on this current volume. Let's see what we got here. 47 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for about 58.9 million shares traded for the day today. So I really should have gone for that 30-50 number because as it stands, volume's looking a lot lower than it should have been in contrast to what we saw in pre-market volume. Let's see. Taking a look at the weekly interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure according to the Vortex indicator and RSI at 37.17, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover currently occurring, and RSI at 44.81, which is just under average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.89, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.26, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.04, having dipped into the oversold region, touching down on the lower Bollinger Band and likely going to increase back up to the simple moving average at the very least, unless there's more selling pressure that gets applied. And I believe that on a 1 minute we had a TD9 as well. Yeah, we did print a TD9 earlier. We were kind of skimming the bottom side of the Bollinger Band and returned to the simple moving average already on the 1 minute. So there could be some more downwards pressure here. You can see volatility definitely tightening up on this son of a gun here. We are down to, we're averaging under 60K a minute. So that's exactly where they like to get volume down to, is under 60,000 shares a minute before they start moving price again. So volatility is gone. AMC's got some news. They're talking about Elon Musk wanting to see Top Gun 2 again. And with that, let me return you guys to your upright seating position and your trays stowed away. I don't know, whatever they say. I can't repeat it. Let's get me back up on here and I can see what it is you guys are writing. I'm going to keep this poll up for a while today. I want to see how many votes we can get in here. But so far we have 489 votes that you own 80 or more shares of AMC. So, and I should have put AMC in there, but I think everybody knows what this is. Vote for. I should have been more specific, but yeah, 95% own more than 80. That's all it takes to tie up the entire float. Donald says inflation. I'm going to start with Donald's numbers here. Or no, I said numbers, and I was looking at what Olin said. Donald, I'm going to start with Donald's comment. Inflation, recession, and the bear market doesn't help our emotions. Also, we are good. Trust the process. I agree, Donald. Popcorn was supposed to roll out September of last year. Where is it? Still 5 billion of debt. Again, comments. Just say what it is you really want to say, Bill. Just say it. Just say what you want to say, man. You know what I mean? I understand. I understand the frustration. I'm sure there's things that are going on, in the behind the scenes on getting those things rolled out that are becoming a little bit of an issue. Um, we can, the next time we have a shareholder meeting, we can certainly post those questions. What's going on with the popcorn? Why is it taking so long? I don't really think, Bill, that they necessarily bought HYMC for the gold. I really don't. I think it was a protection against a recession, and gold value, regardless of whether they pull it out of the ground or not, the gold value goes up during a recession because it's a commodity, which means that HYMC's price will move up. As it stands, Bill, they've made more money on that than they did hiring what's her face. I don't even want to say her name. I can't think of her name. They paid like the same amount, or actually they paid less. I think they paid less for HYMC and made more off of that than they did hiring. Gosh, I can't think of her name. She used to be my favorite actress. Tom Cruise's ex-wife. I can't think of her name. You know who I'm talking about. All apes must put in work in the HYMC mine to get this up and running. I don't think we have to invest into HYMC. I think that was AMC's protection to a recession. If the end result is we get paid, then what happens in the meantime doesn't matter if you can hold. What is a problem is for the hedge funds as they are going on. Here's the other part too to the whole HYMC thing. And if you understand how algorithmic trading works, you know that the algorithms are looking at a lot of different factors when it comes into profitability of companies. And if AMC owns partial ownership through HYMC, that goes into the calculations. So if HYMC starts running in a recession, what you're going to end up having is you're going to be screwing up algorithmic trading because it's going to start attaching AMC to commodity tied positions, which is going to help our position algorithmically. So those are kind of things that you're kind of being you're not really seeing the bigger picture of what it is that's going on in the background. Cassius says, "Has anybody got an idea on what?" There was a great website that I listed a while back, Cassius, which I don't even know if I. Let me see if I copied down the website. I hope I did. I think this might be it. There's an amazing website that somebody had put somewhere. I don't remember when it was that they put it. Is this it? Ah, this is not it. I showed it a while back, and it actually shows you what everybody holds. It's actually a really cool website. Dang it, I don't think I saved it in my notes anywhere. I don't see it. If anybody remembers what it is that I posted in regards to that, feel free to share. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere in my notes here. Why would I not save that? I should have saved that one. Oh well. How about a poll on who would be a better CEO for AMC? Possibly list about 3 to 5 candidates. I'm not really. I actually think that's a bad idea. I think that that shows. I think that if you show that retail investors are not supportive of the CEO, that could show instability in the company and would actually lead to market um, a market sentiment that AMC is at risk. So I think that would be absolutely insane to do. And we could choose to disagree. I'm sure you've got a Twitter account or something that you can post up a poll of your own that you could put up there. But I'm personally in favor of trying to protect our asset that we have here. And I think that the idea of recommending that we oust our CEO is probably a really bad market sentiment. And Hayden, the reason that I specifically did the number that I did and not 500 shares or greater or less than 500 shares is because of the fact that this is not a pissing contest. I really didn't do this. I actually really don't want people to know how many shares we hold. That's something that we should really not be focused on. This is more of an exercise to show that how many shares are needed to tie up the float and on average out of the 4.1 million holders and how many people actually hold that. And as it stands right now, as you can see, we have over 500 votes with 95% of the people saying that they have 80 or more. And that's all I wanted to prove here. But I wouldn't be doing a poll otherwise. Could you share your settings for the Bollinger Bands one more time, please? Absolutely, Prophecy Guy. The only setting that I changed from the normal settings is the width. This is based off of a sigma. I normally the setting that comes in here is a 2, and so there's your Bollinger Band, what it would normally look like with a 2 sigma, and you can see that a lot more of the data is kind of touching on the line here. And you might like this. This is for some people this is great, right? Like you can go back and you can look at this information and we can go back to yesterday and take a look at yesterday's data, see how many times data broke outside the Bollinger Bands. Not a whole lot. There's a couple of big breaks right here. But if you're talking about if you're talking about sigmas, 99.7% of your data is supposed to fall within a 3 sigma, which means basically like almost everything. And with a 2 sigma, 95% of your data is supposed to fall within those. And I think those are just kind of rough numbers, but that's part of the reason why I prefer a 3 sigma is just because I know that like pretty much everything's supposed to be within those values. So if it's not, I know that there's the way that it's trending is well outside of where it should be, meaning tons and tons of volatility. Hey, that's great, Bill. That's cool, man. Voting no on Adam Aaron. That was a voting option you had. Anthony says, Casey question. So I know puts are bearish, but if they're exercised, doesn't that cause buying pressure? Yes. The selling. So you have to understand there's 2 different sides to each one of those. The buying of puts is bearish. The selling of puts is bullish or exercising, selling or exercising. So understanding that on the front side of a purchase that it's a bearish move, but on the back side of it, it's a bullish move, is what you have to understand. So yes. Um, there's always contention, and whenever I say that, there's always contention in that, and but it's true. What I'm saying is true. There's no falsity in the idea that buying a put is you betting on the price moving down, that's bearish. They're still making money on it, Space Ape? So I think so. What software do you use to put yourself in the van? I always forget to ask. I I have an amazing community here, Cole, and if you're a part of it, you're amazing. But the community has helped out. I had an individual who didn't want to be identified originally help me with this, but the current van, Thick was the first one to send me the van. Then I had another individual who helped me to create the van so that I could be in the window, and then I had another individual help me with the design of the decal and also making sure I still stayed in the window, and making it a lowrider, and that person was Björk. So I've had lots of people help me, but the software that I use specifically for streaming is called OBV. Or, what am I saying? OBS. I'm talking in terms of yeah, OBS is the software that I use for streaming. But I'm not trying to like give it a shout out or anything. It's, use whatever you want. I don't advertise here. Space Ape, options are dangerous. Keto said Nicole Kidman. Thank you. I appreciate it. I couldn't remember the name. Man, I'm really far behind again. Uh, Steven, in regards to how they keep the price like this, off exchange. Doing a poll here, I don't think will cause a massive movement. Just saying. I agree, but I also don't support the idea that I should be saying or doing things that would cause dissent either. And I'm not. I want you guys to realize something. I'm one of you. I'm one of you. I am a shareholder just like you. There's nothing special about me at all. I'm one of you, and I'm not here to tell you guys that I have agreed with every single thing that Adam Aaron has done. I'm not. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I'm all uh, smelling roses and daffodils. I don't like a lot of the things that Adam Aaron has done, but you really have to understand that for everything it is that you do, there is a counter response. You have to understand that. And when you start bashing your own CEO as a retail person who owns a stock, you're creating a sentiment within the community that says, I don't support what it is he does and I think we should change him. And the ramifications of that is what you have to deal with. Your words are powerful. Very, very powerful. Understand what they are, why you say them, and what the answers to, or what the ramifications are to what it is that you say. Gary says, I have a question. Does it benefit AMC if we squeeze? It does if they have they're allowed to issue shares along that path and sell them as well. In the end, even it will help them because the price will likely, if you go back and you look at GME's price, right? Trading really, really, really low, takes off, goes up to 500 some odd dollars, comes back down. What was it, 514 or something like that? Comes back down and starts kind of following this pattern of somewhere like between 200 and $300. Comes back down all the way down to $100. They start issuing shares. They get approval for a whole bunch of shares. Now they can inject. Now they can do a share dilution and a share dividend, and make shit tons of money off of those kinds of things. If AMC were to squeeze, in the end, the price would end up falling down to a much higher price than what it is now, and AMC would be able to benefit from that. Yes. Donald, boy, I understand that reference, and you're right. If they're so powerful, why wait? Steven, what did Steven say? I missed it. I don't know what Steven said, so I feel like I'm missing what it is you're saying here. Let's see. I don't know they are so powerful. Why haven't we squeezed yet? I'm not sure who you're talking about. They, Gary. Casey, can you explain more details about HYMC, the apes' money voluntarily invested in it? Volunteer. Can you explain more details about? So, in my opinion, HYMC is for AMC. See, the thing is that people just jumped on that bandwagon so fast, and Adam Aaron wasn't trying to get apes to go over there and buy HYMC. It was never meant to do that. That's what was really meant to have happen there is that AMC was trying to look for an investment that was going to help them in times of a recession, to be able to tie algorithmic trading to help boost the profitability of AMC during a recession. If you wanted to go out and bulletproof your portfolio during a recession, what would be, and you're an institution, what would you do? You'd start attaching things to commodities like gold. So, that's really that's what was going on there. But everybody just jumped on this bandwagon of like, oh, Adam Aaron's telling us we need to go buy HYMC. No, he never said that. He never told you to go out and buy HYMC. You did that. You read into something that wasn't meant for you. But who will buy shares if we know it's not going to squeeze? What in the world? You're talking about HYMC, Gary? People who want to strengthen their position in gold? Who's their CEO, Bill? Without looking it up, who's their CEO? See if you can give me an answer in less than 10 seconds. Oh, damn it. Keto already said something in here. Damn you, Keto. Son of a gun. You already said it. You already kind of ruined it a little bit. No, it's just really strong today, Keto. The amount of FUD out there that's being you're not wrong. The amount of FUD that is being released today is super strong. It's funny too because seeing who it's coming from is kind of giving you a good idea as to potentially why people are what it is that they actually believe and what they don't believe. Um, it's funny. It's quite funny to me that so many people are panicked by what it was that was said in this tweet. You're getting a lot of hate on things that shouldn't be hated on. Dr. Zeno says, probably an unpopular opinion here, but I think the shorts simply won't budge until AMC is EPS positive. There's not they won't have a choice, Dr. Zeno, when they get margin called. They will never budge though. Like in terms of budging is not something that they get to choose. I didn't buy into HYMC, but whose money is invested in the company, not shares? AMC's money in regards to AMC. Or there's also another investor, forget what his name is, who also invested into it as well. Pretty well known gold guru. I don't know his name. I'm terrible with names. Brian says, "Is it hot in that van?" It's it can get hot sometimes. I've got a cooling blanket right here behind me. There's been a couple times where the seat's gotten pretty hot. It's a hot seat. Olin says, I feel like AMC is being molded and built into a legacy trade. Now we have commodities with HYMC. It's so true. It's so true. That's the part that I really don't understand, Olin, is you have AMC, and I played this video yesterday, and you're literally watching a company that has like this amazing war chest of money transforming and becoming something more than just a movie company. They're setting expectations that they're going to turn the company into other things. And so you're seeing transformation occurring, and the idea that this turns into a legacy trade. When I sat here and told you guys, what if I told you were holding Bitcoin right now? How long would you be willing to hold your shares? Uh, when Bitcoin got up to $60,000 a share, a coin, I should say. How long are you willing to hold for? But yet, Adam Aaron puts out a tweet and says that we've had 6 share counts, which we've had more than that because they have to do one every single time they do a yearly proxy. That there's been the right amount of shares every single time, and everybody freaks out. It's just like, man, it's crazy, guys. Like I've got and then I got a poll sitting here going, showing you that synthetics exist with 95% of 514 votes of shareholders over 80 shares, which is how many would be needed to tie up the entire float and prove that they're synthetics. Kind of crazy. War Dog says, I believe more FUD the closer we are. I don't disagree. Guys, I can reach out to Rem Taco and see if he's around. Yeah, Eric Sprott. Thank you, Sub has the boss. I appreciate it. So bad with names. I'm really, really bad. I think I did that poll before, Gary. I think I did, but I don't recall if I did or not. I have to go back and look through my polls. Nasir said FUD shouldn't exist if you truly believe in the conviction of holding. Oh, Doyle, you got to hit. Hold on a second, guy. Somebody tell Doyle Michael that he's got to hit live. It's okay to have fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It really is. That's for me to sit here and tell you guys, that you should never have a fearful thought or uncertainty or any kind of doubt would be insane. It would be absolutely insane. I would be lying to you guys if I ever said that I didn't have fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I can show you a specific period of time where I had fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and was afraid that I was going to have to come on and tell you guys that this shit was going to look was about ready to go down until I figured out what it was that was happening. Once I realized what was happening, I was like, "Whew, glad I didn't have to tell everybody that," because it was scary. The numbers that I was seeing were really, really super scary, and it was I was dreading it. I was really, really super dreading it, and I'm glad I was able to figure out what the heck was going on before I said anything. But let me tell you guys, fear, uncertainty, and doubt is okay. It's not a problem. I'm not telling you shouldn't have it. I am telling you, be constructive. Be constructive with your fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Try to dispel it first before you release it. Try to dispel it first before you release it. There's no reason why you should go around saying, I hate Adam Aaron because he's the worst CEO ever, and everything that I think that he's done is terrible, and then have no solution. Because you're not doing anything for the stock that it is you're holding. You're just going around spreading more fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You just want people to be afraid like you. That's all you want. If you want real fixes, come up with answers first and then talk about it constructively with the community and say, guys, I think we need to change something here, and I have an idea on who we could change it to. That's real constructive ways to help the stock that it is that you're invested in. Otherwise, you're just going around looking for people to be afraid like you. Don't do that. Don't look for people to be afraid like you. Manage your fear. Manage your fear, control it, figure out a way to make it better, and then talk about it. But don't go around just sitting throwing out comments that cause more people to join the boat with you, because that's not going to help anything. Trying to read what it is you guys are saying here, and I'm falling behind on my because I keep getting up on my soapbox. I keep getting up on my soapbox, and then I can't keep up with you guys. When I go on break, guys, I'll reach out to Rem Taco, see how he's doing. Hayden says this share count issue is psyops from them people, and it's apparently quite a trigger. DTCC knows everything. Hammer them since they could tell the DOJ. Yeah, I don't disagree, and I think it's the DTC, but whatever. One extra C doesn't matter to me. It matters to a lot of other people, but whatever. There are people who create FUD to get clicks on YouTube. I would agree with that statement, Brian. Do you see where look, Space Ape? You're doing the exact opposite of what I just said, and of course I think you probably wrote this before I said my whole last thing. But you're saying you're throwing out accusations and tinfoil hat things instead of actually making suggestions on what could be better. You're just throwing out accusations, and you want people to be fearful with you because misery loves company. Misery really loves company. It wouldn't be a saying if it wasn't true. So you want people to be fearful with you because that's what you're thinking. But in actuality, what you really should be doing is you should be coming up with ideas that you think are better instead of just throwing out accusations of what you think is possibly the case. No, you're not asking. You're telling. You're saying maybe, and that's not an ask. You're telling us. You're telling us this is what I'm fearful of, and therefore, maybe you guys should think about it too. But you're not coming up with a solution. You're just coming up with a fear that you have. CPE says, question, will they shut off options on AMC like that of Redbox in the squeeze? I fully anticipate that to be the case, yes. Savvy says, I'm scrubbing the shower and toilet today. I can't wait till I can hire someone. Oh, man. I hear that. Brian says, I'm here for my spoon feeding. No doubt, right? Chris says, oh, man, look at the button pushing is going on today. It's crazy. That's hilarious. Yeah, I know. I don't see anything wrong with this tweet either myself, but it's blowing up because people have fears, and it's okay. It's okay to talk about the fear, but it's better to be constructive about the fear, right? Like, what did I do? Did I come in here and say like, "Oh my gosh, guys, I can't believe Adam Aaron said all that crap"? That's bad. No, I came in here and I said, when there's 4.1 million people that say otherwise, and then I threw up a poll that shows you guys that majority of the people here own over 80 shares. I'm doing something constructive to show that what the fear that and uncertainty is wrong. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing to actively promote what it is that you own? Are you actively promoting what it is that you own because you want it to be better and stronger? Or are you just simply going around spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt? What are you doing? What are you actively doing to help promote your investment? But even after I tell you why he did it, though, Space Ape, you still make accusations that are unfounded, like far-fetching accusations. BioLife Hemp says, Casey, your favorite hood just reached an all-time low. Oh man. All right, I'm going to move on from what it is. Most FUD comments I'm just going to skip over. I'm going to kind of read into because I feel like I've done a pretty good job of dispelling the FUD for the day today. And I'm going to move on. So if you guys have accusations of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and you want to throw them out there in the comments, that's great. I'm just not going to cover them because really you have ownership in a stock that you want to see grow. Do something to make it grow. Make something happen to make it grow. Bananasaurus, I do have a Discord. Let me put it out there for you in case you don't have it already. I will invite to it. Let me make sure I invite you to the general chat. Let's see here. James has started singing. Terrell Parker, the whole market is very red, and if you look at the VIX, the VIX is up to 9.55% up. It's edging its way closer and closer to that 35 break point that I'm waiting for. Constructive criticism, Space Ape. One of the best managers that I've ever had in my whole life told me, he said, Casey, don't come to me with problems, come to me with answers. Because problems I get all day long, and I can't help you to fix them if I spend all day long thinking about problems. I need people who come to me with answers. So what I'm going to tell you, Space Ape, is go get answers. Have answers. You are invested in this stock. Get answers. Make it better. Be better. Because that's what we need. We need to have better. So have answers, not just problems. Yeah, legally issued. There's so many things, right, Uland? There's so many reasons why there was nothing wrong with that post that he put out there. Good morning, James. Would you rather be a hedge fund manager today as you pack your boxes and write letters to all the investors that lost money through you? That's a great point. Which would you rather be right now? Would you rather be a hedge fund or would you rather be an ape? I know where I'd rather stand. Yo says, Casey, what do they that little twin tower shape the VIX made yesterday and what do? I think you might have had a stroke there. The twin towers right here. This happened. It happened like right as the EPS or not. What am I saying? The Fed was starting to raise the rate by 75 basis points, and I think this was a head fake. I think it was a massive head fake there to cause potential wrong positions to be made, and then a collection on those positions, and then now you're seeing the opposite happen. And man, that almost looks like the bottom half of Texas right there. Getting really, really close to triggering SSR. Tammy, you're welcome. We try to do poker, and somebody's recommended that we do chess. So we might do poker, chess tournament here again on a weekend on weekends. So like we have a 3-day weekend coming up this weekend, guys. So poker and chess might be a cool thing to do on like a Monday night. Or I said Monday night. I meant Saturday night. What date was the cap pushed back to again? That's a great question, Cassius, and I don't remember the date. Don't kill me, man. I don't know it off the top of my head. I can go search it up and see if I can find it in a little bit, but off the top of my head, I don't remember what it was. I want to say it was like November something. I think it was like November. Hayden says that's such a great. I need to get Lowboy on here. That's such a great point, though, Hayden. Beautiful point. If there's 5 million people, he's saying 5 million people. I don't know where that number came from, but we'll just say 4.1. There's 4.1 million people. If that's not enough, trust the California Pension Fund. There's a lot of teacher pension funds that are invested in this play. Excuse me. And the great thing about the California Teacher Pension Fund that Hayden brings up is this. Uh, guess who the congressperson is for the House, or sorry, for the Senate, that is this oh, I'm sorry, the Speaker of the House. Guess who that is? And I'll bet you she knows something's going on. And if she wants her teachers to be able, their pension fund to be able to start making money, where do you think she's going to go whisper into somebody's ear about where that's going to move to? Think about that. Yeah, I'm not saying you don't confront problems, Space Ape. I'm saying come up with solutions. You always come up with solutions before you confront the problems. You come up with the problems, you come up with solutions, and then you confront the problems. You're welcome, yo. Super Steven, man. Yeah, I knew you. I was hoping you might have heard that. Chess tournament. Yeah, I was thinking about that. We know that chess tournament on the weekend would be really fun. The math on that SV Tweety Bird is this. It's really, really simple math. Take the total amount of shares in the free float, which is 516 million, subtract out the institutional share ownership of 190, and the remaining amount, divide that by 4.1 million people. It's 80 shares. If we own 80 or more shares per person, then we own the entire float. 95% of the people who have taken this poll today at 537 people own more than 80 shares. That's all we have to have on average is 80 shares to tie up the float. So if people want to simply know if there's more synthetics, if there's synthetic shares in existence, there's a good sign for you. I can see it in the volume, but not everybody's going to believe me when I say that. So this is the best way that I know how to prove to you that that's all you need to show. Come up with answers, Space Ape. You've already identified the problems, though. You're already telling me the problems. So come up with the answers. You just keep going around in circles and saying you don't want to come up with answers. You want to identify all the problems, but you don't want to come up with any answers. Come up with answers and then tell us what your problem is and how you think we can fix it. Because you already seem to know what the problems are. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. It is time. Taking you guys over to the other page real quick here. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at these numbers. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. Normally around this time of the day, I would tend to see off exchange somewhere around 49% and the EDGX at around 11 to 12%. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at. Currently, we're at 57% in the off exchange and 12.99%. Adding those two numbers together, which I should really easily be able to do in my head, but I'm not going to because screw it. We're already we're already over 70.05% of our total volume going through the off exchange for the day today. That's a very large amount. Normally, a normal day would be around 64%, so quite a bit of volume heading through those. So you can see where price suppression is being pushed to today. Refreshing the Ortex data, I see that as of an hour ago, there was 896,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 855. That's going to have the effect of slightly decreasing, because it was just a very small change there, but slightly decreasing the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 22.85%. Cost to borrow currently at 17.56, which is about 2% less than what we had in the last couple of days. For those of you who are just joining in today, shares on loan is 195.04, which is fractionally lower than what it was yesterday. Taking a look at the options. At a strike price of 12.5. An hour ago, we had 7.4 thousand contracts. There's now 11,000. And on the puts, an $11 strike price an hour ago, there was 3,000 contracts. There's now 5.1. So there's a 2-to-1 ratio and more volume for calls than there is puts. And market is still kind of indicating that we might have a closing price of somewhere around 11. Hold on a second. 1175. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let me refresh this real quick in case I didn't. AMC is currently in 20th. We've slipped down in volume, but guess what? Our buy to sell ratio has massively increased. 67% buys to 33% sales. Earlier this morning, we were at like 57. I think it was 57% if I recall correctly. So we're buying the dip. The buying sentiment is back. GME is coming in at 29th here. They have 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. Low volume is causing us to be low on the list for most heavily traded stocks. SSR triggers at 11:49 today. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they returned a bunch of shares. Oftentimes people go like they just magically appeared out of nowhere. A lot of times, guys, these shares come from closed short interest or short, I should say, puts. If a lot of options are closed out, those shares become available to borrow again. So there may have been a bunch of puts that just closed out their positions as price was dropping, and so those shares became available to borrow. That's where they come from. Do note that the fee is at 15.9%, but no new borrowing in the last hour. 404.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 7.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 132.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 4.1%, Dow Jones is down 2.65%, and S&P 500 is down 3.38%. The market is on fire. Hot lava, I'm not going to say sun fire yet, but hot lava fire, don't touch the floor, with 5,833 decliners to 1,064 advancers. It is getting close to a hot sun, not a hot lava. VIX is up 12.22%, getting ever so close to that 35 range again. It's the market's testing it. It's really testing. IWM is down 4.55%. Tesla is down 6.46%. Amazon is down 4.15%. Cinemark is down 4.51%. Doge is down 9.44%. Bitcoin is down 6.77 at 21K. GME is down 4.9%. HYMC is down 3.26%. Hood is down 1.87%. NCMI is down 9.68%. And AMC is down 8.1%. I had mentioned to you guys before, I think yesterday, and I just kind of want to mention it again real quick here. I didn't feel like this drive up above 1275 was enough for me to count as a reset. If we do trigger SSR today and we bounce off of that, I'm going to say that still holds true. Very oftentimes, this is what I mentioned yesterday, you end up seeing price go from the bottom of 1109 in this particular case, get retested multiple times, and then we bounce off this top several times, often searching for paper hands. And sure enough, we climbed all the way back up after a couple tests at the bottom. We came back up, tested this 15% drive up to 1275, and are testing it, and found a rejection. We're heading back down with the market as it stands right now, which is completely normal for us to do. And I don't see anything unusual because the whole market's down right now. It's not just AMC. So I fully expect to see 1149 tripped at some point today, if at all possible. I think hedge funds would love to trip SSR. Inflow versus outflow. There's currently $6 million more dollars in inflow than outflow, with 11.22 million so far traded in volume. We're on a much slower pace than what pre-market suggested, but let's see what kind of pace we're really on here after 101 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 43.44 million shares for the day today. I suggested in pre-market 35 to 55. I really wanted, the numbers were suggesting to me 40-60. I wanted to drop down to 30-50 and settled for an in-between number of 35 to 55. And I have a feeling I'm still going to end up being high and wish that I'd gone with that lower number. But it is what it is. I got it. I'm going to probably get volume wrong for the day today. And it's been happening a lot lately. Way more than I would like to see be the case, and it's a little frustrating, but I'm trying to dial it in. Trying to dial it in a little bit. The markets are just so very, very difficult to predict right now. Taking a look at time intervals. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.93, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover in the last day with an RSI of 44.04, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.15, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.46 after having dipped down below that 30 level, which is oversold, an indicator for oversold. Moving to a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover in the near futures, and RSI at 41.45, which is below average. Price does appear to be stair-stepping its way down. Some people would say flags, and I would tend to agree. If the amount of minutes that you have moving down is close or similar to the amount of minutes that it moves sideways or upwards or slightly downwards, you may have a pennant formation, and in which case I think this looks pretty close to one. So you see it breaking back down now. It's not necessarily completing this pennant. This could end up turning into what may be a inverse head and shoulders. See a shoulder, head, and we might end up getting another shoulder in here. If it's slightly higher than 1197, we could see price return back up to almost where we were at in the beginning of market open. Maybe even potentially slightly higher. But we'll watch it though and see if indeed that's where we're headed to. I think the big indicator that we'll be looking for is to see whether or not they try to push this back down with an attempt to get under 1149. I could definitely see that happening and break that pattern. The question is will the market start to turn? So watch for that. For example, like if you're watching things while I'm on break, things like SPY, you'd want to see a reversal in the SPY. If the SPY starts reversing and doing the same thing, you could see a reversal. But we're very, very, very attached to what's going on in the entire market. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Ugh. Brian. Empire Fire says, drop it to 5 to 8 so this thing will go parabolic. Myself says, be kind to your knees. You'll miss them when they're gone. Yeah. Yeah, the VIX is up 12%. 13 now. I'm showing 1303. It's pretty crazy. Curtis says Russell down 4.5 S&P. Yeah, those let's see here. Put the Bollinger Bands back up. Volume. In regards to volume, we are currently trading under 60K a minute, and that's definitely in the sweet spot for manipulation of price. And I think I'm going to head to break here, guys. Let me just check one more thing real quick before I go. I'm just going to check for current AMC news. I have a strange feeling that there might be some here. Let's see here. 2 hours ago, welcome to the AMC Plus era. That's not having to do with AMC. That's something else entirely. Let's see. 20 hours ago. Yeah, that's not us. So nothing there. Yeah, Adam Aaron's. I'm rereading Adam Aaron's tweet right now, and because I was looking through Twitter to see if there was anything. He literally states and it's funny because I actually didn't key in on this originally, even though I said it. He says inbound tweets ask over and over for a share count, and he's very very specific in putting share count in there, and that's probably one of the most key things you could understand is that share counts don't do anything. AMC had done a share count 6 times in the past year. We know of 516.8 million AMC shares. Some of you believe the count is much higher. As I've said before, we've seen no reliable info on so-called synthetic or fake shares. He says, he says reliable. He says no reliable info. He doesn't say that they haven't seen info. He says reliable. We've seen no reliable info on so-called synthetic or fake shares. Doesn't mean that they haven't seen plenty of info that states that there is, but nobody's actually going to tell them for certain that there's synthetic shares. Who would do that? So yeah, I don't see any problem with that tweet. I think it's amazing to me how fast people just grab onto that and go like, oh, it's the end of the world. It's so not true. So many things that are going on here that I see as good things. Especially with this poll here. I quite honestly am really shocked with the 95 to 5% ratio. I thought there was going to be a chance that we would see something more along the lines of like maybe 91 or 92% people saying false. But the fact that there's 95%, and I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it actually really is. A 95% range with 551 votes is pretty amazing, in my opinion. let's see here. Bananasaurus says if he talks about fraudulent activity in the stock, it gets halted. If he's going to make those kind of accusations, it very well could be for an investigation. So, consider that. That would be pretty damaging to what it is that we're trying to accomplish, and the idea that that we could potentially see a halt over an investigation would draw this out way longer than we probably want. So, not a good idea. Rem Taco! People were asking about you this morning, Rem. Remy, they were asking big time about you. I was gonna have to actually send a message to you and find out if you were still alive. we're all kind of worried. He hasn't shown up yet. What's going on? Doctor says, see my previous comment. Many people are frustrated, and probably because they had believed uncritically the notion that the squeeze would have happened sooner, being peddled by YouTubers for over a year now. What do you mean by peddled? Just kind of curious. Like, I think I know what you mean by that, but I just want to hear it from your own words, what you mean by peddled, and only because I tend to agree. But the thing is that I think a lot of the YouTubers who are out there are in this play as well. I'm not saying all of them, but I believe a lot of them are, and I don't know that all of them are peddlers. I think there's a good group of people who aren't, and I think that's partially very important to what it is that we see have happening. For example, like when I say, like, if you want to, this is your investment, you should be wanting to try and make it better. If you want to look in terms of how do you make an investment better, talking about your investment makes it better. But talking about things that you can improve or ways that you can look for improvement is really what helps the most. So in regards to the people who are talking about this investment, how are they talking about it? What are they saying? That really is what makes a big difference. Uh, you're welcome, Rem. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I'm gonna leave. Actually, I'm gonna leave in 5 more minutes. I'll leave in 5 minutes, and then I'll just go till I'll come back at 11:10. Yeah, Bananasaurus. That is completely correct. I want to talk about really making people salty. That would be the case. It was an Adam Aaron tweet today, Remtac, that was posted, and if you read it, it's really not. It's a big bunch of nothing. It's a big nothing burger that a lot of people are kind of throwing out as being, fuddy or whatever. And when you read it and you read it accurately, there's really no FUD there whatsoever. There's just simply Adam Aaron saying to a bunch of people that who are on Twitter suggesting that there needs to be a share count, that we've already had 6 of them, and they can't prove anything with a share count because that share counts don't count all of these shares. It only counts the existing shares. So, and he's being very clear about that, and people are not hearing what they need to hear. They're hearing what they want to hear. I love you too, man. No homo. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, doctor. I get it. It's the whole adage that I've been saying for a long time, right? You get what you put in. As far as like if you guys continue to watch people who are not healthy for the community, then you're gonna get an unhealthy community. I'm not lying to you right there. That's actually really what this comes down to, right? If you continuously watch unhealthy people from the community, all you're going to get is a bunch of unhealthy community members. And Space Ape just kind of proved my point right there. We have an unhealthy individual in our community that people are watching, and all there was negative comments. Why? It's unhealthy community. They're learning things that are not true, or they're being told things that are not true. They don't understand what's happening, and they're feeding their brains with bad information. Alex Reed says, "How's the market holding up?" It just started to take a little bit of a turnaround for the better as a whole. But the SPY overall is down. Everything is down and looking red right now. But as you can imagine, with the way when you look at the eastern side of the world and how much they went down yesterday, I don't see too much of a recovery out of today. I expect us to finish, market wide. I expect us to finish down at least 2%, for sure. Oops, wrong one. Yucca was on Al's stream last night and posted Al keeps Al keeps posting BS blocks. The those that confront him, I said the same thing. Did you guys get blocked? Just curious if you got blocked or not. Just remember though, like when you go on there and even though you went on there to say what it is that you had to say as far as the stuff that he's saying is wrong, you're still giving him a view, and each one of those views turns into an algorithmic push of that content. So even though you showed up to say something to get into people's minds and say like this is not right information, you still gave him the view. And that's the important part, really, because the amount of people that he has to reach is dependent upon how many views that it is that he has. So, right idea, wrong execution. Really, it would be better if you went out and tweeted what it is that he's doing wrong so that people can see what it is that you're saying and click on what it is you're saying and have that spread, than giving him the view to increase his algorithmic push. Every action has an opposite reaction. Equal or equal or greater. Oh, equal and opposite, I should say. Equal and opposite reaction. All right, I got to get out of here. I got to go before I like just decide to not go until 11. You guys, Rem Taco's here. You guys can you can all have at him for a while. Kale says go have a break. Go have a break, Casey. Come back better. I'm gonna be good, guys. But don't forget though, when 4.1 million people say otherwise, guys, you know the answer, and the answer shows in the volume, and the answer shows in what you guys are polling today. Nearly 600 people with this poll, and that's all it is. Space says go have a cigarette and relax. Thanks, man. Pantheon's on tonight. Sweet, nice. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
motto.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Iced tea chillin', sit back and recline. Keep bad vibes on your side of the line. Don't call my phone, yeah, I'm doing fine. Look at the time, run with the lime. What you got? I don't need, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Get it and go. You wanna come to my show? Sit in the front of the row. I'ma just have to say no. Attitude is stinking, yeah, you might need to touch. And I'ma have to break it to you, baby, you. Hey.
Perfect.
What you got? I don't need, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got? Don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got? Don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Child. Listen, I done had enough. Just keep getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip. Just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gonna find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm the Life is giving lemons every second and hour. I think I used to be sweeter, but now I'm feeling too sour. I used to feel on top and now I'm losing my power. Now I just do it, get a check and get a meal and devour. I ran out of juice to make the lemonade. Lawyers like a blast, maybe I'm afraid. But only y'all don't have to parade. Feel really fast when I hit the skip, getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gonna find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm the I don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No lemons, no. I don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No lemons. Sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. I had my hydraulics going there. Man. All right. Let's see here. Um, it's time to do an update on the numbers. Before I do, I want to do something real quick here. Give me just a minute. Oh yeah, I saw what Brian wrote. I laughed. It actually made me. I think I had the mic on already at the time. I laughed on the inside. There's something I wanted to do real quick here. I want to add two moderators to the channel here. There are people who have contributed quite a bit. People that make me laugh. People that contact me on the side, say things. People who I feel are people that I trust, uh, I I've kind of asked them, and I haven't really kind of got a response from either of them yet because I asked and they didn't have a chance to respond yet. But I'm going to go ahead and do this because I really want to I want to add a few new moderators. So you're going to see some new two new pins specifically that you're going to see here, and you guys know who they are. And I've just went ahead and added them just now. I'm adding two new people here. But congratulations to Ezrul and Rem Taco. Welcome to the group of moderators, and it's good to have you guys on. I'm going to tell you guys right now, without even getting your responses of whether that's okay or not. There's great responsibility. I expect that you guys will allow people to speak freely in here. I believe that you guys are not going to stifle freedom of speech, but also protect the community as well. I always ask every single one, and I'll say this to you guys in private as well, because I will be talking to you guys privately. But I always expect you guys to hold me accountable. So above everything else, I demand that people who Space Ape, you're actually going to need to get in on the call as well, but because I haven't had a chance to talk with you privately, but I do demand that my moderators hold me accountable for what it is that I say and I do, and that I stick to my word. So um, the more people that I have watching me, the more people I know are going to help me to keep me in line. So that's what I just want to make that announcement real quick there. Do note, guys, that it's really easy for you to stick your phone in your pocket and accidentally start silencing people and kicking them or banning them. So be very, very careful about that. Um, just be careful. Be careful about kicking people because it's really easy. It has happened even to my mom. I made her a moderator and she actually started silencing people and banning them, and she didn't even know because her phone was in the bottom of her purse. So just be careful. With great power comes great responsibility. Um, so let's see here. Moving on to the numbers. And I'll be reaching out to you guys to try and get you guys together to talk. Hopefully this weekend, since it's going to be a work weekend for me. This is my wife's long week coming up, so she's going to be working Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So I'm going to have lots of free time to be able to do a lot of research and due diligence that I think is definitely needed. So moving on, let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers for the day today, guys. and then I'll cover on a topic about the vote and something that's kind of been a little concerning to me that I've had verified through multiple people and I think is kind of odd. We'll talk about that here in just a bit. But let's take a look at some of these numbers real fast while I move my screens around. Please give me 1 minute. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Off exchange. As of an hour ago, there was 57.06 in the off exchange in volume. There was 12.99 percentage amount traded in the off exchange for the EDGX. Let's see what that is now. 57.39 and 12.72. Let me add those up together. That's a total of 70.11% going through the off exchange for the day today, which is very high. 6.11% to be exact, higher than what I expect to be an average day for us. So that's a lot of extra volume going through there. Taking a look at Ortex data. Borrowed change, 818,000 shares. It was 855 an hour ago, so it's like basically like 40,000 shares less being borrowed or returned, I should say. That's going to slightly lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float, and I'm talking really weird right now, and it's probably because I ate a bunch of salty chips. I need to get some water. 22.84% is that number. Cost of borrow is at 17.6%, which is about 2 or 3% less than it was yesterday. Shares on loan, for those of you who are joining right now, is at 195 million shares. That's slightly down at like 100,000 shares less than it was yesterday. So not a whole lot of change there. In the options, at a $12.50 strike, an hour ago there was 11,000 contracts. There's now 12.2. On the puts, at $11 there was 5.1. It is now 5.8. Starting to get really close to a 3-to-1 on calls versus puts. But the market's still signaling for an $11.75 closing price ish. AMC is currently in 20th, most heavily traded stock by trades. 69% buys to 31% sales. Nice. And GME has fallen off the list due to volume. But they did have a good buy to sell order ratio when they were on the top 30 list. SSR triggers at 11:49. We have not triggered that yet for the day today. Shares borrowed for this morning so far, mainly just returns since earlier this morning. So far, they've borrowed a total of about 600,000 shares. Fees have gone from 15.9 to 15.5. Looks like they're trying to allow them trying to drop fees just enough for them to be able to start borrowing again. 400. Whoa, I skipped that really far. 404.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls to 7.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 132.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 4%, Dow Jones is down 2.41, and the S&P 500 is down 3.24. We currently have 5,785 decliners to 1,183 advancers. This is hot lava floor hot. Don't touch the floor. It's hot lava. Look out. This market's crashing. It's not that bad. It could be sun hot, and it's not sun hot yet. VIX is up 12.32 and at 33.27, only two away from the number I'm looking for of 35. IWM is down 4.33, Tesla is down 7.64, Amazon is down 4.16, Cinemark is down 3.36, Doge is down 9.65, Bitcoin is down 7.11 and at 20.9 per coin, 20.9K. GME is at down 5.54%. 5.64% down. HYMC is down 0.21, Hood is down 0.85, NCMI is down 8.87, and AMC is down 8.21. Inflow versus outflow. Currently, there's $4 million more in inflow than outflow. Volume is currently at 14.15 million shares having been traded so far. That's pretty low volume. This is a couple days now where we've had days like this where pre-market volume has been suggesting much higher numbers, and we're getting much less than we thought we would get. I don't know. I have reasons that I suspect for it, but honestly, they're only suspicions, and so it's worthless to talk about. But it is what it is. Let me just see what kind of pace we're on here. We're on pace for 31.9 million shares traded for the day today, which is lower than what I anticipated. I'd suggested that we might see somewhere between 35 and 55 million, but we're on a much lower pace than that. And I do expect to see that to maybe increase a little bit towards the back half end of the day, but not yet. So we might even break under 30 million shares for the day today. Taking a look at buy versus selling pressure, we have more buying pressure on the weekly interval than we have selling pressure, with an RSI of 36.82, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with crossover within the last day, and an RSI at 43.76, which is lower than slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 36.5, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 31.67, which is very low and just above an oversold trigger point. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 42.98, which is slightly below average. For those who want to see it, because I know oftentimes people do like seeing the Ichimoto, let's take a look at that real fast. On the 1 hour Ichimoto, we are inside the cloud, which is a period of time that is considered to be uncertainty about how the market's price movement is going to move. You can see the thin portion of the cloud here is occurring. Usually price likes to move up through red, down through green. We may trade into the day inside the cloud and finish out the day, and then have them move us out through the green portion of the cloud into tomorrow. So I would expect to see a close probably somewhere well within the cloud here, which is a range of 1169 to 1213. The conversion line is below the baseline. The lagging line is below the price line. These are sell for day trader. These are sell numbers. On the 4-hour chart, it looks like the baseline is starting to head down, but the conversion line is still below the baseline. It looks like it's trying to converge a little bit. Lagging line though is well below the price line. Price is below the cloud. I think more appropriately a breakout above kind of like maybe like a 12, maybe a $13 range would probably lead into next week, perhaps like Wednesday of next week. just kind of based off of these numbers. But we will see. The one thing I do want to state though is that I still do believe that we're still looking for new highs, but we have to break $12.75. Otherwise, we could potentially see new lows, which would be lower than 1109, which was the last low that we set. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Amy says, hubby asked me when to put money into the market. I suggested end of summer. Tammy says end of Biden's term. There's the market's really stressed right now, Amy. Investing wise, there's still money to be made, but usually in a bear market, it favors people who are not investing long term. So if you're looking for a quick spin off your money, and you're not an options player, which I wouldn't expect. I don't even really like playing options, and I've been trading for 24 years, but I'm not going to assume how long you've been trading for. In a bear market, I usually tend to keep my money out of it. I feel like there's better investments in bear markets than the market itself. If you can save up enough money in a downtrend a market, and you could save up a lot of money, you'd be best off investing that money when the market finds a bottom and then getting in. Or investing your money into something else that's more profitable outside the market. So I would almost consider bear markets to be those periods of time where you collect money to be able to invest so you can make the most money on the recovery of the market. Samuel says, I feel like July will be another rate hike above 50. I don't doubt it, man. Let's see, when is the next one? Hold on a second here. July 27th is the next rate hike, the next Fed meeting. So we're at 150 basis points right now, increased, right? Yeah. So 150. As of right now, the statistics are saying this is kind of crazy. Statistically saying right now there's an 85% chance that there's a 75% increase at a bare minimum. 85% chance of a 75 basis point minimum by that time in July. Brian says, I don't remember my first squeeze, but I remember my second one. Take care, Z-Man. Yeah, I didn't forget my first squeeze. I don't know how anybody could. Monty says no volume, no squeeze. There's so much truth to this. And I don't. The crazy part to me, Monty, is that I don't think people seem to understand the impact of DRSing shares and what that does to volume. When you remove actual shares from the marketplace that can no longer be traded back and forth, it actually reduces the amount of pressure that's applied on the actual movement of those shares, which decreases your total volume. It's the movement of shares that causes all the things that we need, the special ingredients. If you were to think of a MOASS as baking a cake, and you had all these different ingredients that you needed to make your cake just right, uh, taking away volume would be like taking out your sugar. It's like you got to have sugar. Your cake ain't gonna be cake if you don't have sugar in it. Or maybe you could call it flour. Call it the flour. And so when you remove the flour from your cake, uh, it ain't cake anymore. Ape named Roscoe says, I will just be watching gas prices rising. That will give us a good idea as to what the rate hike will be next. 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. So 30, 12, 3, 2.5 hours from now. We have 584 votes on this. I own 80 or more shares, with 95% of you saying that you have more than 80 or more shares, and of AMC shares. And so I think that's really kind of interesting to see. It's a higher percentage than I was anticipating. I was actually anticipating something like 91%. I know that's only a 4% difference, but it's still much higher than what I would have anticipated. This by no means, guys, was something to compare people to people, apes to apes. I'm not. This was not an attempt for me to try and sway people into uh, talking about how many shares they owned or anything like that. This is just simply an exercise to show you that when you subtract out institutional share ownership from the free float, and then you divide that number by 4.1 million investors, how many shares the average investor would have to own the entire float and for there to be actual synthetic shares in existence. As of right now, 95% of you who have been polled have said that you own 80% or not 80 shares or more, which tells me it's a pretty good sign. It's a pretty good sign that we own the float and then some. I've had that request a couple times, Nana, and the problem that I got to say about that is, and I've never done these polls before for a reason. I don't want to give that information away to anybody. And I know that hedge funds know exactly how many shares we own, and I know brokers know how many shares we own through them. But I am not interested in advertising that information to everybody. So I get it. I know where you're going with that, and I understand the desire to see those kind of numbers. But I think this is, again, I didn't want this to be about, um, it's not about bragging rights. It was more about just trying to prove a point. Let me check something real quick here. I just want to see something that Okay. Just wanted to check Bitcoin real quick. I'm checking. I just want to see what I haven't even checked Reddit all day long today to see what anybody has said. I usually like going on Reddit just to kind of see, kind of like the general consensus. Here's one from DOG. It's kind of a funny way to put that. DOG04 is put something here. He has a ticket to the moon. Admit one. He's got his tickets apparently. Oh yes, the topic I wanted to bring up with you guys. Hold on one second here. Give me 1 second. I forgot completely about that. Oh, come on, show up. Okay. So, and I'm not going to mention any names here, but somebody had gotten a TD proxy vote not confirmed. Spoke to corporate. They spoke to corporate, who stated it's a broad problem they are seeing with AMC. They have reached out to Rob Ridge at the proxy, but have not heard back. Despite proxy correspondence stating it was due to awaiting additional information from your financial institution. I got something similar. Let me see if I can take a screenshot of what I got. When I don't know how it's going to pull up now. I probably should have taken a picture of it. But when I did my voting as well, it had stated confirmation pending. So, and I actually do have the screenshot of that now. So I'm going to copy it. Just so it can be seen. But this is what mine look like. Voting closed, voted confirmation pending, which I thought was really interesting because when my wife voted, I believe hers said something completely different. It said vote confirmed or something like that, which was interesting because mine said confirmation pending, but hers said confirmed. And I remember that when I voted through Webull, which let me see what that one shows. Let's try and look at this real quick here because I kind of wanted to see what some of the differences were on the wording of some of these. Let me pull up Webull and see how theirs looks. Let's see, Webull. This is kind of part of the reason why I like having a second brokerage, even though it's only 5 shares that I have through Webull. I think it's kind of important to see what it is. What the differences look like. Okay, Webull looks exactly the same. No difference. It says voting closed, voted. It says voting closed, voted, confirmation pending as well. I could have sworn that I saw my wife voted last night, and her vote, I'm almost positive, said something entirely different than what those what mine are showing. But these two do look the same through two different brokerages, showing voting closed, voted, confirmation pending. I don't know when I'll get confirmation. Perhaps maybe they're going to send it to me in the mail. I'm not sure. But I did think that was kind of odd. Yeah, I didn't. You guys, please, you don't need to show how many. Please don't share. I don't want you guys your shares, how many you hold is something that you don't need to put out there for the whole world to see. I think you should keep that private. There's legitimately people who are in watching who will prey on people that they see that have a certain amount of shares. So be very careful about where you say how many shares you have because people will prey on you. And I don't mean like the good kind of prey, meaning like they're going to come after you because they think that you're worth something. I've already seen it happen on an occasion before, and I know it happens on more than just that one occasions, and I've heard it from other people. So please, you don't need to post that information. No, not everyone's a moderator. Yeah, the PREY type. Or, you could just throw out fake numbers and yeah, you don't want people to know that you're a lottery ticket winner. Not a good idea. Let's see, what else was I looking at here? I love that Ape named Roscoe says that he owns the entire float. Hey, Ape named Roscoe, you know what you could do? You could DRS your shares and none of us would have to. You would tie up the entire float and then none of us would have to worry about DRSing our shares. and then and you'd only have to do it for a very short period of time just to prove that nothing's going to happen from doing that. And then you can just send them back to your broker again. Make your brokers dance. Okay, so I'm also hearing per TD they are waiting to hear back from Brokerage, who handles their proxy voting. That email came from TD Ameritrade recognition oh man, I can't speak. Reorganization department. Damn, I can't talk today. But we should hear from AMC about our votes around 2 p.m. in just about 2 hours from now. Oh, I'm sorry, Yeah, just about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Hayden says it's going to be hard to hide the Gulf Stream in my driveway, but I'll say it to friends. You know what you could do is, Hayden, is you go buy one of those properties that's got you share a small strip with like, 4 or 5 of other houses. My dad took me someplace like that one time. He was doing some law work for a gentleman who was he was what was he? He was Italian, and my dad told me that they were Italian and that we were going to be getting a full-on Italian meal. He didn't tell me much about the guy. Just said he was doing work for him, and so we go over there. We're driving, and we're in like I want to call it like the hills of shoot, what was that? Poway area of California. It was like the hills of Poway, and or thereabouts. And so we're driving, and we get there, and we're pulling into the turn into the residence, and it's like one of those ranch style things where it's got like bricks on the side with a nice archway that's got like a sign and everything on it that's got the name of the ranch and everything, and there's like vineyards everywhere, right? Grape vineyards everywhere. And so we're driving through this grape vineyard. We finally get to the house, and it's like this nice southwestern kind of ranchy kind of looking house, which had a barn offset from it, and it also had a like a secondary living quarters for other family apparently. So we go in there. This place is just, I mean, it's probably one of the more loaded places I've ever been in my entire life. And the gentleman had a very heavy Italian accent, and he's got a runway in the back. Like we go to look out the back, one of the back windows, and there's this runway. He said, and then I asked him about it. He said they share it with like three or four other homes. Um, but I couldn't see any of the other homes. I had no idea where they were at. But he had this personal runway out in the back, and I was like, wow, this is insane. Um, and later on down the road, I was telling this story to somebody, and somebody said, that sounds like the mafia. And I was like, yeah, it kind of does. I mean, all I knew about the guy was that he owned strip malls in California, like all over the place. Look at that. See, Yishin even said Casey has mafia connections. That's exactly what they said, Yishin. They said that it was a drug transport runway, more than likely. That's the exact thing that they said. You're not the first person that's told me that. I never put two and two together, but I do remember a specific conversation to it that I had with the gentleman. I forget what his name was, but I asked him something about I don't remember what I said. I said something about what do you I think I said something about like what in the world would you need a runway for or something, and he, and he said something about like, well, oh no, I know what it was. They were working on construction on something else somewhere else, and I mentioned about the construction, about what it was, and he goes, that's just where we bury all the dead bodies. And he gave me this like Italian laugh. There's no way I could possibly imitate it. But in retrospect, after people started telling me that he was he was probably smuggling drugs and stuff, it really kind of like scared me a little bit. I was like, oh, uh, you know, I don't know, man. So, uh, I'm glad that I never saw him again. It wasn't the Neverland Ranch. But yeah, there's homes like that that have their own little runway strip connected to them. Casey owns a sanitation and trucking company. Oh man. 2 o'clock, in about 2 hours and 10 minutes, Edward. I haven't seen any news on the vote yet. It was definitely not a chopper runway. Um, the guy even told me that they had. I remember specifically him saying that somebody once or somebody had to use the runway as an emergency landing for a plane, but it was definitely a plane, 4 planes. No, I think it was Vince. Buck, if I had to recall what his name was, I'm pretty sure it was Vince or Vincey, or uh, not Vinny, but it was like Vince or something like maybe it was Vinny. It might have been Vinny, but very close, very very close. Casey, the family's listening to your show soon. They're not going to. This is in California. I'm pretty sure my dad called him Vinny, if I remember correctly. I know this. The thing is that as I'm telling you guys this story, I realize how absurd it sounds because it really sounds very. Hold on a second. Give me a second. The blowing in the background, I can't hear it. I can't even hear myself talk. When I tell this story to you guys, I know how absurd it sounds, and the fact that I would call the guy Vinny and all that kind of, I mean, it just sounds absurd. And trust me, being in the situation that I was in, the family was incredibly nice. The wife made an amazing, I think it was a brunch that we had. It was a very traditional Italian brunch type meal. Really nice people, but in retrospect, after people said you were at a drug lord's house, everything that I thought about afterwards, I was like, oh my God, there might have been a good chance that he was some kind of drug smuggler of some sort. Rev taxes, is that big tramp engine troubles? If the stream gets shut down here in a minute, start worrying. Yeah, I know. I know. Actually, you know what? If my mom was on here, guys, she would know his name. I know she would know what his name is. In fact, if she's listening, she could probably type it in there. But I'm pretty sure his name was something like Vinny. Um, yeah, I don't know. Weird stuff, though. Sometimes, sometimes, um, I guess even drug lords need lawyers. Yeah, no, well, yeah, like his real name. I had considered that too, Roscoe. I had considered the fact that he might have been witness protection program or something. Yeah, that's a weird. Oh, see, look here, my mom. No, it wasn't Vinny. I'm not going to say it. His wife divorced him. Her family had the money and connections. Okay, see, there my mom is. She confirms. I'm telling you guys, I'm not lying to you. It's a true story. It wasn't Vinny. It was what was the letter it started with? Was it an R? I can't remember what the name was. I'm telling you guys, it's a true story. True. I'm dead as can be. I'm not even kidding with you guys. It's a total true story. But when I described everything it was that I went through, what I saw, people are like, "That's a drug lord." I think it's funny she won't say his name. It's just the first name. I think it's funny she won't say the first name. She's still living in San Diego. I'm going back to San Diego. I better watch out. His wife's home is no, it's no. That's not the same person then. Oh, is that a different home? Oh, wait a minute. I met the guy and the lady that owned the house where Jamie got married, but that wasn't the same people. So maybe it's somebody different. Because I remember the house that we went to for the wedding, and that was not the same house. Completely different house. Hayden says, "How many kingpins do you know?" Oh man, I could tell you, Hayden, but then I'd have to kill you. You'll never even know if that's true or not. The lady didn't look the same at all to me. The blonde-haired lady, she did not look the same. If that was the same lady that I remember, I don't know. She didn't look the same at all. Watch, Casey has an airstrip in his backyard. No, no airstrip in my backyard. I got a dog strip. He runs this line in the grass. It's all dirt. It had been 15 years. I don't feel like it was that well. I guess it was 15 years. Well, yeah, I guess I don't know if it was 15 years. Cause I don't know. I don't think it was 15 years though. The house I went to though, Mom, because the house I went to was um I'm pretty certain we had both Bradley and Hunter, and neither only well Hunter's just now. It might have been 15 years ago. Man, time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, I saw that DeLorean, that electric car, the DeLorean. Um, but it's an electric car though, and I don't like that. I think it's terrible. You know what? I know for a fact it wasn't 15 years ago, and I know how I know. You guys were still living in the house in Vista. Dad was at least still in the house in Vista, so I know it wasn't 15 years ago. I remember now. I remember specifically that Dad was in the house in Vista, and that wasn't, and at that time it wasn't 15 years ago. I'm playing around. I'm playing around with a knife right now as you say that, Steve. I legit have a knife in my hand. I'm just playing around with. He's a hitman. I'm not a hitman. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. We got time here. Can you post the Weeble one, Casey? Which? Oh, you wanted the picture of the Weeble and what it looked like? Yeah. I mean, I can pull it up. Hold on a second. I mean, it looks exactly the same. There's no difference. I might as well just take a screenshot of the same exact thing. There's this right here, right? This is the Fidelity one right here. And then the Weeble one looks like this. It's the exact same thing. There's the Weeble one right there. No difference. Well, it sounds like what you're saying then. That sounds right. North of Escondido. And I think he did drive a yellow Hummer, so yeah, must be and did he have well, obviously if you saw the place, you saw the runway. Oh my gosh, Space Ape. I'm gonna refresh Fidelity real quick, but I'm gonna tell you a story. Quick story. When I used to road bike, there weren't too many things I was afraid of. And I had lots of crazy stuff happen to me while I was on the road biking. But I'll tell you, one of the things that scared me the most one time was when I was sitting at a red light and I heard what sounded like gravel underneath somebody's foot. Kind of, if you were to twist your foot in gravel, it would make that sound of gravel just kind of like that, right? I hear it, and I look to my left, and there's this car that had suddenly just appeared out of nowhere, sitting right next to me, probably inches away from my leg. And I don't know if they were. I don't know if that was the sound of their brakes. Well, I'm sure it was the tires that were crunching the rocks onto the ground, but I never heard that car coming. That scared the crap out of me. Looking to your left and suddenly seeing a car inches away from you, uh, that scares me, man. Scared the crap out of me. I would much rather have some jerk riding his diesel truck, riding inches away from me at going, 50 miles an hour than one of those cars sneaking up on me. Because at least I can hear the truck coming. Those cars, man, they scare me. All right, uh, moving over to the other side. It was the sound of someone getting dragged. uh, all right, moving over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing here, so you can say funny stuff now, and I won't see it. Let's see what's going on. Let's take a look at off exchange first. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Off exchange. An hour ago is 57.39 and 12.72 in the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at. 57.03 and the EDGX at 12.65%. The total between those two is 69.68. Nice. A little bit less than what it was, about a 0.5% less than what it was an hour ago. So we might be seeing a little bit of more price discovery if that continues to drop. Especially since our buy to sell ratio is a pretty decent ratio right now. Currently, Ortex is showing 1.57 million shares having been borrowed. That's almost double what it was an hour ago at 817,000 shares or thereabouts, which is going to raise the current estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.9%. The cost to borrow is at 17.73, which is about 2 or 3% less than yesterday. For those who are just joining, 195.04 million shares on loan. Very similar to what we had yesterday in on loan amount. Taking a look at the options. I really want to. I wish I could remember what that guy's name was now. 100 point. Wait, what am I looking at that for? That's not options. Hold on a second. On calls. I think it's 12.5 at a call strike price of 12.5 an hour ago. There was 12.2 thousand contracts, and now there's 13.3. On the puts, at a $11 strike price an hour ago, there was 5.8 thousand contracts. There's now 5.9. So hardly any puts developed in the last hour. in volume at $11 strike price. So the market's still signaling for 11.75 close for the day today, which seems probably seems not possible, but I guess we'll see what happens. AMC is currently trading number 19 on the top 30 list with 70% buys to 30% sales. And GME has fallen off the list, so low volume. Trigger price for SSR is $11.49. Shares available to borrow. No new shares having been borrowed in the last hour. The borrow fee is 15.5%. Currently, there's 404.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 7.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 132.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is down 3.64%. The Dow Jones is down 1.91%, and the S&P 500 is down 2.86%. Currently, we have 5,300 or 5,732 decliners to 1,242 advancers. Hot lava floor, don't touch it. It's a hot, burning hot market. The VIX is up 11.07%. IWM is down 4.18. Tesla is up 7. Sorry, there's nothing else up. Everything is down. Everything is down from here on out. 7.83 Tesla, 3.44 Amazon, 2.42 Cinemark, 7.28 Doge, 6.15 Bitcoin, and at 21.1. 5.51 for GME, 0.36 for HYMC, 0.71 for Hood, 4.58 for NCMI, and 8.03 for AMC. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $4 million more in inflow than outflow. 15.8 million shares traded for the day-to-day. The volume has been reduced to like a very, very slow bleed. We're on pace for 28.13 million shares traded for the day-to-day. Excuse me. Definitely low volume right now. But we're still in the top 19 most heavily traded stock. So there's that. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.86, which is below average. On the daily, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.84, which is slightly below average. On an hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.01, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.54, which is very below average. On a 5-minute interval, there is more. Oh, man, that's a tough one. It looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.05, which is just about average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Uh-oh. Remtax says, haha, love it, miss you, shall what you say. It's getting hot outside, Brian Carpenter. I've heard that song. Uh-oh, guesses in 5 minutes. 5 minutes for reverse repo. Let's refresh our memory on what reverse repo was yesterday, and we'll give our guesses here. Let's see what we got here. Let me throw it up on the screen real quick here, and we'll let you guys guess what reverse repo is going to be. It did take a little bit of a downswing. It actually went from 3.223 to 3.162. So it did have a little bit of a trend drop. Last time it did that, it went from 2.044 to 1.97, 1.987, and then immediately went back up again. Let's see if we were to draw like some kind of channel. I'm gonna guess. Well, I think it's gonna be somewhere between 2162 and 2223. So I'm gonna go with hell, let's just split the difference. I'm gonna go with 2192. I'm writing it down. 2192. 2.192. My price prediction, well, it depends on whose price prediction you're talking about there. We got a few people here who guessed price prediction, but I'll read them off to you, Dan. 10.55 to 13.55 for me. 11.15 to 14.15 for Eric. Keto's got 10.78 to 13.78, and Monty has 11.36 to 14.36. I mentioned in the pre-market that there was a good chance that we might see. Everybody's gotten a price point prediction point for this week so far. It's a four-way tie for the first 3 days, but I think there's a good chance here that we may see a separation. There's a very good chance we might see a separation in those numbers today. We'll see. It's all of our buying pressure is going through the off exchange. Most of it's being scalped. Most of our positions are likely not making it straight to the lit market, which is why buying to the lit market is so important, and also buying it at ask price. A lot of people set up limit orders and just try to get best price, and when you get that, you're not driving the price upwards. So I think that's part of the problem. Why we're getting day over day with buy pressure being bigger than selling pressure and seeing price fall. But I mean, when you consider the fact that somewhere over 64% of our total volume is trading through off exchanges, it's pretty massive. For records, I'm going to put in 2.1912 into the comments. Proud Dad says 95%. Based off of, yeah, that's what I knew you were going to say that. Duncan's going with 2.321. 2.178. Who's the winner? Who didn't go over? I went over. Well, hold on a second, guys. Wife she's so nice. She brought me a Web Bull. She brought me a Web Bull. A Red Bull. I'm gonna drink it. I need wings. Who won here? 2.178. 2.178. Who won? Who won? Who won? I think Yo might have won. Hayden was really close though. I mean, that's like super close. 2.18. I'd give it to Hayden. I think Hayden for the win. Oh, he even said it. Me. I got Hayden for the win here. Francis says, when we move to the 1000 index, how do the institutions buy off the exchange? I actually really don't know, Francis. I was looking for that information. Uh, Pantheon sent me a document that is like 50 plus pages, and let me tell you, it's a lot of reading. So I'm going to probably be doing that this weekend because there's no way I'm going to get that done. And I just need some time to sit down and just read, and that's probably going to be my reading time. So I don't know the answer to that, but I've been trying to research it and see if I can figure that out to share with everybody. But I do believe, Francis, that the amount of shares that are going to be needed for the ETFs when we move over to the 1000 are going to be less in the ETFs than what we have now. So the question really becomes, what happens to all those extra shares that are currently in the ETFs, and do they sell those back into the market, or do they hold on to them and lend them, or what do they do? Right, that's the big question. And I don't know that answer, so I'm trying to figure it out. If you find something, let me know. I'd love to. I'd love to put it up. Curtis says, Casey, your thoughts on Japan's 10-year Treasury up 80% today? Wow, that sounds kind of scary. Sounds scary for the markets. World pullback. Let me see if I can pull that data for you. Well, let's pull it up. Amazon. I like to compare to Amazon, and the reason I like to compare to Amazon is because Amazon is not heavily shorted. So in regards to what quote unquote normal is, let's take a look, shall we? Let's do that. That's not it. There we go. In the off exchange for Amazon, for example, currently they're showing 55.38 on the off exchange, and they're let's see here. I don't think there's going to be. I think it's going to be the EDGA instead of ED. No, I guess it would be EDGX is down here at 6.38%, which actually that does make a lot of sense. As I was mentioning before, your off exchange for your ETFs is going to be a lot less shorted in volume due to the fact that nobody wants to bet against some of the blue chips. So let's take a look at that. So you add up the total amount between those two. They got about 61.76% in contrast to our like 69, 70% of our volume. But I think that's a good comparison. those two. And so if you figure, here's the other part to that. How much volume do you think we actually trade in a single day from retail? And my answer to you would be about 5 million shares. So how many, if you were to add a percentage, like if you were to add 10% to the amount, that's basically 10% of the total volume that we have on a daily traded basis. If you were to add an additional 10% to the total amount of volume that's being traded through the dark pools, that's pretty much almost everything that we trade in a daily basis. Almost everything that retail is buying on a daily basis is going percentage-wise, based off of what we're seeing here through Amazon, is getting put through off exchanges. So let's see here. We'll go back to AMC on this. You're welcome, Francis. That's what they're saying, Apes R Us, Evergrande gone for good. I don't think any smart CEO ever disclosed synthetics, and if they did, then they were probably put into the situation where there was a lawsuit. For example, like Overstock. But I think I don't know who set the precedent, but I'm almost positive there was a precedent that was set at some point that if you announce that they're synthetic shares, that you're going to get sued. Yeah, I mean, Gary Gensler said that before. As far as most of the stocks are traded through dark pools, and Gary Gensler said 90%. I don't see 90%, so I don't know where Gary Gensler got that number from, but Gary Gensler himself said it. 90% of trading is done through off exchange or dark pools. Francis says, so we can guesstimate that if there's more buying pressure is greater than selling pressure, most weeks retail is accumulating at least 2 million shares a day. Yeah, that's probably about right. Somewhere in that range. That's probably not a bad guesstimate. Like if you were just guesstimating on a minimum average like 60-40, right? So you're subtracting out the 40%. It sounds to me like you're actually guessing a little higher than 60-40. It sounds like but I would, but yeah, I see where you're going with that, and I would say somewhere in the range of like 1 or 2 million shares. Yeah. I did not. And the only reason that I didn't see him NC Proud Dad is because whenever it crashes my system every time I try to pull up Citadel stuff on Fintel. Remtax said, Melvin said 2 weeks. I saw somewhere, trust me. Prometheus, that would actually be kind of interesting to see have happen. I'll tell you what, you guys should do that. I think you guys should go around to every other YouTuber out there and tell them, say, Casey did something that just says I own 80 or more shares, right? Doesn't have to be real specific, doesn't have to be real detailed, just I own 80 or more shares. And just like you see it right now on the page, tell them to put it up just like I have it and leave it up there and see what they get. I think you guys should do that. I'm taking the work off of me and I'm putting it on you. It's a great idea and I think you should do it. It would be kind of interesting to see what kind of results they get. I think you might see some interesting things come out of that. I mean, do you see where I'm going with this though? As rule, like legit, like I mean, this should pump you guys up. 614 votes and 95% of you have said over 80 shares or more. That should pump you up, man. That should really, really pump you up and get you guys excited. Because, man, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about how many synthetic shares are out there, and when I tell you guys something like 12 billion, or I say something like 19 billion, or I say some, crazy off the wall number, um, these are the kind of things that, should really, really get you excited. It's the proof is in the pudding. It really is. We got a lot of cushion going on here, guys. Pushing the cushion. Yeah, that's correct, Caesar. 90% of retail orders were executed off exchange. I think that's correct. I mean, I don't know. I was just trying to think about it, in my head when I saw that tweet because I knew it was coming. The second I saw the tweet, guys, I knew it was going to happen. I was just like, oh man, here it comes. I did. I was just like, the very most important thing that I want to just point out here, guys, when you read his tweet, like check this out, like legit. Uh, Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up. The thing that should stand out in your mind is this right here, the very first sentence. Inbound tweets. He's not hearing this other places. He's not hearing YouTube saying this kind of stuff. He's not saying he's hearing this on Reddit. He's saying inbound tweets ask over and over for a share count. He is frustrated. He's frustrated. I can tell. I can feel it. I feel his frustration. I get this kind of stuff over and over and over, and I see it. AMC has done a share count 6 times in the past year. 6 times in the past year. We know of 516.8 million AMC shares, and which is what will happen when they do a share count. And then he says, some of you believe the count is much higher. As I've said before, we've seen no reliable info. Right? He can't talk about things that are unreliable information, sources of information that aren't certified or aren't. He just can't talk about synthetics. And so all he's saying is stop asking for a share count. That's all he's saying here. He's saying, please just stop asking for a share count. It's not going to do anything. It costs them money to do share counts, guys. It does. And asking them to do, when they've done six share counts in the past year, uh, stop asking for it. That's all he's saying. That's it. He's not saying there's no synthetics involved. He's just saying stop asking for share counts. That's it. It's the only thing he's asking for. He's basically telling you you're barking up the wrong tree. No, man, I'm still working on this Red Bull. I haven't even gotten it all down yet. The log the float thing that happened a while back, and I hadn't reached out to user of intellect on that one. But I believe he did hit his number that he needed to put out his information. Somebody was asking about it earlier today, and I said if you reached out to him or you go back and look at his tweets, user of intellect's tweets, you'll find where I think he has a web page dedicated to it to where you can go and look up the information. Ape says, Casey, do you think retail buyers of AMC will hit a peak at some point? Like I can't imagine people would continue buying and buying if the price doesn't increase sooner than later. Will there be a peak? I think that FOMO could still be a thing when price starts rising. Do I think that there's going to be yeah, I do think there is a peak, but I don't think that there's going to be well, bar some kind of weird, crazy, stupid thing happening, which would basically be people selling their shares for rock bottom prices, which would make no sense. I really don't think that matters if there is a peak or not, but there definitely could be a peak. Shareholders have the ability to petition the SEC for a share recall. We could do that. But you know what they're going to do is they're going to go to the brokers. They're going to say you need to do a share recall, and the brokers are going to say F you, and the SEC is going to be like, yeah, okay, thanks. They're not going to want it. They're not going to want to get a recall. The SEC is not going to go for it. James of Arizona. But can we get a share count, please? That's exactly what's going on. That's exactly the frustration that Adam Aaron's dealing with, and that's why he put a tweet out like that. It's like just constantly people. But can we get a share count? We've done it 6 times, but can we get a share count though? That's the mentality that he's exactly dealing with, and it's funny that you say it, but it's true. Like there's legitimately people that are still hounding him. Like, why aren't you doing anything and getting a share count for us? He's done. I get it. I understand where I could totally understand his frustration. Yeah, I do too, MGTO. At some point, this thing is gonna just start ripping, and when it does, we will be watching it. There's a very fine line that we could cross, Dr. Zeno. If you move into that territory where you start exposing the truth, then you have to take legal action. And if legal action is taken, then we're not going to get what it is we want. So my argument to anybody who says Adam Aaron's not doing anything for us and that he doesn't want a squeeze play to happen, if that were the truth, then he would be taking legal action right now, and he would be denying us a squeeze. So I call BS. I say BS to anybody who says that Adam Aaron is not on our side for a squeeze. Otherwise, he would be taking legal action. And he could. I agree with what Apes RS said. I'm almost positive. I'm gonna wake up. I know I'm gonna wake up one morning. I'm gonna have like just like this like shit ton of DMs, and I'm gonna be like, "What the hell is going on?" And everybody's gonna be like, why did it go up to 150 bucks and then back down to 60?" I'll be like, "Here we go." Remtac says the man wore no pants and showed all of us. I know, right? I mean, this guy is incredibly. He's a pretty smart guy, guys. He's a really really smart guy. Uh, by no means, and not only is he smart, but he's he's. There's a difference, I believe, in smart and clever, by the way. And he's a very clever man as well. Now, maybe the dictionary says that those are the same thing, but in my opinion, I think they're a little bit different. And I think he's done some amazingly clever things in his time to quote unquote tell us what's really going on without telling us what's really going on. And if you if you just don't see it, then you just don't see it. And Remtac brings up a great point. He wore no pants. And I know it's kind of common for people to not wear pants, but I watched that video so many times, guys. The first time that camera fell, you could tell, you could see the disappointment in his face that it didn't fall all the way. And you could tell that you knew he's like, damn it, now we got to make sure that it falls again. Clever girl. So Keeping It Breezy says, why would he sell at such a low price? That's a great question. There is periods of time, there are lockout periods of time where they cannot sell their shares. And my guess is that if there was an extremely volatile period of time in price movement, he would probably be locked out from selling his shares during those periods of time. So, being able to sell at lower prices when price isn't as volatile is probably it's a much better time to be selling. How many synthetic votes you have on the 619 though? Wait, what? I'm not sure I understand the question, Israel. Oh. I get it now. I totally got it. I actually was wondering the same thing in my head earlier and I didn't say anything. I was like, I wonder how many people are telling the truth. Yeah, Yo says, Yo says, Adam Aaron and the board cannot sell during a squeeze in other market events, and so the answer is they're not allowed to participate in those kind of things. They would be restricted. See, and here's the other part too, Keeping It Breezy. I don't know if you've ever gotten a bonus or not. I'm just going to assume that maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. If you have gotten a bonus before, can you imagine for just a moment that there are shareholders for the company that it is that you work for, and they told you that you couldn't spend your money because they couldn't. Can you imagine somebody legitimately saying something like that? You know what in my mind I'd be thinking? You can go F yourself. That's what I'd be thinking. I'd be like, I worked hard for this money. I worked really, really hard for this money, and I got this bonus. And you're telling me that I can't sell because you are just choosing to hold a stock for the company I work for? I'd be like, what kind of horse do you think you're riding? Because I worked for that. That's my bonus. You can't tell me how to spend it. That's what I'd be thinking. Yes. Yes, absolutely, Sugar Crane. Uh, he's still working on those lawsuits. I mean, if we if you want to go down the lawsuit path, just take a look at what happened with Overstock, and decide for yourself if that's what you want. If you want legal action, that's the path we can go, and it's just going to take forever and may not produce anything for us. Dan, anytime people ask for the trampoline, I'm willing to put the trampoline in. I just need to know what size of a tramp you want. I didn't read Tony DeNaro's post. Ooh, small. Dan likes small tramps. All right, Dan, one small tramp coming right up. Let me take a look at this real quick here and see where I'm going to put the tramp in at. Hmm. All right, I'm going to put her. Let's see, it's 12:44. 2 o'clock is when we're getting the announcement on the shareholder thing at an hour and 15 minutes from now. You can just go right on ahead and expect that there's going to be some kind of movement downwards after that announcement happens. So let's draw our tramp over here somewhere. Son of a gun, I'm not ready yet. Hold on a second. Let's draw right about 14. Let's draw right about here. It's been a hot minute since I drew a tramp. For those of you who don't know the story behind the tramp, just because it's kind of a fun story, I am probably one of the world's worst. I worked in engineering most of my life. I'm going to start with another story first. I worked in engineering most of my life, and one of the things that I noted about really good engineers is that they're amazing artists. Like their sketching ability is phenomenal, and I never had that, which makes me kind of go like, oh well, maybe I'm just kind of a half-rate engineer type person. And so the background to this story is that legit, this is the very first time the tramp was born. was me trying to draw a stop sign. And I know that the difference between a pentagon and an octagon. I know the difference. But because of my severe lacking skills in being able to draw a stop sign, what we ended up getting was a tramp, a trampoline, and so it's ever since then the tramp has been our it's been our thing. So there's the tramp. Let's hope we get our push off of the tramp here a little bit later when our announcement comes in. And that's the backstory to the tramp. Um, uh, I love you, hon. Have a good night or good pool time. All right. Um, Casey, do you think they would want to trip SSR to gain liquidity? In order to create liquidity, that's a possibility. But again, remember, I really think right now that long institutions are the one that are in control of price right now. And in the last in the last 6 or 8 months that we've been heading down towards tripping SSR, we have had probably about a half a dozen times that we've come within 10 to 20 cents of tripping SSR. Now, let me explain to you why a long institution would not want a tripping of SSR and allow them to drop the price but not quite hit it. And the reason for that is it actually allows market makers to relieve stress by printing those synthetic shares by creating liquidity. And what does that do for long institutions? Zilch, zero, nada. It does nothing for them because it doesn't allow or it doesn't force hedge funds to be able to borrow shares because they no longer have to. They can control liquidity through the tripping through the rules that are enabled when they trip SSR. So I think personally, and this is just my thought process. My thought process is the long institutions don't like to see SSR being tripped right now because that means that that's less shares that are going to be loaned, and they love to drop the price just to within tripping and then not actually tripping it. So that's just me. I may not be right, but I think there's something to it. And I've never seen them come that close to tripping SSR any other time in this play than in the last 8 months and not actually making it because it really doesn't take a whole lot of extra shares for them to lend to be able to push the price down. And every time it's come to within 1 or 2 pennies of hitting it, that you can see it. You can see them pushing so hard in the order book, and then it just never makes it. And so I think that's the case. It says, "Don't do it, Casey. We've all known tramps." Calzone. I have not heard that rule, MGTO. And it's Russell 1000, but I think you just dropped a zero, but I know what you meant. Duncan says trigger SSR when Adam Aaron comes on. I think that's the goal here. That's why I put the tramp right where I put it. If it triggers SSR and then bounces, I would have a feeling it'd be right about where I've got the tramp set up. I'm so confused by what you're saying, James. Oh, okay. Now I see what you're saying because I just read your next comment there. I mean, I know of 3 times that they counted it. Maybe a fourth time. So you're right. I don't in the last year I don't know that they've actually counted it 6 times, but I can think of at least 3 and maybe a fourth. So, um, you know what it kind of makes me wonder too is if they've counted the flow more times than the times that I can count in my head too. It also makes me wonder if somebody in particular didn't ask them to get a share count done. But I see where you're going. I see where you're going, and it's tinfoil hat stuff. Throw your tinfoil hat on, and is there 6 times the float out there? Maybe, maybe not. I know a lot of people want to kind of read it that way. The only problem is I know that Adam Aaron has a huge frustration with a very large part of the Twitter community who continuously push him to try and get a share count done, and it's silly. Yeah. I said it to my wife. She's walking out the door. I just didn't mute the mic. And he also said Doctor Strange 4 times, Hayden. He said Doctor Strange 4 times, and he said he was saying other things 3 times, and now he's saying 6. I don't know. I don't know, man. Take it how you want to. That'd be an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, no, we've been talking about like all day long today, James. All day long. Pro Jeweler says, "Can you imagine what the apes have put GG through?" Do you know his office? Like every time somebody puts in a what's a request for shoot, I can't remember what it's called. Uh, his office legitimately has to like investigate everything that's been asked of them. Like if they go to put in something, those have to be responded to and documented. And I can only imagine that they have been going through a lot. And I agree with what you're saying. Dude has definitely had to put up with a lot of retail this year. It would have been cooler if he'd have said something like 12 times, Bill. Because he actually, this is the funny part, guys. If you think about it, although he did say the last year, but if he had left the last year part out and said, we've done, and then however many times the flow over we are, if he actually knew something like that, and he could legally say, we've counted the share count X amount of times, and it's always been what it's supposed to be. And the X amount of times could have been how many times it was over the float. But then when questioned about it, he could have simply said, "Well, yes, we did it in 2018." 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. That's 5 times right there. And he legally could get away with that because they indeed do a share count each one of those times. So that would be kind of funny. I'd love to see him come back if he's listening. I'd love to see him come back with some kind of number that might be in a correspondence to something like that. How many times they've done it in the last however many years it would take. I hear you, Apes R Us. I'm gonna put it to you like this though. Uh, this is not the longest I've ever waited to see returns, good returns on a play before. So uh, this isn't I guess what I'm trying to say is this isn't pushing my limits yet. I had to wait 24 months. I had to wait 24 months on Facebook. Go back and look at it. Here, I'll show it to you guys. It's kind of crazy. I got made fun of so much for this. I got made of like I bought Facebook as an IPO. I knew it was going to happen. Son of a gun. What is it called now? What do they trade under now? It's not FB. Is it really going to make me do this? I know it changed, and I don't know what it changed to. It was Facebook FB before, but now it's not. You son of a gun. Give me a second. Let me look it up real quick. I don't know what it trades under now, under the new Meta. Okay, Meta. Thanks. I always forget Meta. It was FB before when I had it. All right, so check this out. Let's go to the weekly. I think weekly should show it. 20. I think it was like 2013 or so. 2012. 2012. All right, so this is when I bought in at the IPO. I bought in, guys. I bought in at I think it was 30 something dollars. 35 bucks is about right. It was right around here at the beginning of the beginning of the IPO. I got made fun of for so much for this, man. So many people were laughing at me. Now, the interesting thing is I've said on occasion before that nobody's ever told me that I needed to get out of my position before until I first got into AMC. This AMC and GME are the first times that I've ever had people tell me that I needed to get out of my position. I've had people laugh at me for my positions, but I've never, ever had people tell me that I needed to get out of my position. Nobody ever in 24 years, and well, I should say 23 years until last year, or maybe 22 years, right? So, but here I am getting into Facebook at 35 bucks, or I think it might have been even 36 bucks for the IPO open. Drops down all the way to 17.55. Oh man. Oh man, I know some of y'all's pain when I tell you, getting in at 30, 40 bucks for a share, and hitting those kind of losses and then sitting there going like, oh, this sucks. And the friends laughing at you and all that kind of stuff. And so the opening on this here was May of 2012, or at least that's what it's saying on here. May of 2012. It didn't reach back to the same prices again until August of 2013. But I ended up doubling my money before I exited my position. But the only reason I exited was because I need cash at the time. Otherwise, I would have stayed in for a lot longer. I was going through some tough stuff in my life, man. I had a divorce going on, and it was a rough thing, man. It was really rough, and trust me, if I could have held on to my shares in Facebook forever, I would have. But I got out when I doubled my money, so when it was about 60 something odd dollars. So I didn't get out until it was probably right around, I think it was around 60. I think it might have been 68 bucks or so. So it would have been right around here. So I didn't get out of that play until 2014, February of 2014. That actually sounds really close to where it was. February of 2014 when my initial position was in at 2012. Almost 2 years to the date. But I had doubled my money by that time. Imagine how much I would have had if I'd have just stayed in it longer. It makes me upset. I wanted to. I really wanted to stay in my position then, but I had to liquidate, and it was a life event, so kind of sucked. That would have been a big play for me. Very big play. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at though, and I'm not trying to diminish from how you feel apes are us, but I'm telling you, man, time. When you can hold on to something for a long time, time ends up being on your side. And when I sit there and I tell you things like, what if I told you were holding Bitcoin right now in the infancy stages of Bitcoin? How long would you hold on to it for? I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you that we could see prices like that. It is completely possible. If Bitcoin can see those kind of numbers, we could see those kind of numbers. If Bitcoin can dump, come on, hold a second here. If Bitcoin can dump from 69,000 a coin all the way down to 21,000 in a coin in less than a year's period of time, I'm telling you, I'm absolutely telling you that it is completely possible for AMC to be able to hit those kind of numbers. But you got to know what it is you're holding. You have to know what it is you're holding. You're holding a royal flush. And if you just don't get it, then you're just not going to get it. But you got to understand what you're holding. You know what, Pro Jeweler, man, I didn't feel good about the money that I was earning, but I knew that Facebook was going to make money, and I was confident in the play. I knew what it was worth. I knew what kind of information they were collecting, and I knew how valuable that was going to be. But I don't have a Facebook account anymore, and I'm not talking about shares. I'm holding for you, Apes R Us. I'm holding for you. We got about a little less than an hour, guys, before we're going to see the results for our voting. Excuse me. Adam Aaron's the only CEO that I have ever seen communicate as much with people on Twitter. Adam Aaron's on right now. What's he on? Hold on a second. Let me go to the Investor Connect page. See if that's what it is. I'm looking. I don't have any, I don't have anything. If he's on like CNBC or something like that, I'm not gonna have access to it. And I'm not seeing any current webcasts. But I don't see any emails. Do I? Yeah, I don't see any emails either. Oh, you're joking. Nice. All right. Well, I never listen to you anymore. He's on Nickelodeon. Awesome. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. We got. I'm gonna take a look at them now, so I can get back from break a little bit early and or earlier, so we can watch and see when our voting stuff comes out, our voting results, which may just be a release, an SEC release. statement. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Give me 1 second. If we see a whole bunch of shares get borrowed here in a minute, my guess is that they're preparing for a drop in price. Let's check out our numbers here and see what's going on. As far as off exchange goes, an hour ago it was 57.05% going through the off exchange and 12.75 through the EDGX. It is now 56.18 in the off exchange and 13.08 through the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 69.26 nice percent of our total volume going through off exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was a total of 1.57 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.55, so just a small decrease. Putting our estimated current short share interest of the free float at 22.9, cost to borrow average at 17.75. For those of you who are just joining, we're at 195 million shares on loan for the day today. About the same as what it was yesterday, just slightly, a hair fraction down from what it was yesterday. Taking a look at our total volume through the call options at a $12.50 strike price an hour ago, there's 13.3 thousand contracts. There's now 14.3 thousand contracts at 12.5. And at 11, an hour ago, there was 5.9 thousand contracts. There's now 6.6, so more volume through puts. We've got about 2.5 times call. Let me rephrase that. 2.5 more times. I can't speak. Yeah, so frustrating. 2.5 times more volume in calls than we have in puts, and still signaling for an 11.75 close for the day today in options. I don't know why I'm such a degenerate. At a $20 strike price. Let's see. No, not at 20, but I'm lost it. I've completely lost it. According to Fidelity, AMC is in 20th with most heavily amount of trades, according to what they're showing in trades. I'm totally losing it. We have a 71% buy to 29% sell ratio, which is really good. I like that. Those are nice numbers. GME is not on the list. Their volume is too low to make the top 30. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $11.49. We have not seen that trigger yet. Shares borrowed in the last hour, none. Watch those get borrowed here real soon. If you're going to see the price drop, I would imagine you're going to see some shares borrowed. Maybe even just 100,000. Out of the money calls, we have 404.3 thousand contracts, 7.2 thousand contracts that are in the money, 81.5 thousand contracts out of the money for the puts versus 132.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is down 4.45, Dow Jones is down 2.54, S&P 500 down 3.52. We currently have 5,786 decliners to 1,216 advancers. The market is on fire, hot lava. Don't touch the floor because it's hot. And I'm not talking about the good kind of fire. The VIX is up 10.33. IWM is down 4.72. Tesla's down 9.49. Amazon down 4.76. Cinemark is down 2.77. Doge is down 8.55. Bitcoin is down 7.14. Currently at 20.9 thousand per Bitcoin. GME is down 5.31. HYMC is up 2.9%. Hood is down 1.77. NCMI is down 4.44 and AMC is down 8.89%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $4 more million in inflow than outflow. 18.07 million shares traded so far after all this is said and done. That is really low volume. 281 minutes traded into the day. We're on pace for 25 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested 35 to 55 in pre-market. I'm way off. Way off. That's ugly. That's ugly how off I am. I really feel like I should have done 30, 50, but let's see here. More buying pressure than selling pressure on Vortex indicator. RSI is currently at 36.69, which is below average. On the daily, we had a crossover with more selling pressure than buying pressure and RSI of 43.37, below average, slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. We've actually had a turn. We've had a downturn here for a little bit on buying pressure, and you can see there's been a very obvious sharp uptrend in buying pressure versus selling pressure within the last 2 hours. And our RSI is at 34.62, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 30.79, which is hovering just barely above the oversold indicator that the RSI would show. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI of 39.64, which is below average. I should have said trigger point for RSI. I don't know why I couldn't formulate those words, but as you could tell, I was struggling with words this entire moment in time. Jay, I had chips and cheese. The lunch of champions. Oh yeah, I sprinkled some bacon on it too. Don't hate. Don't hate me. It was kind of funny though. My wife came downstairs and said, "Did you have chips and cheese for lunch?" I said, "Yeah." I was like, "There's something wrong with that?" She's all, "No." It was just kind of a weird, kind of one of those weird moments where like I wasn't sure where she was trying to go with the fact that I had eaten chips and cheese for lunch, and Casey's actually in college. I just eat like oh man, I don't know. I eat battery now. Oh, here's the push we're getting right now. How much you want to bet the report just came out? I'm betting some kind of report just came out as we're getting this push. Did they just borrow shares? No, I don't see any borrowed shares. It's kind of interesting how it's getting a push like right this second. Here they go for SSR. Let's see if they get it. Are they going to get it? It's so close. It was off by 2 pennies so far. 2 pennies. Watch the order book really, really carefully, guys. If we miss, you're going to see some fireworks here. In fact, you know what? Hold on a second. You really need to see this. Watch the order book. Watch the fight here. This is it tends to be impressive. We're going to see volume spiking. This last minute, the last minute we had this little down spike, volume went up to 485,000 shares in that minute alone. 485,000 shares got traded in that minute for them to try and push. They did it really super quick and super hard, and they tried to. It was almost like a gotcha, bitch. That's what they tried. They tried to pull a gotcha, and it didn't work. And now they're fighting over it. It's like, and it's almost like the algorithm was like, no, you didn't. I got you. Surprise attack, sneak attack. This reminds me of like when you're a kid and you're playing Thumb Wars with another friend, and then you do this, or maybe a sibling, and then you go sneak attack, got you with my finger. It's so close. They'll do one more sneak attack here. Watch for it. There's gonna be another sneak attack, and it's just gonna be like, boom, gotcha. Look at the volatility increase too during that minute. Big old opening in the volatility. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, KL. We've had this happen on so many occasions now where long institutions have denied market makers from being able to trip SSR to just print liquidity. Does it help brokers to trip SSR? It helps hedge funds to well, specifically Citadel. It helps, but it helps market makers to be able to make a market. So when that guy got on there, I can't remember Virtue, when the Virtue CEO, I don't know his name, I can't remember his name, but when that Virtue CEO sat down and had that interview like just this last week and talked about infinite liquidity, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about like we can create, infinite amounts of liquidity to make a market, and it's true. They absolutely can. But when you consider what Citadel does, which is a market maker and a hedge fund, creating infinite amounts of liquidity is not necessarily, it's kind of a conflict of interest. Yeah, Steven said just like you said, infinite liquidity. Yeah, so you trip that SSR, you start printing infinite liquidity, and no problems. You don't have to loan shares to continue to short the stock. But long institutions don't want that. They want them to loan more shares because that's how they're making money. They're making money on loaned shares and they're making money on derivatives. So we'll see who wins the fight. My guess is that you'll see them borrow some shares, though. My guess is that they'll have to borrow some shares before they push it down. In which case, our brokers are probably happy with that. They're like, "Ah, cool, you got those shares for a really high price, really high cost to borrow. Thanks. We'll do business with you later. You can have SSR now." And that's what it'll come down to. If you want to trigger that SSR, you're gonna have to borrow some more shares. It's all a game, guys. It's all a game. It's all about the money. You have to follow the money and understand where the money's going. Whose pockets is it going into? Why is the market moving the way that it is? Who benefits from the market moving the way that it is? That's what it all is. That's what it comes down to. I mean, look at this. When today, or ever, have you seen it trade like this? When? When have we seen it trade like this? Come on. Come on. Come on. You see this? Like, come on. What's going on here? You got to be kidding, right? All right. Oh, wait. Maybe you guys can't see it. Hold on a second. I may have, yeah, you can see it. What is this? What is this? Where do you find that? Let's see. Oh, we got a couple over here like that. We can see them trying to keep it from going down here. Where do you see that though? The market doesn't move like that. Come on. Market just doesn't move like that. Not unless somebody has to benefit from it. This makes me want to look at the tick by tick. Oh, here they go. There it is. There's the push. They got it. 1148. They hit it. Are they gonna now the big question is are they going to continue to short it down, or are they going to release and let it go, and then just start completing orders? That's going to be the big question now. Did they loan shares? I don't see any loan shares yet, but that doesn't mean that it could be a late reporting. I'm reading what you're saying, Trent, and what are we thinking? I picked up an extra job and for more shares, so I can't be in all day. Margin calls close. I think commas would have done better in there. It would have helped me understand, but I think I get the gist of what it is you're trying to say, Trent. And I can't help you, man. I can't. All I can tell you is that it's your money, it's your choice. Just remember the golden rules, because they are very good golden rules that help you to not overextend yourself, and they're good golden rules for any time. So just kind of keep that in mind when you're deciding how much you want to put into this. Always be ready for anything. But I'm going to head to break here, guys. I'm going to go to break, and I'll get back here by 2 so that we can see if I get a reporting on my phone. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll be back by 2. I'll be back by 2, and if I get a reporting on my phone for Adam Aaron or somebody, talking or whatever, I'll come back before then. I think it's the same thing I always think, man. I think we're in a great play. I don't have any problems with it right now. So I like what's going on. I still think we're holding a royal flush, and I don't think that's going to change. Let me put up the message so I can go to break. You got to remember, Trent, that I got to protect myself, right? Because the last thing I want to do is take my opportunity and destroy it by saying things that could get me in trouble. So, and I do this for free, man. I don't get anything out of this. I'm not making anything on the front side of this thing. So you got to remember that I'm going to protect myself by not telling you what to do. So, some other people are probably more willing to say riskier things than I am. I got a lot riding on the line here, so I'm not going to ruin that. So I just hope you can respect that. Yeah, they did attack. They did attack Adam. All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I surrender to you. Oh, you locked down my heart. I surrender to you. Nothing keeps us apart. I can smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. I surrender to you. Oh, you locked down my heart. I surrender to you.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
By webcast. Will the meeting please come to order? As you know, I'm Adam Aaron, a director, the president, CEO, and chairman of the board of AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated, and I might add, a substantial stockholder in AMC, owning just under 795,000 AMC shares, and having been granted as part of my annual compensation for the past many years an additional 2.1 million shares in AMC vesting over the next 2.5 years. I act and think like a shareholder because I am a shareholder. On behalf of AMC, welcome to our 2022 annual meeting of stockholders. An agenda outlining the order of business has been made available. The matters on which the stockholders will be voting are to 1, elect directors, 2, ratify the appointment of Ernst & Young LLP as the company's independent public accounting firm for 2022, 3, approve or not approve on an advisory basis the compensation of the company's named executive officers as disclosed on the proxy statement, and 4, to transact any other business that may properly come before the meeting.
Cheers. Toast
I'd
to
like
that.
to begin the meeting
Cheers, cheers.
by introducing our current board of directors, all of whom are joining us remotely on this webcast. Joining us are Hawk Koch, Philip Lader, Gary Locke, Kathy Paulus, Tony Sach, Adam Sussman, and Lee Whitlinger. I can promise you, the shareholders of AMC, that we have an extremely diligent, engaged, and committed board of directors at this company. Kevin Connor, the Senior Vice President and General Counsel and Secretary of the company, will serve as Secretary of today's meeting. He has delivered an affidavit from Computershare, the notice agent for the annual meeting, which states that on April 29, 2022, a notice of the meeting was mailed to all stockholders of record as of the close of business on April 22, 2022, the record date for the meeting. This affidavit is available for examination and will be filed with the minutes of this meeting. Mr. Connor will now discuss the procedures for transacting the business of this meeting. Kevin?
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon. The meeting will take place as described in the agenda. We have a quorum of stockholders present in person or by proxy to conduct business. When an item of business on the agenda is before the meeting for consideration, questions and comments should be limited to that item. If a stockholder has a question or comment not related to a business item on the agenda, an opportunity will be provided at the designated time. If you wish to make a statement about any resolution pending on the floor, please raise your hand to be recognized. Once you are recognized, please approach the front desk and state your name and whether you are a stockholder or a proxy holder. If you are a proxy holder, please state the name of the stockholder that gave you the proxy. Please keep your statements brief and limited to the specific item up for discussion. We may have to interrupt any statement that continues for an unreasonable amount of time. Any speaker will be limited to an absolute maximum of 2 minutes. If you have not already submitted your votes and would like to vote during the meeting, please raise your hand now and a ballot will be provided. Ballots will be collected at the conclusion of the business items on the agenda. Any ballot not received when called for will not be counted. We will announce the preliminary results at the conclusion of the meeting.
Thank you, Kevin. The board of directors has appointed Eddie Gladback and Kelly Schemenauer as inspectors of election for the meeting. They have signed an oath to act as inspectors of election, which will be filed with the minutes of this meeting. The inspectors have the registered.
Oh. Am I getting buffered?
For determining stockholders eligible to vote at the meeting. This list is available for examination and will also be filed with the minutes of this meeting. Kevin has advised me that a quorum is present, so I declare the meeting is duly and lawfully convened. I'm aware that there is considerable shareholder interest in knowing how many shares have been voted at this meeting. The number of shares that voted prior to the meeting are approximately 269 million shares, which is 52% of the 516.8 million total outstanding shares. I'd remind our shareholders that voting is an important opportunity for you. At last year's stockholder meeting, many shareholders also did not vote their shares, as was the case this year. I would encourage more of you to vote at future shareholder meetings to let your voices be heard. The first item of business is the election of directors. As disclosed in the proxy statement, the candidates for director who've been nominated by the company's Nominating and Governance Committee of the Board of Directors are Board of Director nominees: Adam Aaron, that would be me; Howard Hawk Koch, and I think he legally changed his name many years ago just to Hawk Koch. So I'm going to call him Hawk Koch, not Howard Hawk Koch. Kathleen Paulus and Anthony Sage.
Hawk Koch.
In accordance with the company's bylaws, stockholders are required to provide the advance notice of their intent to nominate candidates for director. No such advance notice was properly received, and therefore no additional director nominations can be accepted at this time. I declare the nominations for directors closed, therefore, and a motion to elect the nominees is now in order.
Debbie Weber, a stockholder. I move that the nominees be elected as directors to serve until the 2025 annual meeting of stockholders.
Thank you, Debbie, for that nomination. Is there a second?
Derek Leggett, a stockholder. I second the motion.
Thank you, Derek, for the second. Are there any questions or comments on this motion? I hear none. Therefore, with no further discussion, I hereby call the question and declare the polls open to vote on the motion. If you have not voted, or if you wish to change your vote and you are here in the room at the meeting, please do so now by marking your ballot. Seeing no ballots being put forward, I now declare the polls closed on this motion and will proceed with the agenda. The next item of business is to ratify the appointment of Ernst & Young LLP as the company's independent public accounting firm for 2022, as discussed in the proxy statement. I'd like to recognize representatives from E&Y who are joining us in the room today. Would you please stand? Thank you, gentlemen, and welcome. A motion to ratify the auditor appointment is now in order.
Amanda Dennis, a stockholder. I move that the appointment of Ernst & Young LLP as the company's independent public accounting firm for 2022 be ratified.
Thank you, Amanda, for the motion. Is there a second?
Natalie Martinez, a stockholder. I second the motion.
Thank you, Natalie, for the second. Are there any questions or comments on this motion? Hearing none, there will be no further discussion, and I hereby call the question and declare the polls open to vote on the motion. If you've not yet voted, or if you'd like to change your vote, you're here in the room, please do so now by marking a ballot. Seeing none, I now declare the polls closed on this motion, and we will proceed with the agenda. The next item of business is to approve the compensation of the company's named executive officers. This proposal is a non-binding stockholder advisory vote. The company's executive compensation is discussed in detail in the proxy statement. A motion to vote on the compensation of the named executive officers is now in order.
Greg Verlaine, a stockholder. I move that the compensation of the company's named executive officers as disclosed in the proxy statement pursuant to SEC rules be approved.
Thank you, Greg, for the nomination. For the motion, is there a second?
Ron Ernst, stockholder. I second the motion.
Thank you, Ron, for the second. Are there any questions or comments on this motion?
Yeah, was that guy's name Ron Burgundy?
Hearing none, there'll be no further discussion, and I hereby call the question and declare the polls open to vote on the motion. If you've not yet voted, or if you wish to change your vote, please do so now by marking a ballot. Seeing no ballots being brought forward, I now declare the polls closed on this motion and will proceed with the agenda. If you have a ballot to be submitted, please raise your hand and the inspectors will collect it. We will now briefly recess the meeting. While we are recessed formally, I'd like to make a few comments about AMC and open the meeting to any questions that stockholders may have. Let me remind everyone that some of our comments or answers to questions may contain forward-looking statements that are based on management's current expectations. Numerous risks, uncertainties, and other factors may cause actual results to differ materially from those that might be expressed today. Many of these risks and uncertainties are discussed in our public filings, including our most recently filed 10-K. Several of the factors that will determine the company's future results are beyond the ability of the company or of the management to control or to predict. In light of the uncertainties inherent in any forward-looking statements, you are cautioned to not place undue reliance on these statements. AMC undertakes no obligation to revise or update any forward-looking statements, whether as a result of new information or future events. With that said, I personally, and all of us at AMC, are very grateful to all of you, our shareholders, for your commitment to AMC. Some of you are here in the room, some of you here on the phone. There are others of you scattered all across the globe. And some of you are here with the hope merely to make money, which of course is absolutely fine, while others of you also believe that it is vital that you help keep cinemas open and alive. As long as any one of us at this meeting can remember, movie theaters have been so much at the center of the cultural fabric here in the United States and, in fact, the world over. And no company has stood taller in this area than AMC in the United States, which dates back to the 1920s, along with our Odeon Cinemas Group throughout Europe, which dates back to the 1930s, and with our new growing business as well in the Middle East. Your enthusiasm and passion for AMC Entertainment as our shareholders is what convinces us that we will be standing tall going forward as the industry leader and the industry innovator, just has been the case heretofore. You should take some comfort in knowing that we have a sound underpinning strategy that can be encapsulated in just 3 words: recovery, agility, and transformation. Recovery embodies all the steps we've taken to build back from pandemic closure. Starting in the third quarter of 2020 through the end of 2021, our revenues grew every single quarter. In 2022, again, we will make progress. It is our current expectation that second quarter revenues in 2022 will exceed first quarter revenues, that third quarter revenues will exceed second quarter revenues, and that fourth quarter revenues will exceed third quarter revenues. The word agility in our strategy means that we are preparing to cope and adjust as best we humanly can to any change that may come our way in the movie theater business. Over the past 2 years especially, AMC's management team has proven and demonstrated again and again and again that we were able to navigate well through uncharted waters. We threaded needles with a deft hand. That same expertise and experience will continue to be applied when facing any curves in the road ahead. And as for transformation, AMC is looking at various opportunities to make our company a bolder and granter enterprise, a bigger, more exciting, more successful company in future than it was when first confronting the pandemic some 27 months ago. Our investment of $28 million in Hycroft Mining Company is an example of AMC Entertainment being willing to seek transformative change for the benefit of our shareholders. As such, I can announce today that recently our board of directors has approved allocating up to $100 million of additional AMC's monies from what I have termed our cash war chest for additional investment opportunities in companies where we think that AMC can add value and in turn that we therefore can create value for AMC shareholders. You also can take comfort in knowing that we are optimistic about our future. That optimism stems in part from the overwhelming success of movies in theaters right now. Top Gun Maverick and Jurassic World Dominion, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, all monstrously successful and in many cases record-setting hits. And soon we will be showing more blockbusters in our theaters, including this very month, Pixar's Lightyear, which opens tomorrow, Friday, along with Elvis, and Minions, and Thor, and Bullet Train, and Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, and Avatar 2, and so many more big movies coming throughout 2022. Before moving to your questions, I'd also like to address 3 additional topics that I believe to be of particular interest to our shareholder base. We do read your comments. I do read your comments on Twitter and on Reddit, and we have a good sense of what is important to you. First, just yesterday, I tweeted that we at AMC have done a share count 6 times in the past year, and that to our knowledge, there are 516.8 million issued and outstanding AMC shares. Many of you do not believe that this number is accurate, but that is the number that we know to be true. Second, last year, you urged us to stop issuing additional common shares. As many of you were, I think I should use the word obsessed with the topic of dilution. We followed your wishes. I was quite open at the time that I thought that following your wishes was a mistake, but that I also thought it was incumbent on me as CEO of the business to follow your wishes. In my view then, what makes a company stronger and what really strikes fear amongst short sellers is when a business can increase or demonstrate a future ability to increase the amount of cash it has in the bank. We issued shares at AMC in January of 2021, and the AMC stock price rose. We issued shares in May and June of 2021, and again, the AMC stock price rose. We stopped issuing shares in July of 2021 at your urging, And then our share price started to slide ever since. Still, we did follow your wishes. We further announced that we would not seek your approval to issue more common shares in all of 2021. We kept our word. Some of you cynically assumed that we would attempt to issue new common shares as early as the first week of January 2022, when 2021 had ended. We did not do so. And I can announce today that we have no plans to seek your approval to issue new common stock for all of calendar year 2022. However, for full transparency, I have previously said publicly that a decade ago, the board of directors of the company authorized the creation of preferred stock in AMC, but that's a different kettle of fish, and we would only consider creating preferred stock if we were convinced it was in the interest of AMC shareholders to do so. And on the third topic, many of you give voice that AMC should address trading practices in the markets. In the words of many a tweet that I received, do something. Not exactly identified what, but it's do something. I said on our first quarter earnings call that you should not take silence as inaction, that it's an art form in running a company to know what to do and what not to do, to know when to do it and when not to do it. I said that AMC would pounce when the time was right. Since that earnings call, I can't tell you how many tweets I've received that have asked, so when are you going to pounce? When would the time be right? Just as has been the case before, on the advice of counsel, I cannot tell you today what we will do or when we will do it. But I can safely say that in looking at all the surroundings and circumstances before AMC, we likely will not do anything. We will likely not pounce prior to the announcement of our second quarter earnings, which will occur a month or two from now. The box office in April and May are public numbers. And the box office in April and May was just great and considerably higher than the months of the first quarter, January, February, March. And in June, we'll have the benefit in our theaters of Top Gun, Jurassic, Lightyear, Elvis. It is likely that it is important for our shareholders and the financial markets more broadly to assess the importance and implications of our second quarter results before we do the next step. With that all said, are there any questions from our shareholders here at the meeting? If you have any questions relating to the company, feel free to ask them. If they're individual matters, we do have people in the room who can discuss customer issues and the like with you privately. The floor is now open to shareholders with a reminder that so that all shareholders get a chance to speak if they wish, we are going to limit questions to 2 minutes. Questions in the room? Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, hi, my name is Corey Seaman, I'm a shareholder.
Corey, I don't know if they can hear you on the phone. Can we make sure that you have a microphone?
You want me to come?
Yeah, just maybe step up a little closer to it.
Just speak right into that speakerphone, and that way you'll be on. This one works. You can have that. This way, the webcast will get your question as well as my response.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Adam, it's a pleasure to be here. I have a statement rather than a request that doesn't require a response, but you're more than welcome to respond. I want to credit Boss Blunts from YouTube for reminding me of Thomas Pettifree. He founded Interactive Brokers and explained the stock positions which facilitated the risk of the entire financial market collapse. The event was contained, but well illustrated in the GameStop stock from January 26th to 28th in 2021. when the stock surged from $77 to $408. In the aftermath, it was determined that GameStop had 50 million registered outstanding shares, short interest of 70 million, and derivatives representing rights to exercise purchase of another 150 million shares. Meaning market makers are facilitating an infinite liquidity practice, as recently referenced and confirmed by Virtu Financial CEO, that created an obligation to potentially deliver 270 million shares of a stock that GameStop only issued 50 million for. If the price of a stock can jump from $77 to $408 in 2 days, and the registered outstanding shares leading up to the volatility were conveniently at or just under the number of issued shares, then aside from that being a red flag of cooking the books, it illustrates that the stock price was not reflecting true demand. And while GameStop stock price easily could have and may very well still run into the thousands of dollars, it did not, because brokers of Apex Clearing took away the buy button and went position close only, effectively suppressing new demand, increasing selling pressure, and likely covering the positions they had otherwise simply accounted for with share lending rehypothecation. So I remind us all of that real-life example of the current market-making practices and unregulated risk that many AMC shareholders believe that pose a threat to our current stock price. Many retail holders and apes bought AMC shares to save AMC from predatory short sellers that may have been trying to bankrupt or devalue and buy out AMC during a very vulnerable pandemic period. We have been successful, and you have successfully embraced our community. At this point, I would ask that you clarify the process of the 6 share counts referenced in your recent tweet so that we may better understand if those actions are addressing the true shareholder concerns. And I ask that the board utilize some of our resources to identify and communicate potential risks to our current stock price. I, for one, do believe it's significantly suppressed. The metrics on ownership, utilization, short interest, shares on loan, and daily volume appear to be similar to how GameStop was being reported before it experienced historically significant price increase. And I expect our leadership to adequately address our concerns, or simply state, in light of potential legal liabilities, we cannot or prefer not to comment or investigate, if that is the case.
Corey, you have 10 seconds left.
I'm all set. Thank you for everything you've done. I really appreciate you. I'm happy to be here and meet you. Thank you.
If I had a mic, it'd be dropping right now.
Thank you for sharing your observations with me. And I think we have been pretty clear that, as recently as yesterday, that we know of 516.8 million issued and outstanding shares. We have said repeatedly, over and again, many times in the past year, that there is no reliable information about any shares above that number presently. We've heard all of the speculation about so-called fake shares or synthetic shares, concerns about trading practices that you all voice on Twitter and Reddit every day, which I read almost every day, not quite every day, but almost every day. And we've said that because we have no reliable information and we are a public company and securities laws are quite precise about what the CEO of a public company can say and cannot say, that the best thing for us to do is make no comment. It doesn't mean that we're not looking carefully at what's going on around us. And I will disclose today, for example, something you are not aware. I know that one of the many concerns that you all voice is something about fail to deliver shares. You should know that we have contacted the New York Stock Exchange on more than one occasion over the past year to inquire of the exchange about the fail to deliver shares in the AMC stock. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do that again in the near term. So we are watching, we are mindful. The laws are quite precise about what I can say and can't say, but I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Is there another question in the room? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Give the man a microphone.
How you doing, Adam? Mark Closer. I just got a quick question. You did 6 share counts. Of those 6 share counts, can you tell us how many of those shares are owned by retail?
It's moved around a little bit. On the first count that I saw, and this is a long time ago, this was kind of March of 2021, I think it was around 70% of our total outstanding shares were owned by retail. I think it was the next share count, my memory might fail me, but I think it was the next share count that it was up to 80%. And ever since, and that would have been in the June 21 timeframe, June, July. Ever since then, it's been hovering right around 80%, sometimes a little above, sometimes a little below, but in round numbers, 80-ish%, not exactly 80%. I did make a comment on a earnings call 1 or 2 quarters back that what I found so interesting about the percentage that retail owns is, by definition, if retail doesn't own it, then institutional investors own it. But many of the institutional investors who are there are forced to be there because they are index funds. And an index fund, by definition, has to buy all the stocks in its index. So we've been a Russell 2000 company. So if you're a Russell 2000 index fund, you had to buy AMC shares. We're a New York Stock Exchange company. If you were an NYSE index fund, you had to buy all the NYSE shares. What I said, since those people, it's not discretionary investing, whether it's retail or institutional, that if you took out the index funds, if you excluded them from the denominator of the fraction, because they have to be there, they have no choice, then retail owned more like 90% of AMC stock. And on the last share count that I saw, not the share count of total shares outstanding, but what's owned by retail and what's owned institutionally, the numbers are still right in those same ballparks. Kind of 80%-ish, plus or minus 5, 90%-ish, plus or minus 5, of retail owning our total shares, or in the case of the 80 number, or retail owning 90% of the total number excluding the index funds. That's the answer to your question.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Yes.
Anything about the Highcroft mining real quick?
Sure, you want to ask me about Highcroft?
Yeah.
I see there's another question from a person in the room who told me before the meeting that she was the artist who drew a "Let Them Eat Crow" meme. That is one of my favorite inbound memes of the past year. And boy, I have a lot to choose from, I might tell you. I thought Highcroft Mining Company was a terrific opportunity for AMC. And we took some heat on the first day we announced it because people said, why is the movie theater company buying a gold and silver mine in Nevada? And I understand that view. It's pretty out there. But those people only thought of AMC as a movie theater company. We've been saying since last September, or possibly since last July, that we were going to look for transformative change at AMC and go further afield. As I said in my remarks today, be bolder and grander. And AMC does have expertise in running movie theaters, for sure. But if we proved anything in the last 2 years, we proved that AMC has unique expertise in scrounging up liquidity for a cash-starved company surrounded in turbulent times, but a company that has deep, rich assets. And when we were introduced to Highcroft Mining, it was clear it has deep, rich assets. It runs really deep in the ground. And last I checked, gold and silver can make you rich. But it had no cash and had a debt payment it could not make. And it was going to have to file for bankruptcy. So its shares were priced way low. And we instantly thought, we recognized that situation. We were just in it. We figured our way out of it. We can help this company to figure its way out of it. And sure enough, we announced our transaction on a Tuesday morning, and within 9 days, we'd helped Hycroft Mining raise $195 million. And in 9 days after our investment, it had more cash than it had debt. And it had enough cash to operate for 5, 6 years at least. And you may recall, I've said this before, but Hycroft is surrounded by other mines in northern Nevada, also with gold and silver. Hycroft has a 71,000 acre site and has explored only 2% of the site and has all these proven gold and silver reserves in just 2% of the land it controls. It was our speculation that if we could get Hycroft more cash so that it could explore more of its land, it likely would be able to find that it has even more reserves than it currently knows. Now, that's not definite. That remains to be proven. But based on our understanding, we got a good shot at that. And if that happens, Hycroft is going to be worth a whole lot more than what we paid for it. And I might add, Hycroft has been worth a whole lot more than we paid for it from the very first day of our transaction. And even today, it's 3 months later after we made the investment, the overall stock market has been declining. We all see the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war. We see the impact of $5 a gallon gas. We feel the effect of the Federal Reserve increasing interest rates. The market has been falling. Hycroft's share price is still higher today than it was when we bought in. So we were in the money on day one. We're in the money on day whatever we are, 90-ish. And I think it's going to prove to be a very successful investment for the company. And I lastly remind you, we didn't go in alone.
Wait.
There was one other investor who made the exact same investment we made, exact same structure, on the exact same day we did. His name is Eric Sprott, a Canadian billionaire who made his fortune in investing in gold and silver. The capital of Canada is Ottawa. The business school of the University of Ottawa is the Eric Sprott School of Business. This man knows gold and silver, and he's with us side by side, or conversely, we're with him side by side, which also gives us great confidence that we were very smart in making the Hycroft investment. And I remind you, as I said in my earlier remarks, the board of directors authorized $100 million of additional investment in other opportunities. We will only deploy those monies if we can find opportunities, whether they're close to AMC expertise or a little bit further afield from AMC expertise, where we think that we can add value by our involvement and therefore create value for AMC shareholders. Remember, I too, like you, I'm an AMC shareholder. I want to see this company do well for the benefit of all shareholders. Are there any other questions in the room? Yes.
Thank you, Adam, or should I say Chef Adam, cook of the Crow. My name is Rebecca, affectionately known as Ginger in the social media world. This is a different topic that has been discussed today. On page 57 of the proxy statement, it notes that the median employee is a part-time theater-level film crew member in the United States. On the previous page, page 56, it notes that there are about 21,000 U.S. employees. Mathematically, a large percentage of those would be, therefore, part-time employees. It is also noted in the last paragraph on page 56 that total earnings include additional pay elements such as overtime. What may not be known by many shareholders is that the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act exempts employees of the motion pictures from FLSA's overtime requirement, source 29 U.S.C. 213B27. Those working at the almost 600 theaters of AMC across the United States, such as managers in many states, do not receive overtime because their states have no overtime laws. Those part-time workers mentioned earlier are managed at those theaters, and those theaters are managed by people who are working very long hours. As an aware shareholder of what I have previously spoken about, I would like to request that the company reflect their own policy of rewarding performance and retention and look into this and include full-time theater employees in the overtime compensation.
Thank you for your question. So, well, I'm not sure that at this meeting I can rewrite all U.S. laws related to
Understood.
overtime pay and hiring step practices and part-time employees and full-time employees. I can tell you this. And I tell you this knowing I'm going to go on national television in about 9 minutes, so I think we have one more question, which is good, perfect. We'll wrap. I'm so proud, as a leader of AMC, that we kept this company going during this pandemic, when everybody in the universe seemed to think or write that we weren't going to make it. And in all the things that we accomplished, in all the hours that we slaved to get this company to make it through the pandemic, the one thing that I was most proud of, above all else, is that I was helping to preserve 35,000 jobs here in the United States and internationally. And we did that. Go back to August in your heads of 2020. Go back in your heads to August of 2020. It was pretty bleak. The future of those 35,000 jobs was not assured. And we saved those jobs so those people do have an income. What's more, especially in 2021, as the country has seen a labor shortage, we've been raising wages all over this company. You know, ours is a company where many people, that's their first job out of school. Ours is a company where many of them are teenagers who are still in school. And it's hard to find quality employees in the United States these days. Not because there aren't a lot of them, there are, but there are more jobs than there are people. And so we, like other employers, are working very hard to attract, incentivize, retain employees. And one of the easiest ways to get there is by raising wages, and we did. And we raised our so-called AMC minimum wage by almost a third over the past year. What's more, over the Christmas and New Year's holiday, we actually implemented time and a half overtime holiday pay for all of the people in our theaters, which is something that AMC is, to my knowledge, has never done before. But it was the right thing to do, and we wanted to thank them for working as hard as they did, especially on holidays when they might want to be with their families. So we're very mindful of the issues that you're raising generally, that we should want to see our employees be as well compensated as the company can afford. And we are trying to do that as best we can. Next question. And I think this is the last that I see in the room, which is great. You're on.
Thank you, Adam. My name is Kelly Wyman. I'm a shareholder and also a very proud AMC employee. So my question comes from the AMC Ideas Group. And I chose this one because it's kind of quick, but when will AMC start selling merchandise? Is there any progress that you can give us about this initiative?
Thank you to the AMC Ideas Group. You've literally given us hundreds of ideas, and I've seen them. We've actually started a different kind of merchandise program than the one you envisioned. It started with the Ghostbusters ambulance, and we did a Batman popcorn tub, and we just did a Jurassic World popcorn tub. And with logo branded merchandise, I said on the last earnings call, I think it's going to be second half of this year where we will go forward with the merchandise program, which was one of the many ideas that have come in from our shareholders, which we actually have implemented. And there's a long list of ideas that have come in from our shareholders that we've implemented. So I appreciate the ideas. Keep them flowing. We've implemented a lot of them. Merch is one. Accepting cryptocurrency for payment is another. Having NFTs to help sell movie tickets. We've done half a dozen of those already and more in the works. So keep the good ideas flowing. We're implementing the good ones. With that, we're now going to have a report on the results of the election. And I really am on TV in 5 minutes, Kevin, so you got to move.
The preliminary report of the inspectors of elections indicates that Mr. Aaron, Mr. Koch, Ms. Paulus, and Dr. Sage have been elected as directors. The appointment of Ernst & Young LLP as the company's independent public accounting firm for 2022 has been ratified. The non-binding advisory vote to approve the compensation of the company's named executive officers, as disclosed in the proxy statement, has failed to obtain the support of the majority of votes cast.
Thank you, Kevin. On behalf of the company, again, I'd like to thank all of our shareholders for your support of AMC. In addition, I'd like to thank you for re-electing all 4 directors, excludes me, as being re-elected to our board of directors and for ratifying E&Y as our accountants. The board and I greatly appreciate you sharing your views with us as expressed in your vote on Say on Pay. We will carefully consider your views as we make future compensation and disclosure decisions. I hereby request that the final report of the inspectors of election be filed with the minutes of this meeting. That concludes the business of the meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Scott Falkenhayn, shareholder. I move this meeting be adjourned.
Thank you, Scott, for the motion. Is there a second?
Lisa Morris, the stockholder, I second the motion.
Thank you, Lisa, for the second. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Abstaining? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you to all of the AMC shareholders. We value you more than you'll ever know. We're adjourned.
Okay. I got comments. I got comments. So, first off, really kind of some cryptic stuff there that he said, because he very clearly stated in his tweet that they had 6 shareholder counts, but he only really seemed to kind of cover like 3 of them, maybe 4. That's kind of what I was saying. I remember 3 and maybe a 4th one. So really kind of strange. He didn't really say numbers for any others. They did 6 in the last year. And the other part of it is, he did say June 21st for the second one. I don't know if you guys caught that or not, but the second one, he said June 26th. In his tweet, he said in the last year. The first one that he named off was not in the last year. That was actually before 1 year ago. So that means that he was only really naming off like 2 or 3, not 3 or 4. So some really kind of interesting stuff to be kind of thought about in some of what was said there. And I don't want to read too much into it, but it was just kind of interesting, and I caught note of that. But 70, 80, then 90% not including index funds. By the way, the 80% was in June 21st. There's some weird stuff going on there. Index funds, what are those? Those are ETFs, guys. So not including the ETFs, we owned 90%. So I would assume that means you take out whatever the ETFs have in regards to how many shares are in ETFs across the board. And then once you've taken those out, that we own 90% of whatever is left over. That's not in institutional share ownership, because not all of that's ETFs. He probably meant year to date. Well, even year to date myself is still, that's just the last 6 months. So again, it wouldn't include the very first one that he named off. So it doesn't matter one way or the other. He only listed 3 or 4, but yet named 6 in the Twitter account or the Twitter post. So there's that. But when did AMC invest into HYMC? And so I went back and just kind of looked at HYMC's kind of their increase. And what I'm seeing back here was the increase started on 3.8. I'm pretty sure we started probably investing on like 3.7 or 3.8. That's not when AMC started hitting 100% utilization. 100% utilization started occurring on 2.7 and 2.8, so like a month before. I thought there might be some kind of something attached or tied to that, but we literally started hitting 100% utilization right before. I will look at HYMC real quick, its utilization, to see when it started hitting 100%. They've actually gone down in utilization starting on March 9th. Which is, yeah, their utilization's gone way down since. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at some of their numbers and see what those mean to me, knowing when AMC got in. But anyways, mic drop on the first guy that got in there and started talking. Really liked what it was that he had to say. Really kind of held the fire out there. Trying to get an exact. And the one thing that I'd have to say about what it was that Adam Aaron basically said is pretty much everything I've been saying for a while here, is that they can't acknowledge anything beyond what's legally allowed to be talked about, which is the total amount of shares that are available, which is 516.8 million. So I don't know. There really wasn't anything to be said other than what he's already been saying. We can't talk about it, so we're not going to make a comment. That's what he said. That dude says February 28th was when they bought HYMC. Yeah, so a week before we started seeing price drive up. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Let's see, what else are you guys writing here? Oh, yeah, I've seen those tweets before, money making tone. There's definitely been some people that have suggested that that's how that tweet's meant to be read, taking out some of the other noise in there. But I really kind of, I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a stretch. I didn't run over the numbers at the end of the day here, guys. I'm not going to. Did they borrow more shares is all I really want to see. Let me refresh that real quick. I don't see any shares having been borrowed in the last portion of the day today. We'll have to see if that shows up in reporting later on tonight. Yes, a big secret surprise is still coming. What would we run tomorrow? We'd be more likely to run tomorrow in the later half of the day than we would be than I would have thought we were going to today, because obviously I didn't think we were going up today. Today I felt like we were heading down. Hence the reason why I suggested my price range was 10.55 to 13.55, which really puts me at like an average price of just about $12, which is really close to where it is we're at right now. Yeah, he said hot cotch so many times it made me laugh, man. I was holding back laughs. He did. He did mention the 100 million $100 million that they've approved for them to be able to invest into more companies or more assets to help improve AMC's positions in other companies, which sounds to me like diversification. I think that's really good if you do expect to see an economy failure. Diversifying into commodities is an amazing thing to do. My particular belief, and this is just what I'm thinking, I do think that they're going to invest in some type of paper or wood product next. That's just, don't ask me where I get that from. I know people. I cut you. I don't know. That's just kind of a guess on my part. I tend to think that there might be a paper or wood product company that may be in the works. I do think that with their popcorn division potentially trying to put out a popcorn product onto the shelves of stores, buying or investing into a company that they're going to have print and make the material that's going to, they're going to package it in, would be highly advantageous to invest into a company like that just before giving them your business. So, or maybe after, I don't know which, but I think it would be really kind of interesting to see have happen. But it is that time of the day, guys. Wood. can't end any better than that. Nope. Leave it there, Brian. Leave that dislike there. I'm okay with it. Keeps me going. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna end out the day here. We're really close to ending the day, and I'm toast. I'm a little burnt toast over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign off here, and we'll just wrap out this day together like we normally do. 1 second, so I don't blast out your ears here. If you guys have any questions, throw them out there while the outro is playing. I'll try to answer them. But other than that, eat, sleep, drink, because tomorrow is our last day of trading for this week. Prepare yourselves mentally for it and be ready. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and see a doggone movie. For crying out loud, holy smokes. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Stress on shuttles and reach the The booster separation confirmed, guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
All you want is what you can't have, and if you just look around, man, you see you can magic. So just sit back, relax, enjoy your while you still have it. Don't look back on life, man, and only see tragic, because you can be better than that. Don't let it get the better of you. What can be better than that? Life's not about what's better than. You can be better than that. Don't let it get the better of you. What can be better than that? Life's not about what's better. All the time while you're looking away, there are things you can do, man. There's things you can say to the ones you're with whom you're spending the day. And get your gaze off tomorrow. Now come on, babe, because you can be better than that. Don't let it get the better of you. What can be better than that? Life's not about what's better than. You can be better than that. Don't let it get the better of you. What can be better than that? Life's not about what's better. Oh, I know sometimes things can be hard, but you should know by now. They come and they go, so why, oh why do I look to the other side? 'Cause I know the grass is greener, but just as hard to mow. Life's not about what's better than. So all you want is what you can't have, and if you just look around and you see you got magic, so just sit back, relax, enjoy your while